Hello, 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 hello. Hi, hello, Rose. Hello. How's it going? How are things? Huh? Are you having a good day? Oh my gosh, I bumped the mic with my phone. I hope that was okay. Hi. Well, today's a good day. Of course it's a good day. We're going to go ahead and enjoy. Not too bad. Oh, but it's not good either, is it? Is it because you're at work? Well, hang in there. In 7 hours you're off work, right? Last time I streamed for 7 hours, you were getting off work. So did you just got to work right now? Oh my gosh, that's a long day. Well, I hope it's gonna be okay with everything that's going around, right? What I'm trying to say is that today we're playing Our Life. Yeah, 6 hours left. Whoa. Well, hang in there, and I'm here to help. Yeah. So let's recap a little bit. So we are 18 and we are kind of in love with our next door neighbor, and we are super close to each other. We were so close to each other, but none of us have made a step forward to actually make things official. Apparently I'm waiting for him to do something about it, but he's not doing anything about it. So, I don't know, maybe I'm supposed to be making the decision for him? I'm not sure. I'm not sure whatsoever. But, so what happened before? Let's recap a little bit more. So, he moved in when he was 8 in our neighborhood, right across the street. And then, he was a moody kid. He was not happy about being here. But in the 5 years after that, we kind of became friends. We were close. Close enough that when we were 13, he came in the middle of the night. He came to my bedroom in the middle of the night, and we slept together. I've got to say, we were 13, cool off. It was fine. We just slept. It was just sleeping, and then we went on a trip with our families, and somehow we slept together again. But that time he got caught by his mom. His mom is super cool though. So his parents are divorced. I forgot the name of the dad, and I think the mom is called Kyla. So he lives with his dad across the street from my place. I live with my two moms, which is Ma and Mommy, but I don't remember their real name. I have a bigger sister. Her name is Elizabeth, but we call her Liz, or Lizzie from time to time. He used to be hard hanging around with her because she was such a strong character child and a very moody teenager. But now she's 20, and she's so cool, and she's beautiful, and she's so nice, and she enjoys hanging out with me that she used to enjoy before. So all is perfect. I mean, I guess. Oh no, not everything is perfect, because we are kind of freaking out. We are freaking out because why are we freaking out again? Oh yeah, because we just graduated high school and we don't. No, yeah, we do. We know what we want to do after, but it's kind of scary because I think we choose the path of traveling abroad and going overseas for scholar reasons, I guess. So we're not going to be with our friends anymore, and more especially we're not going to be able to see Cove every day the same way we were used to, because basically we're 18 now, so we've known him for 10 years and we are very close friends. So yeah, we're a little scared of the future. We're a little bit unsure. Okay, I think this is a good recap. I'm really looking forward to see what's gonna happen now. So last time we did step 3 halfway, and now we're going to be finishing step 3 today. Ta-da! Let's put on the music. Let me know if the music is too loud, not loud enough, or whatever. Let's go. Oh, so we did one. We did the drive last time. Which one should we do now? We have hang, errands, talk, charity. Ooh. Which one should we go for? I'm gonna drink water already. Okay, I kind of want to go for charity though, because I kind of know what it's going to be about. It's going to be about the ocean, because we volunteer on a charity thing, and Cole is volunteering too, and I would like to see what it's like. Let's go for the charity one then. Let's check if everything is okay. The sound sounds fine, I think. And everything else is fine. Let's go. Charity! Cove pushed himself to his feet from where he had been bent down in the sand, stretching out his back and groaning softly. Yeah, I'm not hiding the text. Perfect. A tired breath slipped past his lips as he whipped his brow, looking out over the shore. He looks great. You stood beside him, joining in the surveying of the sand that almost seemed to sparkle beneath the midday sun. The two of you had been out on the beach since sunrise, cleaning up down the beach, looking for various debris, and the work had paid off. Oh my gosh, I wish I could live near the sea. That looks fantastic. Using a hand to shield your eyes from bright... Oh my god. This is my doorbell. I'll be right back. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Oh my god. I hate my doorbell. There's nothing I can do about that awful sound, and it scares me every time. Okay, everything is fine. Let's continue. Okay. Using a hand to shield your eyes from blinding rays, you glanced across the way where all the volunteers from Orca were gathered. They were easily recognizable by the high-based they wore high vis? High, what the hell is that? Anyway, the t-shirt is so cute though, with the Orca logo on it. Oh, I'm not even on it. Here we go. The t-shirt is so cute with the Orca logo on it. I love it. It looked as though everyone was about ready to wrap things up for the day. I'm happy to see it in a better state. I'm exhausted. I'm just glad it's almost over. You did great, Cove. I'm happy to see it in a better state. It was pretty sad looking when we got here. The beaches of this town were practically your own personal backyard, and you visited them a lot. It felt good knowing that you were helping to take care of them. Aww. Yeah, I know. I wish I could do that. I don't mind picking up trash actually when I go hiking. I do it too. I pick up a little bit of trash when I see it. Cause like it's kind of ridiculous to have like in the middle of a mountain like a little piece of trash. It doesn't feel nice. Anyways. Too bad not everybody sees the joy in putting trash where it belongs. Oh well. Cove placed his hands on his hips, a pleased grin pulling at the corner of his mouth as he admired the work you'd both done. You had begun to realize during your time volunteering for the organization how seriously Cove took his service. It was easy to see that it was something important to him. You felt equally as it's been. Look how cute he looks. Anyway, you felt equally as it invested and always gave it your best effort. Of course! You enjoyed the work, but mostly wanted to have a good time. Miranda was right, you volunteered because it was a good reference. You didn't want to be here, but you didn't know how to turn it down. Oh my god. Why does it sound so bad? No, I'm always happy if you're doing volunteer work, might as well enjoy it. If you don't enjoy it, well, there's a lot of different ways to volunteer. Plus, you don't have to volunteer. All in all, I'm not sure it really influences your resume in any ways. Anyway, it was important that the ocean you grew up with was protected. It had always been a big part of your life, and you felt that the least you could do was give back to it in some way. Yeah, it's true. In this story, I spent my time surfing and stuff. Nice work, Orestia. Nice work, me. Thanks. It's been a good year so far. It's crazy to think that it's already time to push a big event. What is he talking about? What events? You let out a big breath, thinking of the formal dinner that Orca organized every year. Being a completely fundraising focused event for large donors, it was crucial for the organization's projects in the year to come. You had to be over 18 to attend, so this was your first opportunity to actually see it in person. All you had heard about it so far was that it was a prime and proper occasion, with speeches and everything. Ooh, we are going to be seeing them wearing nice clothes. Exactly, Rose. Oh my gosh. I get to see Snazzy Club, exactly. I'm glad to see we're on the same wavelength. You didn't know what else to expect from it, as you weren't a part of the group who planned the evening. Before the big night came around, the volunteers would have to sell the tickets for it, and that's where you'd be helping. I'm so excited to go. I'm nervous about the event. I don't even really want to go. I'm curious about the night. You shrugged. In that world, I'm an extroverted, so I guess I would be excited to go. You rocked back and forth on the balls of your feet as you thought of the glitz of glam of the evening. I wonder what I'll be wearing though. Cove nodded, but something about his smile seemed strained. What happened? I'm glad you are. I just don't feel excited about attending a super formal meal with proper etiquette and stuff, you know? He threw his arms out to the side, making a bit of a show of how ridiculous it seemed to him. I've got sand all over my room, and the only nice shirt and and only one nice shirt, and I go barefoot pretty much everywhere I can. I'm gonna be so out of place. Right, I bet you'd rather stay out of here. I'm not gonna have to worry about manners. You can make it work for one night. Doing something that fancy will make it fun. Yep, you'll definitely seem out of place there. Well, yeah, I'm actually, yeah, doing something fancy once in a while, it's actually quite fun. I'm not the type either to like dress up a lot and do like fancy stuff. When's the last time I've been fancy? Oh, I went to one vegan fancy restaurant a few months ago. But even though the restaurant was fancy, I was just wearing normal clothes because I was a tourist. The food was absolutely unbelievable though. And the service was very, very nice. I was not used to that. I didn't feel out of place anyways. It was really fun. But yeah, getting dressed up and stuff, I don't think I've done it any recently. I don't even have anything like that. Ugh, that means shopping and I hate shopping. Anyways, enough about me. Doing something that fancy will make it fun. How often do we get the chance to dress up nice or eat an expensive meal? That's another thing I don't understand about fundraising. People who do fundraising, they spend so much about organizing it. I mean, they do get more in return, but like, if the people really wanted to spend the money, did they really have to make it that big? I think being fancy is kind of like the opposite. It's counterproductive. Gotta appeal to those rich folk. I know, right? But if you're a rich person who wants to give money anyways, I don't know. It's kind of like counterproductive. Like, let's say you spend 1/4 of whatever you receive to just organize the stuff. So it's great because you get 3 times what you've spent for, right? But it could have been like 4 times of it if you didn't have to organize that kind of stuff. It's a little bit, I don't know, counterproductive. But yeah, I guess rich people, they live in a different world, so maybe you got to climb up to their level for them to actually be doing anything. That's probably what you mean, right, Rose? I might get it now. Glove chuckled and shook his head at you in amusement. A small beeping noise came from Cove's pants pocket, and he pulled it out and glanced at the screen. Huh? It's the organizers. They've sent a text to the group. Time to call it a day there. Alright, ready to head to our next activity? Gove chuckled his sail away eagerly, turning to you. Let's head over to the drop to Sorry. Let's head over and drop the trash bags off at the truck. Then we can drive back and join the ticket team. We've got to be there pretty soon to relieve them. I'm trying to speak in a lower range when I'm doing his voice, but I lose every emotion range. And it makes me stumble on my words somehow. Anyways, doing a man's voice is hard. You know what? I actually listened to all the Harry Potter books on audiobook. And I mean, I've read them, of course, like so many times. I used to read all 7 of them at least once a year, so that would be 7 books at least a year. But at some point I was not able to be reading them, and someone told me about Stephen Fry doing the audiobook version. So I got this. I got the Stephen Fry version and I've listened to it from beginning to the end. And I don't know if you know who Stephen Fry is, but he's a kind of a cool guy. I mean, he's an older man. He's definitely an older man with a deep voice. But he managed, without any issues, to be making the woman sound feminine, even in his voice. You know him? I like him very much. He's a nice guy, I think. He's really clever. I love clever people. Oh my gosh. I love him on QI. I do not know QI. Is it a movie? I kind of know him generally for all the work he's done and the speaking that he spoke. And a lot of his comedy stuff too. His comedy was great with Hugh Laurie and stuff. And yeah, I just think as a person he's really quite interesting. Ooh, okay. I'll look it up. He's a very great guy. I really like how clever he is. Clever and open-minded. Some people are so clever that they kind of very close-minded. Somehow it goes with it. But staying open-minded and being clever, I really like it. Anyways, I'm just gonna say he was a great guy who did an awesome job at doing audiobook. And that's not what I'm doing right now. Anyway, let's move on. Enough a party. Is that how you say? With a stretch of shore this long, the plan was to switch places with the other team who had been pushing the tickets for the fundraising dinner halfway through. It would be a full day of work, but it was Orca's largest event of the year, and all hands were on deck to make sure it was a success. You raised your hand for a high five, you nudged your shoulder against Cove's. You started pushing Cove on the back to move forward. You ran off, you started to walk. I don't know why, I would just start to walk. I wouldn't run, are you crazy? But you know what? It's time to show a little bit of affection to him, right? I think he deserves it. I'm gonna nudge my shoulder. Oh! Roz! We're on this hymn side of thoughts again. Yeah, let's go with it. He chuckled and nudged you back playfully with his now free hand. You collected the trash bags spread along the way together, heading across the beach to hoist them into the trucks before heading off to the next job. Nice car. The drive back to your neighborhood and The drive back to your neighborhood and making your way to the shopping street was fairly quick, though Cove stressed a little about being late. Luckily, he was able to find a parking spot nice and close to where you needed to be. You jumped out of the car and quickly went towards where you knew the group would be. Finally, reaching the stall that was set up to sell tickets, you stopped for a moment to catch your breath. That was quite the flurry of activity. It would be your job for the rest of the afternoon to help sell tickets for the fundraising dinner, and looking around the street, you saw that there were plenty of potential buyers out today. That would hopefully help to move the tickets along. The stall itself was simple, a portable table with a few plush sea animals as decorations and a banner stuck across the front. There were 2 volunteers who were already packing and getting ready to head off to the beach. They gave both of you a friendly smile as you arrived. Volunteer number 1. Hey Cove, Orestia, how's things go at the beach? I don't know. It was good. The place is looking great. We're lucky to get the 2 of you when it comes to you guys. Yeah, I don't know. Random voices, I guess. Anyways. Cove cleared his throat awkwardly from beside you, and you noticed his cheeks flushing pink. Come on, we're not that clingy with each other. We kinda are, dude. We kinda are. Come on. You laughed it off. That's why that's us. You felt your own cheeks get harder. Their teasing rubbed you the wrong way. You shrugged it up. That's right. That's us. That's us. We're joined at the hips, some might say. The volunteer chuckled and packed up the last of their stuff, and Cove seemed to relax a little bit more. The volunteers made room for you and Cove behind the table, while they circled around to the front of it.
Thanks for coming for a shift. We'd better make this quick so we can head off to the next place.
No problem. What do you need us to do? We're ready for whatever is needed. One of the volunteers handed you a clipboard with all the details needed to sell tickets, while the other tossed a set of keys to Cove, which he caught with ease. Flexing? Never toss anything to me. It's going on the floor. I'm not even gonna try. Ooh, hello! James, morning star! Yeah, we're doing well. I hope you're doing good too. Welcome to the stream. You're coming in the middle of everything. I hope it's okay with you. But enjoy your time here and let me know if you have any questions. I'm doing well, thank you. Is this your first playthrough? Yeah, it is! It is my first playthrough! We're having a lot of fun with that. I've never played this one before. It's a lot of fun though. I really like how it's made. And I'm really enjoying the story so far.
Those are for the money box to supply kit. Make sure to keep them on you at all times.
Aside from handling the cash for the tickets, there's also a form of the clipboards with the guests to fill in their info. That way, we know how many tickets we've sold and who will be attending the events. Why did I choose to make that voice for that volunteer person? I don't know. Okay, volunteer number 1 again.
There's a small script beneath that if you get stuck for what you say and that's about it. Pretty simple, huh?
Uh-huh. I think we've got this. Satisfied you knew what... Why are you looking at me like this, Rose? Satisfied that you knew what you were doing, the volunteers said their goodbyes and started working away, leaving you and Cove to manage the store alone. The keys jingled in his hand as Cove waved them off before he stuffed them into the pocket of his pants for safekeeping. Loving the choices. Thank you. Bye, have fun. Yeah, I get it. Thanks, Rose. Oh my gosh, I'm happy you're here. Bye, have fun. Once the volunteers were out of sight, Cove dropped into a chair behind the counter with a sigh. We made it here just in time. It's cool we trade the places with nothing happening. They might have been late getting to cleanup duty. He leaned back in his seat, getting fully comfortable in the space, and gave you a small smile. You took the other seats? You stayed standing. Nah, I'm gonna sit, dude. I've been cleaning the beach all day. I'm gonna sit. It was just a simple plastic chair that squeaked when you sat on it, but it gave you a good view of the streets. We've got this under control. I was so stressed about getting here. Things could still go wrong. Wait, what? No, I don't know. Things are not gonna get wrong. I'm glad this work let us at least rest in one place. You rubbed at your eyes tiredly. You returned his smile. I'm a positive, outgoing, and responsible person. We've got this under control. Look at how well we did with the beach cleanup. I'm sure this will be a piece of cake. This is Lizzie's influence, yeah? This is definitely Lizzie's influence. Yeah. Cove grinned wider. His gaze pleased as he smiled at you. I like the way you think. Cove rummaged around the station a little, picking up a stuffed toy orca and holding it up in front of his face. You had to admit that it was pretty cute, with its big, bulging eyes and oversized flipper. Setting it back down on top of the table, Cove moved on to check out the rest of the stall, finding a cooler stashed beneath the table. When he pulled it out and opened the lid, you could see that it was filled with half-melted ice cubes and about half a dozen bottles of water. Grabbing one of the plastic bottles, he unscrewed the cap and took a long drink. You watched the condensation running along the side and onto his fingers. While you think as being volunteered for an ocean-based saving company, you would have something different than just plastic bottles, but whatever. Got a drink, huh? Got a drink.
So?
You want one? Cove set his water on his side of the table before pulling out another, holding it out towards you. You accept the water bottle? I've brought my own, thanks. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I've brought my own. I'm gonna be a responsible ocean protector, and I brought my own. Oh, yeah, okay. That's exactly what I was thinking. For shame. Yeah, Rose! Oh my gosh, we are soulmates. You pulled the reusable bowl out of the bag you had brought with you and set it on the table for easy access. The two of you got settled in easily and you took the chance to look over the paperwork on the clipboard. Cove joined you, leaning over your shoulder to get a better look. Seems like pretty standard stuff. He muttered and you nodded quietly. It had general info about the event and the work you needed to do at the store, as well as the amount of tickets sold thus far, and the number remaining. Cove taped his finger on the counter as he read quietly over the notes, muttering a few things now and then that you didn't fully hear. He seemed content to be there, and you were sure that the afternoon would pass by quickly. When he glanced out towards the crowd and made a small sound, you followed his line of sight to see that a potential supporter was on their way over to the booth. Woo! Someone's coming! You psyched yourself up. You were feeling anxious. It was time to do customer service. Yeah, no kidding. You tried to relax for a bit. This is gonna be a pain. Oh my god, why would I be here volunteer if this wasn't even something that I would be thinking about? You quietly continued checking over the papers. I'm gonna psych myself up. Come on, let's go. Gotta sell those tickets and save the ocean. This could be your first ticket sale of the day. You had to give it all you had to make sure the event was a success. Hi, how are you doing today? Time passed as the two of you manned the stall, and as people approached, your sales pitch would either have them asking for a ticket or two, or heading off and mumbling maybe next time. All in all, you managed to sell a decent amount of tickets, and you could tell that Cole was happy with the outcome. Ooh, nice! As the afternoon drifted along, 6 p.m. arrived. Time to pack everything up and head home for the evening. Your work with Orca was far from over, but right now there was only one thing left to focus on: attending the actual event. Yeah, let's go! We did a good job here, that's awesome. The days continued on in a normal flow, and before long, the night of the Orca fundraising dinner was on you. Dinner was upon you. It was early evening, and you were in your room getting ready as the minutes ticked closer and closer towards the time you needed to leave. You wanted some privacy, so you had locked yourself away from on your own. Liz was helping you pick an outfit. Of course I need Liz's help! Cove was on speakerphone. Oh my gosh, so codependent. Liz was helping you get ready while Cove was on speakerphone. Okay, do I need the whole team with me? Do I really can't, like, do this on my own? You know what, the way I imagined this, Rose was helping me while Geonix was on speakerphone. I need the whole team with me to get ready. Let's go with this one. You are currently in the midst of picking out an outfit, which Liz was helping you with, while Cove gets his input from the phone. Let Cove be surprised? Oh, too late. Sorry, Rose. So let me drink a little bit more water. Okay, well, Cove is gonna help, and he's on the phone, so it's gonna be a surprise either way, right? Of course, Cove couldn't see any of the items you and Liz were choosing between, but he was trying to help all the time. Aw, how adorable! Doesn't he need help to get dressed? I mean, we already dressed him, but let's see. The event had strict guidelines, and you wouldn't be let in unless you were dressed to code. That meant having to find a truly professional outfit, but one that you were also happy with. Thank you for playing this game. I voiced one of the characters there by the name of You're Baxter? Oh my god! Wishing you an absolute fabulous time with this game. Thank you! I just saw that the Baxter DLC was out. Well, thank you for dropping by. And yes, we are thoroughly enjoying ourselves. You were happy to have a chance to dress fancy. Hell yeah, thank you. Oh, thank you for the follow, thank you. Oh, feel free to come and hang out with us. I'm doing this every Wednesday. Oh my gosh, we had a celebrity in here. Oh my god. Rose, can you imagine that? We have a celebrity. Anyway, let's move on. You are happy to have a chance to dress fancy. You're still here. Oh my god. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue. I know, Rose. I know. You're happy to have a chance to dress fancy. You wanted to be practical about it. You weren't happy about having to dress up. No, I'm happy to dress fancy for once. I mean, we're always going to the beach, so I probably... Oh, I mean, in the choices I have to make about my appearance, I choose about wearing trousers all the time because it's the most convenient, right? I mean, we're an active teenager, so probably trousers was best. So this time we're gonna get fancy. I hope they're gonna let me choose the dress. I mean, it doesn't have to be a dress to be fancy, to be honest. I would love to wear a suit. There were a couple of outfits that didn't get nearly as much use as you would have liked, and now was the time to show them off. You smiled as you picked your way through the items, your excitement shining bright.
That's fine.
I love Liz so much, oh my gosh. You don't need to get too in your head thinking about the look, but you do need to hurry up and pick something. At this rate, you're gonna have the better time picking out your outfit than a party itself. But whatever you go with, it'll be great. Oh, such a supportive best friend. Oh, aren't you helpful, Liz? Don't push me, Liz. Thanks for talking it through with me, Cove. I never thought I'd see the day when Cove Holden would encourage me to wear something formal. You laughed a little, you shook your head. I'm just gonna laugh at that. Yeah. It really shouldn't be this difficult to pick something out. You just need to take the plunge and do it. Taking a deep breath to refocus yourself, you looked over the option one last time. It was time to decide on an outfit, and quick. You choose a dress. You choose a button-down shirt and pants. Ooh, you choose a blouse and pants. I don't know what's the difference between a blouse and a button-down shirt. You choose a button-down shirt and a skirt. You choose a blouse and a skirt. Oh, what's the difference? I guess a blouse is more fancy than a button. Button-down shirt's probably a more formal way of dressing, and a blouse is a more fancy way to dress, I guess. Damn, I know nothing about fashion. Blouse is more fluffy. Oh, okay. Well, in the story we said that we were really tall, so I think I would look very good with a button-down shirt and pants. I think we look dashing. We would look dashing in that, wouldn't we? Let's go with this one. Liz nodded in approval, clapping her hands together, satisfied.
Good.
Finally, we're making some progress. That sounds like it'd be totally fine. I'm wearing the same type of clothing. Dashing like a prince, yeah! I'm gonna be a prince with Cove together. Standing in front of your mirror, you quietly assessed your outfit. You thought about adding an accessory or two. You liked your outfit as it was. Ooh, should I go with accessory or not? I would like never wear any accessory. Wait. Cove has some accessories, right? We put some stuff on him, I think. Let's go with accessory too then. It needed a little something extra to finish it all off. Rummaging through the rest of your wardrobe, you picked out what you needed to complete your outfit. Oh damn, that's a lot. Necklace, bracelet, watch, belt, ring, earrings, anklet, hat, button... Woo! Button vest! Tie... Shawl! Oh my! I love a button vest! I think that's what it is, right? It's the one that you have the little, you know, the little pocket with the watch on it. I think this is what it is. Go full suit with the button vest, right? Let's go. It was a formal event after all. You couldn't think of a better time to wear it. Yeah. Okay, what else? Yay. Should we get a tie? If we go full suit, it's with a tie, right? Let's go. Liz took the item from your hands and tied it around your neck correctly. You stepped in front of the mirror when she was done, nodding in approval. Ooh. And should we wear a ring? Oh, the watch. Grabbing your watch from your bedside table, you fasten it around your wrist and quickly check the time. It was almost time to go. Okay, it's almost time to go. We gotta go. Okay, I'm gonna grab a ring and then we'll leave. You couldn't leave the house without slipping on that. Holding your hand up to the lights, you quietly admire the way it glinted. Okay, and that was everything. After that, it's gonna be too much. And with that, you decided to apply makeup. Ugh. Do we do makeup? You asked Cliff if she could put on makeup for you. You are ready to go. Do we go makeup? No makeup? Ugh, makeup is such a core, but it's a formal event after all. Maybe we can put some on on Cove as well. If I put makeup on, he better put makeup on too. Because it's a drag. It's a real drag to be putting on makeup. You know what? I'm ready to go. This is a fundraiser after all. It's not a pageant. Let's go. Finally, you were dressed. It had all come together. Yeah! Okay, just gotta change my shirt and I'll be at the car. See you in a minute. Woohoo! When you looked at Liz again, she had a goofy smile pulling at her lips. You look very nice, Orestia. Thank you. You twisted around in your outfit excitedly. I do look good, don't I? Now you're talking like our moms. You blushed and smiled at the compliment. I'm gonna tease her a little bit. Now you're talking like our moms. You stuck out your tongue and scratched your nose. When did Liz get so matronly? Her high brows dipped at the statement, and she smirked with arms folded. They did raise me. She had a point there. Liz whipped a pretend tear away with her finger, sniffling dramatically. Our precious Orestia, you're really all grown up. It happened in the blink of an eye, when I wasn't even looking. Now you're really starting to sound like our parents. She chuckled to herself, nudging you towards the door. Alright, time to get downstairs. Your special boy awaits. She called him a special voice. You carefully headed down the stairs and into the living room, where your moms were waiting for you for your appearance. As you entered, they both stood from the couch and came over to you, smiling broadly. You look so wonderful, Orestia.
Nice.
Very mature too. I know, right? I love her face. She's definitely the Anya face right now. Anya face right now. That's so cool. They continued to coo and fuss over you until you managed to brush them off. Ma took Mom by the arm and held her close, the two of them admiring you proudly. You enjoyed the attention, thank you, cited dramatically. I already got this from Liz. You wondered why they were making such a big deal. I'm gonna sigh dramatically. I'm gonna play with them. You were going to be running late if you didn't get going. Liz came over to you and smirked, as if she were reading the very thoughts in your head. You'll have to get used to this one day, Orestia. You're the baby of the family forever, after all. Ma came in to give you one last hug, and before you knew it, another pair of arms were wrapped around you, and then a third. Both Mom and Liz giggled as they hugged you tight. Oh, such a cute family moment! This is adorable! We hope you have a good fun tonight, Lola. We hope you have so much fun tonight.
Have fun.
We won't wait for you. Stay out as long as you need. You're old enough now. With the last wave goodbye, you left your family and approached the front door. It was time. We are going to a fancy party, let's go! Stepping out into the night, you closed the door behind you gently and looked out across the street. there he is! There he is! Cole was standing there in the street. His eyes met yours immediately, as if he had been watching your house for the moment you would come out. He smiled bashfully. Aww, he's blushing too! Hey, Orestia. Hey, I hope you're ready to do this. You took the chance to check over his outfit as he walked across the way to meet you. It was formal for sure, though it didn't feel overly posh. It made sense for him and was honestly a sight for sore eyes. It was honestly a sight for sore eyes. I don't know what that means. He was always beautiful to you. Yeah, he's beautiful! We dressed him like that. He looked you over as well, a subtle blush creeping over his face as he quickly cleared his throat and averted his gaze. Aww, he's getting shy. He seemed to be struggling to find something to say, rubbing at the exposed part of his arm awkwardly. Thank you for coming with me and for dressing really nicely for this. Your outfit, it's good. Better than good, really great. I guess something else. So yeah. It's adorable. Oh my god. Thank you. You felt shy over it. Your look is very nice too. You're so hot right now. You shrugged. Okay, Rose, do you want me to tell him that he's hot, or should we just be normal people for once? I want to say your look is very nice too. But yeah, I knew it. I got a feeling you want me to tell him that he's hot, okay? Let's go. Let's get our flirt on. Let's go. Cobb hung his bright white face in embarrassment after that. He wrapped his arms around his torso bashfully, as if trying to protect himself at the outfit from further teasing. Aww! It's adorable. Come on, Orestia. You laughed at the reaction. Then he shook his head, glanced back towards the carriage, and, throwing a thumb over his shoulder, spoke. We should probably get going. Wouldn't want to be late to such a grown-up event, right? Yeah, let's go. You headed over to Cove's car together, hopping in, strapping on your seatbelts. You were on your way. Yeah, let's go. The event was being held at a place you had never been to before. You brought up the location on your phone to help Cove navigate there. It took some time to find the right address, and once there, you were met with the task of finding a parking spot. Okay, let's calm down. I can't do this without mumbling. Let's do it again. Though you were on time, it seemed like everyone else had already showed up and claimed the spaces. Eventually, you found a suitable place before realizing that it required payment. Gove covered the amount, taking a ticket from the machine and leaving it on the dashboard of the car. Despite the small hold-up, you managed to ultimately make it to the event and confirm you were on the guest list before being shown to the dining area. Oh my god! Isn't that fancy or what? They even have the towels like folded fancily and stuff. Oh my god. And are we underwater, or is this a big ass aquarium all over the place? I guess if you're underwater, basically the outside is a big ass aquarium either way. But anyway, that's really over the top. Oh my gosh, look at all those lights. Go whistled low as he looked around, taking in the extravagance of the room. Chandelier hung up from the ceiling, and the entire place was decked out with beautiful oceanic displays. You were stunned yourself. It was extremely high class, even more so than you had already expected. It's so nice. This is the best looking event I've ever been to. It's way too frilly for me. It's so overdone. Could be worse. You didn't comment. Let's just say it's nice. It's just nice, you know? I'm not easily blown away. Let's just say that. You had to be impressed by the work that had gone into making everything look this lovely, and how everyone had dressed up in their best outfits for the night. Seeing Cove smile as he took in the sights made you think he must be feeling the same way. The sound of your names being called out echoed over the din in the room. When you looked around, you recognized a couple of the organization leaders looking your way. They approached you both in greeting, giving you a welcoming smile and a hello.
Cove, Orestia, we're glad.
Are we back at the volunteer people voices? Oh my god. Okay.
Cove, Orestia, we're glad to see you could make it, especially after all the hard work you've done to help make this happen tonight.
Of course.
Definitely. I wasn't gonna miss it. Hi. You say that if we had a choice. I wouldn't miss it either. Hello, I'm thrilled to have made it. Yeah, I'm thrilled. You know what? They're the organizer. I gotta show them that I respect the hard work that they put in, and I'm also happy about the work that I put in. So yes, I'm thrilled to have made it. The place looks amazing. It's so nice to do something like this. Well, thank you for being a part of the team. You're always welcome to help us with activities whenever we come up. Thank you. Okay, in comparison, my voice is not that high when you compare it with what I just did. Cove shrugged then, eyes darting around the place with an awkward look.
So...
I guess we should talk to more people. There isn't much else to do at an event like this. You found your way into groups of people who were standing around chatting while some light music played in the background. Servers with large silver trays were gliding between the guests, offering drinks and canapes. Cove approached various people as you wound your way through the guests. You managed broaching new conversation well. You were enjoying talking to so many different people, both guests and members of the organization alike, and found yourself enjoying the company. The sound of a microphone crackling came from the podium at the other end of the room. Some who you assume must be the host for the evening was asking everyone to sit down in preparation for the meal and speeches. Yeah, food! You and Cove looked for your table, finding it easily enough by the little name cards that were placed delicately beside the napkins. Ooh, it's assigned sitting! Awesome! A few others joined you at the table, though there weren't anyone that you recognized. The host was still speaking as people were settling, starting off the speeches by giving a welcome to everyone attending. She went on to provide some more information about Orca, which you supposed was for the guests who weren't a part of the organization, and the purpose of the fundraiser tonight. Orca's goals, as she explained it, were to aid in the conservation and restoration of oceans and beaches. There were many people who had helped to make a group as successful as it was. When she read off a list of several volunteers who worked on making the event happen, Cove's name was one of the first to come up. Woo! His chest puffed out in pride at that. He's adorable. Your name then came up a little further down the list. You were smiling from ear to ear at the mention. As she continued on to thank the large donors for the event, you checked over at Cove. He was still grinning happily to himself and tapping his fingers over the top of his knees, pretty pleased to have been mentioned by name. You thought quietly at his reaction. You laughed quietly at his reaction. You rolled your eyes. You were excited for him. You could relate to that feeling. You tried to keep focused on the speech. Yeah, I'm relating because I've been named too. It felt good to be acknowledged for all the work you had done leading up to the event. You likely had kept smiling without even realizing it. While the host continued speaking, multiple servers dressed in black were sitting the first course of the menu in front of guests. One of the servers set down a plate in front of you, and you thanked them quietly before looking over the dish with interest. You recognized the dish as a simple Caesar salad. The host quickly wrapped up the end of her speech thanking everyone once more before inviting you all to begin your meal. Anyone who had included a special dietary note when signing up for the event received the vegan or vegetarian version, and there were also small baskets of bread set around the table. You ate both salad and the bread. You ate just the salad, you ate some of the bread, you didn't eat any of it. What the hell? I'm gonna eat everything! Cove wolfed down his salad before munching into a breadstick, quickly devouring that as well. I hope the next part comes out soon. I hope the next part comes out soon and is bigger. Boy is hungry! You could hear him mumbling to himself as he reached over for another piece of bread. He glanced around the table and you followed his line of sight with curiosity, noting that everyone else was still eating the salad. Stopping his hand mid-air, he quickly pulled back and rested it on his lap without taking another breadstick after all. It was clear that he was starting to feel unsure of himself, and he looked a little out of place there. He folded his arms and turned away from them to you. Hey, did you like the salad? It was really good. It was too small. It was alright. It was pretty bad. You simply shrugged. It was really good. I love salad. I can't wait to see what else they serve. His gaze remained purposely tunneled on you, as if he was trying not to even think about what the rest of the table might be doing. You gave Cove a pat on the hand. You made silly faces at the other guests while they weren't looking. You picked up a breadstick and gave it to Cove. You discreetly flipped the other guest off. Wait, what? Why would I do that? You sat there quietly, feeling uncomfortable yourself. I'm just gonna give him a pat on the hand? This is the only acceptable option that I can see here. His lips tilted up at the corners, and he seemed touched by the reassurance. It wasn't much longer until the main course was arriving, and the various chicken, steak, and veggie dishes were being served throughout the room. An array of scents wafted through the room, making your mouth water. You went with a vegan meal, I went with a vegetarian one. Well, depending on what it is, you know, I like vegan food too. You had opted for the vegetarian dish, and the meal that was set in front of you looked so delicious that you couldn't wait to tuck in. Cove had gone for the steak, and once he started to dig in, he was completely absorbed by his meal. You're gonna choke if you keep inhaling your food like that. You kicked him under the table teasingly. You flicked something at him while he was off guard. You focused on your own food. Yeah, it's impolite to look at people eating. I'm gonna focus on my own. It was going to be a full evening, so you wanted to try eating something while you could. Dinner eventually ended, and last of all was dessert. Lemon sorbet that had been partially dyed blue. Okay, none of that sounds good. First it's lemon, then it's sorbet, and then it's partially dyed blue. What the hell? What kind of dessert is that? Oh, they're trying to make it look like the ocean. Okay, I get it now. It's an ocean dessert. Okay, well, yeah. I guess if they're going to be themed desserts, we can't really, say anything at that. The mix of the white with bold streaks of blue made the little scoop look like a bowl of roaring ocean waves. I got it first. The effect was very pretty, but the serving size was small. Perhaps it was the price to pay for artistry. You turned to Cove to find him pouting a little at the size of it. Damn, you guys are hungry! Digging into the dessert, it took him only a few bites to polish it off. Again, the other people around the table had barely even begun eating. An unimpressed air settled over him as he sat back in his chair, sipping at his water unhappily. You should appreciate what you got. You laughed at his moping. You are such a big baby. Yeah, he's always been a baby. You can get more dessert later. We can go for ice cream after. We're not supposed to be like going home early or whatever. I'm gonna call him baby. You prodded him at the arm. I don't know that word. Prodded him at the arm, laughing quietly. He looked up at you sheepishly, embarrassed to have been caught sulking over such a thing. He fumbled for a defense.
I mean,
It was just really good, that's all, and now it's gone, but I'm okay. With a slight grin, he shrugged and showed that he was really fine. Would you like a bite of mine? Do you want my dessert? I'm gonna give him a bite, yeah. You scooped up a spoonful of your sorbet and offered it to him, holding a hand beneath it to avoid any drips. I'm gonna spoon feed him, oh my gosh. His eyes widened as he eyed the dessert hungrily, surprised by the offer. Recovering quickly, he leaned forward over the table, lifting out of the chair a little as he ate the treat from your spoon. Okay, he eat from my spoon. As he sat back, humming happily with his mouth full, you couldn't help but smile at the sight. Cove swallowed the full ocean and let out a satisfied sigh. Yeah. Even though it wasn't that much more, the simple fact that he had gotten more hit the spot.
thanks.
Thanks, Orestia. You're welcome, sweetie. You were pleased to see he was perkier, and you went back eating the rest of your dessert. Another person from Orca got up on stage to make a speech as everyone was nearing the end of their meal. They spoke mostly about the individual projects that the organization was working on, and their plans for the near future, as well as encouraging anyone who was interested to consider volunteering. Cove bent forward over the table with his chin balanced on one hand, listening attentively to the words. As they came to a conclusion, and everyone gave them a round of applause, Cove caught your eye and smiled. You wondered what would happen now. Yeah, what's happening now? And then the lights dimmed. A couple of spotlights came on, projecting a water light field effect around the room. That's so pretty though. Look at the floor. We can't get rid of that anyway. The gas gushed over the ambience. Woo! The gas gushed over the ambience, and you looked around with wide eyes at the ripples on the wall. Dance time! Oh, we're gonna dance! The DJ that had previously been playing some soft mood music for the background announced that the floor was open for dancing, slowly turning the volume up so it drifted through the space. Yeah, let's go dancing! When you glanced at Cove, his eyebrows had shot up, and he mumbled quietly.
Huh.
He's probably too shy to be dancing though, but I don't care, I'm gonna drag him. I didn't know there would be dancing. I guess it makes sense now that I think about it. He gave an awkward laugh as you both watched as people rose from their seats. It was clear now that many of the donors were couples. A small crowd had started to form for the dance floor, and the DJ played a romantic song to get everyone started off. Ah, romantic, is it? Cove let his gaze float over the small sea of guests, and he seemed lost in thoughts. A serious expression had settled on his face, making his eyebrows dip. Slowly, he turned to you, though there was something cautious in his approach.
Well,
Would you wanna dance with me? Yeah, I'd love to. I was just going to ask you the same thing. I don't really want to dance. I was just gonna ask you the same thing. He let out a stuttering laugh, relieved. Ah, look, there's the sea lights on his shirt too. Well, they did a good job. I really like it. Oh, that's good. He nodded firmly as he rose from his seat, though you noticed his hands shaking at his sides. Ah, he's nervous. You walked out onto the floor together, hesitating a little when you turned and stood face to face. Cove had a hard time meeting your eyes, but he lifted a hand for you to take, unsure of what else he was meant to do. He looks so good. You accepted his hand easily and gave him an encouraging smile. It took some doing, but amidst your nervous laughter, you managed to find a comfortable enough position and set a rhythm to the music. It was quite nice after that. Every time your eyes met Cove's, he would look away quickly, but he seemed to be enjoying the dance nonetheless. Aww. Eventually, he felt comfortable enough to speak. A lot has happened, huh? You nodded faintly. You weren't sure if he meant just today, this summer, or your entire time knowing each other. But it didn't really matter. It was true either way. Thinking back on the years that you and Cove had been neighbors, it was difficult to even try to reflect on it all at once.
I'm so glad.
I'm glad we ended up here. He gave you a soft look, and you beamed, knowing that it could also mean many things. But from his tone, you were certain he didn't only mean here, at this event. It was more than that. There's nowhere else I'd rather be, so am I. I think we have to tell your dad thanks. Oh no, we're not going into that. You couldn't even speak. You chuckled happily at the two of you, and the long adventure you'd been on. The last one is not so bad. So am I. That one is a little too straightforward though. There's nowhere else I'd rather be. I mean, cool it. I'm gonna say so am I. So am I is just, yeah. You know what? I agree with you. We're having a good time. The party eventually started to wind down, and at last, it came to an end. かっこいいですね。めっちゃかっこいいよ。すごくかっこいいじゃん。一緒に踊ることは本当に普通男はそういうのはしないからね。When the main lights turned on, you blinked against the brightness of them, making sure you still had Cove in your sights. One final speaker came to the podium on the stage, thanking all the guests for coming and wishing everyone a good night. It was bittersweet to see come to a close. Your time with Cove here was precious. At least the memories could be brought with you. Giving the space one more look, you walked together with Cove out to the parking lot. The other guests were doing the same, so you got stuck in a bit of a crowd. Though Cove was so tall, you could always see him, and it was easy enough not to get separated. The parking lot itself was quite big, and even more noticeable now with fewer cars blocking the view. It took a little while to actually look at Cove's car across its expanse. Eventually you found it, and the two of you bundled inside the vehicle and buckled up. Let's go for ice cream! The trip home was quiet, as you both silently reflected back on the experience. The event had been the biggest night of the year for Orca, and now it was all over, just like that. That's the best part of the day. When you go out for dinner, the best thing to do is to not eat too much, so that after that you go to another place and have an extravagant dessert. Because most of the normal places, they have kind of nice desserts, but it's always better to have desserts at a specialized dessert place. Because you go for a meal at a place that like specialized for the meal, right? So it's only normal to go to a place that specializes in dessert after that. Yeah. That's how it should go. That's how I always do when I go out. Outside your window, the surroundings soon became familiar, and you found yourselves back in your neighborhood. Cove pulled the car into the driveway and put it in park before letting out a relieved breath. Home sweet home. Really? Just straight home like that? Yeah. After climbing out of the car, you walked slowly down the road, Cove coming over to stand beside you. You stopped in the middle of the street, right between your house and his, and turned to him, finding him in the process of opening his mouth to speak. Strangely, he clamped his lips together, as though he had suddenly thought better of it. Ah! Is that like an official first date? Because we've been out as friends before. If it's a date, then you gotta kiss me at the end. Oh my god. Lip balm. Okay. Let's put some lip balm on. Okay, perfect. You also stayed silent. That was quite the night. Good night, Cove. Thank you for taking me tonight. This is kind of awkward. I'm gonna start a conversation. This was quite a night. Cove let out a breathy laugh, nodding in agreement. Yeah, it was. You stepped in for a hug. You ruffled his hair playfully. You gave him a friendly nudge. You patted him on the arm. You waved goodbye. Oh my gosh. Skinship! Skinship! Which one should we go for? Oh my god. I would give him a friendly nudge. But if it's a date, then it can't be just friendly. Patting him on the arm. Isn't that what they do in the movie? Like, when a girl tries to initiate something in a movie, they start by touching the arm and then they touch the hair. Is that how it is? I've got no experience, I don't know. Should I just go for the hug? We never hugged before though, but maybe it's gonna make it canon, as in we do it all the time if I start doing it now. I don't know. What should we do? Oh my god. I'm not gonna just wave. I mean, I usually just wave goodbye. This is the best way to say goodbye to someone. You just you wave, and that put an end to the interaction. It's pretty cool. I don't know. I'm not gonna ruffle his hair playfully. That makes him the big sister. I don't want to be the big sister. Plus, he's taller than me, isn't he? I think he is. Okay. Let me drink. Okay, you know what? It's time to go for it. I'm gonna go and hug him. Oh my god. Let's go and step for a hug. You went forward and wrapped your arms around him, and he returned the gesture, squeezing tight. Night, Orestia. Oh, that's it! With a last wispy smile, he left towards his front door. Figuring you shouldn't linger in the street for much longer, you crossed the remainder of the road and did the same. When you reached your house, you pulled out your keys and stuck them in the door, trying your best to be silent about it. Opening the door a crack, you turned back and looked at Cove from over your shoulder. Your eyebrows lifted in surprise to see he was doing the same, holding his front door open, but waiting for you to go inside before he did. Aw, it's cute! You shared an amused smile before you both stepped into your own houses, locking the door behind you. It was quite late, so everyone else was already asleep. As quiet as a mouse, you tiptoed up to your bedroom and changed out of your formal clothes into your pajamas. Wait, what? No shower again? No shower again? Oh my god. Now that you were finally home, you were exhausted. You brushed your teeth and got ready for bed in darkness, before crawling under the covers and letting out a heavy breath. It was still strange to think about how that was it. The build-up to the event had felt like so much. Now it was completely behind you. Your mind was busy with rapid yet muddled thoughts as you faded closer and closer to sleep. As unconsciousness crept up on you, you felt more content. It was a big deal, but there would be many more in the future. You could accept what it had been, and you could dream about what you'd get to experience next. Aww, that's a nice... Oh, that's not the end. It's not the end. And you were taken away from dreams right back into reality by a sound. Your eyebrows pinched together, fully unprepared to be a part of the waking world again. The day was over, and it had been an eventful one. But you heard another noise. It was a tapping. Your eyes flew open. The window. There was a tapping that came from your window. Cove Holden. You slowly forced yourself to get up. You went over to let the guy in. You rushed over to him. Well, not, I'm tired. I'm not gonna be rushing, You went over to let the guy in. You extricated yourself from your bed, yawning. You stretched your arms and you made your way to the window. There was another tap right before you arrived. When you pulled it wide open, Cove was indeed there. You had not been surprised to find Cove awkwardly crouched on your window ledge. However, you were taken aback to see that he was a little overdressed. Cove hadn't changed out of his formal clothes. You also noticed that he was perched clumsily. You didn't know if it was because he was trying to keep his fancy clothes clean, or if he felt weird about something. His body was too stiff and awkward. Even given that Cove was normally all thumbs, he looked off balance, significantly more than usual. Cove smiled sheepishly.
Hi, Orestia.
Hi, Cove, why are you here? How come you're dressed like that? It's nice to see you, Romeo. Have you looked at the clock? It's too late for this. You remained silent. I want answers. Why are you here? You moved aside and let him climb inside. He cautiously stepped down by stretching his leg over. Strangely, he didn't use his hands for support. It was clear as you know, he was holding something. When he was safely on his feet, he briefly checked out his clothes, twisting around to see the back of his pants. He caught you looking and shrugged. I did go home after leaving, but I knew I wasn't gonna be able to settle down, so I just walked back out. I needed fresh air and time away from everything. He paused for a moment and raised his clasped together hands where you could see them. But then something happened and, well, so I have something I want to show you. Cove grinned like a child and gently unfurled his finger, not being able to keep you in suspense for even a minute. Oh! Carefully sitting inside was a tiny yellow light. It blinked off and then on again. A firefly! Oh my gosh, get this bug out of my bedroom! I mean, it's cute! It's so cute! Oh my gosh! I mean, I guess in this reality, I'm not afraid of bugs, which is cool. I wish. So you went out and caught a firefly and then he came to show it to me? That's adorable! Hey, Bilbobs! Hello! How are you? We're in the middle of a very romantic place right now. We're doing great. I mean, I'm doing great. It's a very romantic scene right now. Yeah, the guy, he came to my bedroom in the middle of the night to bring me a firefly. Look at that! He's brought me a light in his hand. I hope you're doing good. Time to boot up Celeste, right? Go ahead and get it, the golden strawberries. Delicately, he moved his hand closer so you could see the creature better. They're back. I love your Orestia-chan. Ooh! Yeah, that's about to be the moment, Bilbop. It's about to happen. Oh my god! Okay, let's keep cool. He closed his eyes. He smiled now, faintly illuminated by an insect companion. Honestly, I didn't think I'd see them this year. I don't know why. It's just they were kind of late, and I guess I've been worrying about a lot of stuff lately. You could tell that the firefly genuinely lifted his spirits. He seemed at peace, and he wanted to share that with you. The fact that his first thought after discovering the fireflies was to come over and celebrate the joy with you made you suddenly feel very cherished. Cove opened his eyes, but he looked away, not meeting yours.
It's nice.
It's really nice, I think. Even if the fireflies disappear for a while, it doesn't mean they're really gone. They'll come back. I can see them again. You smile. Technically, fireflies aren't gone. They are just eggs and larvae. You wait for him to continue. Well, I'm gonna smile. You know, he's over full of emotion. He's over full. Is that how you say? Overwhelmed. He's overwhelmed with emotion. I'm gonna smile at it. And then you looked at the firefly keenly. There was definitely something poetic about them. You felt a warmth in your heart. Yeah, my Kokoro is full of warmth. Cove looked at your face. He smiled not fragile. Ah, look at his face! Wushu, wushu, wushu. It made me think about the two of us. We're together, then we say goodbye, and then we're together again, day after day, year after year, and even if our time apart gets longer, that doesn't make it forever. Orestia, I'll always be there, whenever you want to see me. Ah! You wanted to be with him, there was nothing else you wanted then, and he needed to know. Quietly said his name. What does that mean? I guess I've got to let him know, because I don't know what that one is for. Let's let him know. Your heart started to pound. The orange beat drowned out all the sounds. You stared at him with a firm gaze. You both had known each other for so long. You were such good friends. You cared about each other so much. Although your feelings had changed, that didn't mean they hadn't grown from a strong foundation. It was hard to take the step, to become something else, but this was it. You weren't going to keep your feelings to yourself any longer. Cove's expression shifted into something concerned. His brows was furrowed as he waited for your response. There was something fragile there, unsure. Cove, I like you so much! So I guess I'm the one who's gonna be confessing to him fast. Oh my god. Cove, I want to be with you. I really do, like, a lot. Cove, would you maybe want to be my boyfriend? You kissed him. We should be a couple already. Oh my gosh. I don't know which one to choose. I want to go with this one. We should be a couple already. That one is the more fun to say, I think. The other ones are so cringe. I don't know. I get a feeling that Rose wants me to kiss him though. But I don't know. I gotta hear him say it back first. I can't just be kissing him like that. I'm a lady after all. I'm polite. I gotta wait for him to say it before I kiss him. Yeah. I'm gonna go with this one. We should be a couple already. I think this is the safest way to... Yeah. Right? Yeah. Let's go with it. The rapid pulse inside of you seemed to grow even more deafening. Well, that's it. That's what you needed to know. What do you think? Cove rose up, face stuck in the shocked expression. But you noticed a slight tremble travel through his body as he went dark red. He swallowed hard. Oh my gosh, look at him! Oh,
Oh my god.
oh my god, Orestia. His eyebrows furrowed, and he openly struggled with words. Damn. Told you came at the romantic time. He made several false starts, unintelligible pieces of parts of thoughts. Finally, his voice cracked all the while. He got something out. I left my switch at my dad's house. Oh, damn. Damn. Oh, what were you thinking of, Bill Bobs? Well, go get it. I don't know. Are you old enough to take the subway? What are you gonna do without the switch? Oh my god. Finally, his voice cracking all the while, he got something out. Really? It's okay? You like me? You want to be with me? It was like he could barely process it, as if he'd never thought reality would let him have this. He started sniffling. Oh no, he's crying again! I'll text him and ask him, yeah, do that. Secure your switch, I'm securing Cove. Oh my gosh, he's gonna cry. I'm just so glad He scrabbled at his eyes, his voice went soft then. I thought I was ruining everything. I felt so bad. After we've been like this for that long, how could I ask to change it? But I couldn't stop myself from wanting to. Oh my god. If this isn't just me, if you feel that way too. His arm faltered, causing the firefly to fly off. Oh, He recentered himself, looking into your blue eyes. Orestia, if I can, I'd like to be your boyfriend. Oh my gosh, I'm cringing so high. I'm cringing so high right now. Oh my god. I'd like it a lot. I can't think of anything I'd like more. His lips quirked into a shy smile as he let out a laugh, so airy it was nearly a cough. Good, because I want to be your girlfriend. Finally! You blushed and didn't know what to say. You let out a huge sigh of relief. You felt completely stunned that this was even happening. I don't know! Is there one that none of those mean that I'm cringing as so hard, right? I don't know. Okay. Okay, let's be cool. Okay, professional streamer, okay? Which one? I'm gonna go with finally! Because like finally, why he didn't do anything about it? Or a sigh of relief? No, finally? That one, I never would be saying that. Oh my god. We're not kids. I mean, we kinda are kids. I'm gonna go with finally! You hugged him, you kissed him, you covered your face shyly, you jumped into his arms, you beamed at him. Oh my gosh, Rose, I need your assistance! Should I get the chapstick again? Kiss him? Oh my god. Okay. I was going to jump into his arm. Because a hug is nice too. What is the difference? You jump into his arm and you hug him. I don't know what the difference is. Okay, Rose, you want to see what happens if I kiss him? So here we go. I'm gonna kiss him. Mwah! You reach out to him, letting the distance between the two of you shrink. Within seconds, you were close enough to feel his breath on your face, and you saw the moment it dawned on him. Cove looked nervous but determined, and brought his face to yours. Your noses brushed together when he paused, unable to will himself to move further. But you could. I could! You bridged the side distance that remained and kissed him. Oh my god! Cove didn't need further encouragement from there. He kissed you in return, almost urgently. You weren't expecting such fervor from someone as hesitant as Cove. Oh my god! To him, if he didn't do it now, if he didn't take this chance, it was as though you'd slip away from him forever. You knew this was right. When you looked into Cove's face again, his smile was sparkling bright, much more so than the fireflies he had brought you. His eyes prickled with tears. Oh, he's gonna cry again! And he sniffled, but you could recognize equal joy taking over him. You both were happy, together. You were together and happy. You wiped away his tears, you teared up as well, you squeezed his hands. I'm gonna squeeze his hands. I'm gonna get the body fluid, go away. On their own. His hand was firm against yours, and you relished the physical proof of you being together. He ducked his head with his childish giddiness and peeked at you out of the corner of his eyes. Thanks for waiting for me. Yeah, it was definitely a wait. You were worth it. It was agonizing. For you, I would have waited forever. I wasn't waiting. You've always been there for me. Aww, you nodded quietly. I like this one. This is so cute. I wasn't waiting. You've always been here for me. That's so adorable. Orestia. We're gonna have to tell everybody about this, aren't we? Your mom, my parents, Liz, Terry, Miranda, everyone. I don't think they'll be surprised. He smiled at you with an unabashed preciousness. You figured that even without your history, if anyone could Cove looking at you like that, it'd be obvious exactly how he felt. his openness of character had some truly delightful benefits. You must have been making an expression equally as affectionate because he began to fluster again. I love how goofy his smile is. He made some stuttering chuckles and then quieted down, his mouth forced staying closed. Achievement unlocked! Bloomed romance! I missed everything from the dancing to the confession. What did I miss? You missed everything, Rose! Oh no! My god! Everything! Oh! I bumped the mic, sorry. So much happened! Oh my gosh, Bilbop saw everything. So basically, I was in my bedroom and he came into the bedroom, you know, as he does usually. And then he was like, hey, look what I found! And he found a firefly. There was a firefly in his hand. He brought the firefly to me, basically. And it was cute, you know, because it's in the middle of the night. But he's like, you know, I was really sad that I wouldn't be able to see the firefly this year. But then I saw the firefly, so I thought of you. And so he brought the firefly to me. And then... That's so funny that you missed everything, but you were here for the kiss. So funny. Anyways, and then he was like, you know, it's gonna be okay, even if we can't be together all the time. The same as the fireflies, we will come and go, but we'll always be back. And that's when I confessed first. I was like, you know what, we should be a couple already. And he was like, oh my gosh, are you serious? And I was like, well, yeah. And then we kissed, and then here you are. I hope that was a nice refresher. Feel free to check the VODs, because that was such a cute scene. Anyway, you took a moment to process. After 10 years of being together, you were officially a couple now. Which is weird because usually in the moments, nothing happened, nothing of importance happened. Or maybe because I came right... because, yeah, you came right back at the confession. Wow. Amazing timing. But yeah, usually in the moments, nothing happened. Maybe because I didn't make the right choices to make stuff happen. Maybe that happened because I hugged him. If I didn't hug him, maybe nothing would have happened. I don't know. Ooh. Cove looked into your eyes with a soft, slightly shy expression. There was hope in his smile. Do you want to go to the hill with me? I bet there are still fireflies. In the middle of the night? And I'm in my pajamas already? Yeah, let's go. You know that. Yes, you shook your head no. Maybe another night. It's too late, I'm tired. Okay, no. Oh, you know what? Let's go. I guess I'm full of endorphins now that we've kissed for the very first time. So let's just go. Cove brightened. He was practically bouncing at the thought of a secret excursion before he suddenly became bashful. So how should we leave? We could just try the door. We don't have to do the window thing, but maybe that bother your family? You both chuckled at how awkward it would be if your mom's, or worse, Lee's, saw you going on a midnight firefly catching trip. You'd be sure to avoid that. You wanted to use the front door. You could leave from the window. We can use the front door. I don't see any issues with that. Everyone is asleep anyways. Door should be fine. My moms don't wake up from people in the living room as long as they're quiet. Cove nodded in understanding. You grabbed some shoes and readied yourself for an adventure. You were glad that there was no way you'd run into another soul outside. Cove would be way overdressed, and you were still in your jammies. Creeping closer to your door for the trip out, Cove whispered one more question. Should I follow behind you? No, just don't make any noise. Yeah, follow me. You outlined the optimal route to keep your path the farthest from your parents' room. You shrugged. Yeah, follow me. Okay. The two of you huddled together and exited your room. You quietly tiptoed down the stairs, wincing when your knee popped. And then froze. I relate to that so much. Oh my gosh, when you try to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night, suddenly your whole body is cracking, like, for no reason. And you're like, oh my gosh, it's gonna wake up the whole building. And it's just like a little crack. I'm sure no one even can hear it. Neither of you heard anything further, so you continued to the front door. You unlocked the door slowly and tried to minimize the click of the lock. You took a deep breath and then turned the knob. You let Cove out first and then snuck out into the brisk night air. It was surprisingly cool, but not at all unpleasant. It's still summer after all. Cove gave you an encouraging smile, but neither of you risked speaking yet. You briskly snuck behind the house and up the old white poppy hill. And Cove was right. The entire hill was lit up, insects twinkling here and there with their pale yellow light. Pale yellow light. That sounds like a nightmare to me. Sorry. Oh, here we are back with the coughing. Anyways. Cove let out a contented sigh. Finally able to relax in full, he strode further up the hill to better enjoy the view. You walked along as well, letting yourself be surrounded by the twinkling display. Then, without warning, Cove plopped onto his back. He paid no mind to smacking his former attire in the grass. He put an arm under his head and stretched the rest of his limbs out. He was clearly getting quite comfortable in the dirt there. Sorry. You kept standing, you sat down, you lay down in the grass. Well, this is quite uncomfortable because I'm in my pajamas, right? Well, I can always change into different pajamas before I go to sleep. I don't feel like that's what she's about to do. But I'm not gonna be standing there, it's so awkward. Oh, sorry, I bumped the mic again. I'm gonna sit down though. You looked down and found a soft-looking spot to sit. You brushed some of the longer grass aside and settled in. I'm gonna drink some more water, sorry. Okay. I wonder if that would be mad about the grass stands. He tugged at the collar of his shirt. He didn't sound concerned, just idly curious. Maybe you should figure out how to clean before he finds out. He smiled. His smile bent a little, and it went silent between you. The only sounds were the rustling of bugs and the breeze, and the faraway crashes of waves on the sea. You couldn't help but reflect on what happened only a brief time earlier. Between this and your room, this almost felt... Sorry. Between this and your room, this almost felt like a different world. Was it even real? What happened between you two? You could almost be convinced it wasn't, and that you had never actually stopped dreaming. You stole a glance at Cove. Maybe it's all a dream because we were sleeping when he came in. Maybe it is a dream and we're still boyfriendless. You stole a glance at Cove. He caught you and blushed. That little reddening reassured you. Cove remembered the same as you. What you had was real. Oh, so it is real! You continued watching the fireflies. You wanted to catch some fireflies. You asked Cove if you wanted to catch fireflies. You challenged him into rolling race down the hill. What the hell? You asked Cove to dance with you? What? Is there music around? That's a little bit too lunatic for me. Well, let's go with continue watching the fireflies. I don't know what else we could do there. It was easy to be swept away by the atmosphere. Fireflies and stars, all glowing in the night, and white poppies glittering by their light. The view brought back precious childhood memories. Both of you were determined to take in as much as you could. You smiled with contentment as the fireflies danced. The hour grew late, and the fireflies mostly dispersed until only a few stragglers remained. Then even they blinked out of sight. leaving you alone with Cove and your thoughts. Cove stole a second to release the whole world that had been filling his head during the quiet.
I'm so glad.
I'm so glad I get to be with you. You felt a great deal of happiness. Cove's expression was completely open, honest, and full of sincerity. He meant every word. No matter how much it didn't seem real yet, it was. It felt as though this was a night that would never end. But you knew it would have to, all too soon. You were only grateful to have been a part of it. These were moments to truly treasure. You'd never let yourself forget them. Aww. Okay, so we've got a boyfriend now, but if we go to the other ones, are our boyfriend status going to be updated to those moments, or are we back to not being boyfriends anymore? Wait, what? Usually those activities are just unrelated to one another. Oh my gosh, I can feel myself coughing again, even though we've done only one. We've done only one in almost 2 hours. Oh my god. It's okay. Let's take our time. I just hope I'm not gonna be coughing the whole time. I'm gonna keep on drinking a lot of water and it's gonna be fine. Okay, let's just hang now. I wanna see what happens. I wanna see if our relationship status has been updated. Because there was at the beginning, we could have chosen to already be girlfriend and boyfriend, so maybe it's going to translate to that. Let's have a look. Let's continue and let's hang together. You grabbed a large beach towel from off your bed and stuffed it into a bag. You had already packed your water bottle for your upcoming beach hangout session. The stars had aligned, and somehow everyone was free today. Miranda had set things up with several bubbly phone calls between you, Cove, and Terry to find a time to hit the beach. I'm gonna have to make a lot of people's voices, that's gonna be rough. You were hoping that this would be a fun time together. He's naked! Oh my god! He's naked! Cove sat on your windowsill and kicked off his legs into the air easily. He already had his swimsuit on, and his towel was... I thought he was not allowed to show nipples on stream. Oh my god! Anyway, he already had his swimsuit on, and his towel was bundled under his arm in a misshapen ball. He'd shown up earlier that morning with a surprising amount of enthusiasm. He was chatting as you caught up to his preparation. But seriously, I couldn't find my swimsuit this morning. I looked everywhere, it had disappeared. I had no idea what I was gonna do. You could have gotten a new one somewhere. What happened to all your other swimsuits? You don't have to wear a swimsuit to be on the beach. Yeah, it completely vanished somehow, just like your old sand pile. You said quiet. What happened to all these swim? It doesn't just have one. I know that's not your only one. Cove looked away and shrugged. I might have some laundry to do. Anyway, I don't know why it was in the bathroom when I never put it there. He gave a small smile and readjusted his towel in his arms. You now could see that it had been folded at some point, but then rolled up and carried without much care.
I'm so glad.
But I'm just glad I found it. I would have been crappy to lose my favorite trunks. It was nice to see Cove so happy and comfortable in what he was wearing. You walked over to your dresser and mused about how you had picked out your own swimsuit. Your height had complicated shopping a little. Not all suits were made to properly fit people like you. And then for the shape of your body. You were heavyset, you were chubby, you had curves. You were generally medium. You were slender, you were scrawny. I'm gonna be medium. I guess medium is fine. Curves is fine too. Chubby is fine. To be honest, I like chubby people. It feels better. Heavyset, I don't know. I don't think so because I'm surfing and everything. That wouldn't make much sense. Well, you know, let's go with I had curves. Yeah. And you had noticeable muscles. You had little muscle definition. Your body was soft. Your body was delicate. Ooh, what am I? To be honest, I don't know. Even if I think about my own body, I don't know what I don't know. I never defined myself with those words. Tones. So you want muscles? You want me to have muscles? Okay, let's have muscles. It was clear how solidly you were built, and the dense muscles were visible without having to flex them. You had gained more muscle in recent years. It was clear when compared to how you were when you were younger.
Are you okay?
You alright? Oh yeah, I was thinking about some things. What things? Just myself and my body, really. His eyebrows rose at your admission of self-reflection. And what do you think? What did you think of who you were? You considered your identity further. You had always felt sure about your gender. You wondered if your gender was really something you felt right about. No, I'm pretty sure about my gender. Yeah, my period reminded to me every month. Being called her was right for you. Yeah. And? You had small... Oh my gosh. I didn't see it coming. You had small boobs. Your breasts were not exactly small, but not huge either. You were well endowed. In the past, you had breasts, but had them surgically removed. Oh my gosh, all the options are there. Okay, I want to be... Okay. Big boob. Okay, Rose, we are living your fantasy right now, so I'm gonna go with big boob. Your boobs were a large part of your frame. You liked the size you had. You wished they were smaller and might get a reduction. You wished they were bigger and might get implants. You used a binder. What does that mean, a binder? You used a binder, but were also considering other options. You left them as they were, but were considering options for them. Oh my gosh! I never thought that much about boobs before. I'm gonna like what I have. People had a lot of their identity wrapped up in their physical form. It shaped their self-image. You were confident in yours. You were comfortable in yours. You were... Not my dream. I just have big boobas. Rose! Well, you know what? I like all kinds of boobs. Big boobas, small boobas, all of them. Awesome. Okay, so it's not your fantasy, it's just you. You, but with pink hair like me. I've learned to love it. Yeah, I guess it's hard to have big boobas. I know that some people say that boobas can make your back hurt. I mean, I do have boobas too, but my back never hurted from them. I don't know. I mean, they hurt like hell during my period though. I don't know. But you know what? Enough booba talk maybe. I'm comfortable with mine. Your body was you, and it was a good one that you felt content in. You had pretty much always felt good in your body. It was that way through your main growing years, and now that you were an adult, you didn't see that changing anytime soon. I mean, 18 is a little bit... I don't know, your body is not finished at 18. I guess you still have a few years before everything settles forever, I feel. That's why I have a hard time. Like, when they say that at 18 you're an adult, I have a hard time with that. Maybe legally because you can vote and everything, but in the US you can't even drink. I don't know, I think adults come a few years after that. Okay, let's continue. You focused on Cove again. He smiled at you and tilted his head, a question still in his eyes. He was waiting for you to come to an answer, but before you could, you had something to say to him. What do you think about me? You like the way I look, right? Oh my gosh, what kind of girlfriend are we? I don't know. What do you think about me? You like the way I look? I don't mind asking that. The right after is that a weird way? Like you're a controlling girlfriend if you're asking questions with that at the end. The first one? Okay. What do you think about me? About how I look, I mean. Cove smirked a little, his eyes taking you in easily. Fishing for compliments, Orestia? You look great. Everyone knows that, including you, by the way. Unless that changed. Ah, it's adorable. You pouted, you laughed, you blushed. I didn't want a compliment, I was just asking. So what if I wanted you to compliment me? You still should. I'm gonna laugh at this. You weren't sure why you were surprised, he responded with that. Cove shook his head. His hand went up to try to unsubtly cover his smile. He's not blushing anymore though. He's looking at us like this. I was kinda worried you were so in your own head cause something was wrong. Guess not, I'm glad.
Hey.
Hey, Orestia. Cove gave a bent smile, pointing at your arms. You're looking particularly buff today. Okay, we're buff now. I forgot about that. He answered, not with words, but with a solid okay sign with both hands, and the same cheeky smile. Cove suddenly flushed when he realized how boldly it complimented you. Finally blushing, he stood by. He likes I'm buff. I guess he does. I mean, he's pretty buff himself. He stood by it, even if he was a little red. You were a little taken aback. That came out of nowhere. You glanced at yourself. You like that? Yeah. You started to flex and show up jokingly. You're flirtatiously stretched. You stood there stunned. You're so sweet and fantastic. And fantastic? Do you say that to someone? You have some very good arms yourself. You hugged him. Yeah, I guess I should return the compliment back. You have some very good arms yourself. I don't want to be hugging him, he's almost naked. Okay, you have some very good arms yourself. Cove ducked his head and started to rub his left arm. It seemed he was much more prepared to rain praise on you than to receive it himself. He barely could respond. Ah, it's cute. Thanks. You too. Oh, I already said that, huh? Thanks. Finally, you felt that was enough of that topic for one day. You went back to your original goal before you got sidetracked. You needed to pick what you wanted to wear to the beach. You chose to wear casual clothes instead. You picked one-piece swimsuit. You decided to wear a two-piece bikini. You chose a two-piece tankini. Oh, I love the tankinis! You wanted to wear your wetsuit. Oh, but what are we going to do at the beach, by the way? Are we going to be surfing? You wanted to wear trim tanks with a top. Ooh! You decided to wear a speedo. A speedo? Does that apply to women? I don't know. Do we go with a tankini or do we go with a swim trunk? I mean, if we're going to surf, it's better to have a wetsuit or at least a tankini. I don't know what we're gonna do at the beach. You know what? Let's get a tankini. I think it's better. While you dug around in your drawers, you tried to think if there was anything else you were missing. Oh, sunglasses, yes. With that taken care of, you held your outfit together and looked to Cove. He was tapping his toes on the side of the wall as he waited. You vaguely wondered if he thought that was a comfortable place to sit. You hoped. So is he sitting over there in the tiny little ledge over here? Or did he open the window? But it still kind of hurt the ass, no? Wait, what? I don't know. You vaguely wondered if he thought it was a comfortable place to sit. You hoped so, given how long he'd been perched on it. Regardless, it was time for him to go. You weren't going to put on your beachwear with him just chilling there. Yeah, I hope not. I need to change. Cove smiled, content with being kicked out. Alright. Cove lowered himself up the window and strolled past you to get to the door. He lightly brushed his finger against your cheek when he passed by. Oh my gosh! What happened to him? What?
Bye.
I see you in front. Okay. When you were alone, you got undressed and put your swimwear on. You also checked. Was I first? Yes, Dharma, you were first, of course. Hi, Dharma, how are you? Are you having a good day? You also checked your beach bag for the final time, and it seemed like you hadn't forgotten anything. You left your room and hurried down the stairs, ready to meet Cove. You made sure to lock the front door and walked outside. I was playing basketball, sorry I couldn't join earlier. No worries, Dharma, I know you're an active person. How are you doing? We're doing really good. Okay, so you want to have a little recap on the situation, right? Okay, let's go for the recap. So, when we were 8 years old, there's a boy who moved in across the street from us, and we became friends. He's living with his dad because his parents are divorced, but they're still friendly with each other. Then 5 years later, we were still friends because we were still like close by and stuff, school and everything, and we were really good friends, really good friends. And then, and now we're 18, and we're good friends, and we just graduated high school. We're a bit worried of the future, because he has plans for his future. I don't know what those plans are, but I have mine too, and they might not really match, so we're kind of worried about that. However, the night before we went to a gala, a fundraiser, because we work for like a fundraiser. I mean, we don't work, we volunteer for a fundraiser company, and because we were so worried about the future and stuff, that's when Cove was like, you know what, it's gonna be okay, it's gonna be all okay, we're still going to have each other in our lives because we've known each other forever, right? And then I was like, you know what, we should be a couple already, so here we are, Dharma, I have a boyfriend. And yeah, that's about it. Thank you for the summary. You're welcome. You're welcome. So yeah, we are boyfriended, and we had our first kiss too. We had our first kiss, and all of that happened right before. Now it's a new day. And we're getting ready to go to the beach with our friends. I'm not sure what's gonna happen next, but we're just going to be enjoying the summer, I guess. There we are. It was a hot kiss. Come on, Rose, don't make me blush like this. I was kissing in front of everyone. Oh my god. Here we go. You're all caught up now. You left your room and hurried down the stairs, ready to meet Cove. You made sure to lock the front door and walked outside. Cove stood in the road, looking down and scuffing his feet on the asphalt. When you shut the heavy door, he looked up at you and smiled. Hey. Hi. Miranda and Terry are going to be here not too long. Terry even texted me earlier, saying he was mostly on schedule.
Well,
why don't we just head to the beach and wait for them there? We're both ready. That sounded like a good idea to you. I'm gonna drink more water. Here we go. You said as much, and Cove shot off a quick text telling the two of them where you'd be. Cove gave you a thumbs up after the message sent. I have to go for 30 minutes, have fun. Okay, Thomas, see you later. It was a familiar path to walk, and it wasn't long until you reached the shore. Cove laid out his towel on the warm sand. You set up your stuff beside him and looked out into the ocean. The rolling swells hit the shore rhythmically. You all had lucked out. It was a beautiful day, the sky was clear, and the waves were good. It was a balmy summer day, but with a pleasant breeze to keep things comfortable. Essentially, it was perfect.
So?
Do you feel like heading into the water? Maybe just walk down the shore? Or would you want to do something here? The water sounds good. Taking a stroll would be fun. I don't mind my feet being in the water. You plan to just get some sun. Either way is fine. What would you want to do? Ooh! I mean, we are wearing a swimsuit and I like to decide for myself, so I want to get in the water. That's what I'm here for anyway. Cove nodded, accepting of the plan. He kicked some sand off his towel, absent-mindedly. Yeah, so nice. You took a deep breath and tasted the relaxing salty air. Cove caught your eyes and gave you a small smile. You chatted a little before a comfortable quieted. I'm starting to stumble again. You chatted a little before a comfortable quiet settled over the two of you, content to watch the waves as you waited for the others. Luckily, it didn't take long until you heard shouts. You turned your head to see both Miranda and Terry running straight for you. Miranda was faster, making leaps and bounds across the sand. Terry followed in her wake, laughing with her towel clutched around her shoulders and following like a cat. That's how I do it! Miranda started making her jumps more theatric and more precarious as she got closer. Cove waved them on with a bright grin. You shouted a greeting, you cheered at their antics, you waved too, you laughed, you shook your head. You hoped they wouldn't fall. I'm gonna cheer at them. They look like a fun bunch. Woo! Ah, they look so cute. Oh my gosh, look at her! Ah, look at her. She looks adorable. Oh my god. I mean, she looks good too. But like, she looks adorable. Oh my god. The two officially arrived at Coves and your setup, looking completely ready for an ocean adventure. They were already in their swimwear and were raring to go. Hey Terry, Miranda, welcome to our beach.
Hey!
Hi! Hello, hello. She beamed at Miranda, nodded with a smile.
Oh yeah!
Man, I'm so pumped! Yeah, I'm really glad this worked out. What have you guys been up to over there on your own cove, Orestia? Have we missed things? Yeah, you missed stuff! Cove blinked and then shrugged, then nothing he wanted to mention came to mind. The big news of you and Cove getting together was something they were already well informed by now. Really? They already know? You shrugged like Cove. You gave a vague answer. You gave her a recap of how your family was doing. Yeah, I'm gonna go for it. The whole story. Your moms were the same as ever, for the most part, although they were definitely still adjusting to you being an adult now. Liz had asked you to take pictures of her latest makeup look the other day. There was nothing too dramatic going on right now. Terry nodded along and mentioned a couple things about her own parents. Miranda brought up her family and shared some of the wild things her older brother had done. Terry then started talking about her morning and how she'd almost overslept since she had stayed up too late last night. She bounced on her feet as she spoke. But don't worry about me being tired today. You know I ran less back during school. I don't know what voice is this. Oh my god. Miranda filled in the group. about her morning. Apparently, everything had gone smoothly. She'd met up with Terry on the way here, and you knew the rest. Cove offered a suggestion to the girls. Hey, why don't we take this out to the water? Yeah, let's go! Oh yeah, definitely! You felt pleased that Cove remembered that you wanted to do. Sometimes it could be thoughtful like that. Terry threw her stuff down. Terry threw her stuff down on the sand and started running for the waves. Miranda was more careful, setting down her things, and waited for you and Cove. Cove tilted his shoulder to gesture over to the ocean.
All right.
I've been looking forward to this. The three of you made your way down to the shoreline together. Miranda cartwheeled and Terry clapped. Soon, all of you were in the water. Cove swam out the furthest, while Terry instigated a splash fight. There was rarely a quiet moment where someone wasn't laughing. Hours passed, and the group had moved between different activities, some low-key and some more exhausted. For you, it was another break. You sat on your towel and sipped at some water. Your friends were hard at work, burying Terry's full body under a pile. Miranda used her arms to force up sand around Terry's side. Cove worked on covering Terry's feet. You took another drink and closed your eyes. Eventually, the shadow passed over you, dampening the light that was still notable even behind your lids. You checked to see Cove had joined you there. He knelt down to dig around the pile of assorted beach stuff in the middle of everyone's towel setup and pulled out the sunscreen. He took a seat next to you on his towel. He opened the bottle with a soft pop and began to reapply the cream. Yep, always put sunscreen when you're in the sun, because it's dangerous out there. Hey. He ran his hands across his chest to work the sunscreen in, and you might have checked him out a little from the corner of your eye, while still sipping some water. Want me to get your back? You enjoy the view. I'm gonna enjoy the view. After he finished up, Cove let out a comfortable sigh and looked up into the distance. But then he sighed again, this time in an exaggeratedly disappointed way. You wondered if he was going to sigh again, and more dramatically, if you didn't say anything. What's wrong? You honestly wondered. You wondered what it was. You raised an eyebrow, you chuckled. Oh, Cove, whatever is it? I'm sure it's gonna be okay. You know what? I'm sure it's gonna be okay. After all, this is an excellent place to hide a body. You gestured to Terry, who was practically just a hill of sand with a human head at this point. What was this face? That got a quick chuckle out of him, but he quickly hid his amusement. Cove shook his head, comically despondent. His frown didn't match the sparkle in his eyes.
Don't worry about it.
I'm just becoming another jailed adult, that's all. Now you were really confused. Yeah, I am. You waited for him to continue, and his next sigh did not disappoint. He was the most ridiculous sad sigh you've ever heard. Then he smiled a little. Mermaids aren't real. What? That had not been what you were expecting, he continued. You know how much I liked mermaids as a kid, or merfolk as a whole. I really hoped they were out there. I mean, the ocean's a big place, right? They could be somewhere. But the older I got, the more I had to accept it. They were just a fairy tale. He jerked his head over to the waterline and the whirling waves. They crashed against the shore and then drew back. This is a perfect beach for them. This is a perfect beach for them. It's pretty and vast and never too crowded. If merfolk did exist, we definitely would have met one by now, or at least we would have heard of someone else seeing one, but nothing. He acted as though the result was a true bafflement. He let his head hang. I gotta let the dream go. He burst into laughter. That's hardly proof. It's not like this is the only beach in the world. You pretended to be shocked and disappointed. You shook your head. Wow, good for you with that revelation. Yeah, I still wanna believe. That's hardly proof. It's not like this is the only beach in the world. They could still exist. As you said, the ocean is a big place. Cove chuckled a little to himself, eyes tilted off into the sea, his face still low. Maybe it's for the best. Let's say a mer person did happen to wash up on shore one day. He looked at you with a doleful expression. I don't know that word. I could have lost my girlfriend to their magical underwater world. Oh yeah, I'd totally go live under the sea with the mer folks. Even if I had the chance, I'd steal the show with you. I'd go with the mer person, only if you could come with us too. Oh yeah, let's go together! Cove grinned. He hadn't expected that answer. You're a nice person, Orestia, but what if they didn't want me? Would you seriously stay on land? No, I would go. I would go! You gave him a look. You meant what you had said. It'd only work if the offer was for both of you. Really? Oh damn. Are you sure that's the right call? If a beautiful, kind mer person falls for somebody, I'm pretty positive that the sensible person isn't to turn around and say, no thanks, I'm gonna stay on land with my normal guy. Are you warning me that you'd leave if you got that kind of offer? Why are you so sure I'd have to make that call? Since this is all hypothetical, why not have you be the mer person? Ooh! I don't want that. I should get to the mer creature, and then I'd invite you to the underwater world. Cove, there's no one who could ever make me leave you. I would go with that. Why isn't he the mer person after all? I mean, if we're just joking. Since it is all hypothetical, why not have you be the mer person? Cove turned his face to beam at you. He brightened immediately. Now we're talking. I'd be a good merman, right? I could see it. Cove's gaze was drawn back to the water with shining eyes. He was clearly imagining some world where he was a merman who happened upon you, here at this beach. You tried to picture what he could be thinking. It would be quite a lovely story. And then you heard Miranda screech. Your attention immediately switched over to your friends. You saw that Terry had gotten impatient and shifted her legs. The walls Miranda had been meticulously building collapsed into a wet heap of sand. She surveyed the damage critically. We're gonna have to start over on that part. Do you just want to give up on this now?
No way.
No way! The burial must continue! I'll try not to move anymore. Okay, if you're sure, I'll try to fix this. Miranda started to rebury her, and Terry shot her a thumbs up. She realized too late that moving her arm was a bad idea. More of the sand on her crumbled, and Miranda put her head in the sand. Cove caught your eyes and started to drag himself up. Seemed like we're needed. Yeah, let's go! You agreed and followed him over to the girls. Miranda nodded at both of you with appreciation, and the three of you did your best to finish the job. You all worked out a system of using just enough wet sand to help hold the rest together. With 3 people, it didn't take long for Terry to be entombed. Terry grinned massively, and Miranda offered high fives. The pile was officially done. Oh yeah! Resembling the Kool-Aid man. What is that? Kool-Aid? Is it a commercial or something? She kicked herself out of the ground with gusto. Sand went flying in all directions, and a Terry-shaped imprint was left behind. Miranda yelled again, and Cove chuckled. There probably wasn't a better way to get out of it. The 4 of you continued to have a good time. You went on a shell hunt. Miranda managed to find the biggest, while you found the most colorful. Cove caught a tiny crab. You did a bit of everything. There were impromptu games to just soaking up each other's company. However, after a while, you all had run out of water, drinkable water anyways. It was decided that you'd head to your or Cove's house. Things were gathered, and you started to cheerfully walk up the road. What next? I don't have anywhere to go, so it could be whatever. Same. I guess we can keep hanging out. Sure, let's go to the living room. Terry nodded and readjusted her grip on her things. Don't sound too sure there, Cove. I don't know what voice to give her, okay? By this point, you could see your house. It hadn't taken you long to make the trip. The conversation continued with everyone throwing out suggestions. Are people hungry? She looked from face to face in inspection. Cove and Miranda shrugged in concern. No one was overly opposed to it. However, you weren't really starving. It wasn't quite a meal time. We could get desserts. Ooh, yeah, let's go for that. Miranda put a finger on her lip in thought. With a smile, her voice became more confident. Yeah, that would be fun. Terry considered it and then shot Miranda a thumbs up. Sounds great to me. I can definitely go for that. I think that's a good idea. But there's nothing sweet at my house. Your friends glanced at Cove and his place. He shook his head immediately. That doesn't have anything good either. I mean, unless you want dessert-flavored protein shakes. Ew, no! She cut in and held her hand up, as if trying to ward off something evil. Cove smirked.
Not bad.
It's not that bad. No! Well, there has to be some kind of sweet shop around here. Let's look it up. Terry nodded and started to dig around in her bag. I like the way you think. Terry continued to rummage in her bag and grew increasingly frustrated. She puffed out her cheeks and knelt down, setting the bag on the ground. With both hands free, she was finally able to fish out her phone. She raised it up in triumph for a brief moment of celebration.
I'm on it.
I'll search for something good. Terry got back to her feet, hefting the bag over one arm, tapping away at her screen on the other. But she assessed Cove from top to bottom. No shirt, no shoes, no service. Cove glanced down at his bare chest and feet. Having not even registered it prior, he chuckled a little. I'll grab something. Cove moved to her house. Cove moved over to his house. You looked towards yours. You decided to change as well. Yeah, I'm gonna change, and you guys should change too. You felt like you'd be more comfortable in something more streetwear than beachwear. You inclined your head over to the side. I'm gonna change too. Go for it, we'll wait. Miranda nodded with a smile. Oh, I can go back like this. Wait, what? Oh, wait. Oh, I didn't know I could do that. Miranda nodded with a smile. You ran into your house. No one was home, so you just rushed to your room and dropped off your beach stuff on your bed. You threw something on over that you were wearing. You completely changed into casual clothes. Yeah, can I take a shower too? We were in the ocean. You stripped and found a suitable outfit to hang out in. You slipped it on and felt satisfied with your decision. With that, you sped back outside. Cove was already there and gathered around Terry. He just put in... He's still wearing his swimsuit though, he just put in a t-shirt. He'd opted for just add the shirt and shoes, apparently putting in the minimum effort for service. Hello again. You don't really want ice cream, do you? Of course I do. You didn't have a chance to answer. She kept barreling through with her words. Cause I'm not into that right now.
That's cool.
Don't mind her. You look nice, by the way. Terry scrolled further and then made an interested exclamation. Terry's adorable. Oh my god, they're all adorable. Oh, what about this place? They sell crepes. That's something you don't see every day. Look how fancy they are. She shoved her phone into your face. It seemed like a cute shop. It didn't show any pictures of the actual building, but the food seemed good. It was one of those places that put a lot of effort into presentation, with branded wrapping for the crepes, as well applied toppings. Weird, I've never heard of it. I haven't either. Mysterious, but crepes are so good. She nodded her approval as Terry admired more of the photos. Oh damn it, that makes me want to eat crepes right now. Wow, I love it. I don't have eggs and I don't have milk, so I can't even make pancakes. I love crepes so much. I'd go. It's not too far, but we could drive. Yeah, let's drive. Terry cheered at the success of her plan made, and we all walked around the Cove's car. He had to run inside once more to grab his keys. You wrote Rashmi in the dirt on his car. You waited for Cove. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, wash your car, damn. You noticed the thin coat of sand and dust on Cove's car. It had probably been a while since he'd washed it. With a smirk, you carefully wrote Rashmi with your fingers.
Very nifty.
Good work. I wonder if he'd ever gonna notice. The car beeped and unlocked. Cove ran up to you with his car keys in hand. His hair slipped into his face, and he brushed it back. Shotgun! She clambered into the passenger seat without hesitation. You didn't argue and climbed into the back with Miranda. Terry activated the directions on the phone map and acted as their navigator, directing Cove to the crypts. The GPS tried to get Cove to turn into a non-existent road once, and wanted him to do a U-turn instead of just using a left turn. But with Terry looking at the actual path, it went smooth enough. You were led to a small stall in a parking lot rather than a full building. That explained why there hadn't been pictures of the creperies interior, and why it was new to you despite living in this town your entire life. It was a completely new structure that popped up recently. It's like how do you call that? Like a truck food. Is that what is it? Truck food. Yeah. Maybe? There was a window you could walk up to, and one for cars to drive up to. Cove parked with a laugh.
Come on.
I don't think I needed to put a shirt on for this, but I still want to try it. Let's go.
What?
Do you not trust us to eat in your car? She gestured. Come on, let's get out of the car. She gestured to the drive-thru option. Cove shook his head with a snort. I trust some people here, maybe, but wouldn't it be more fun to actually check it out? Yeah, let's go! Everyone acknowledged his point and piled out. Terry tried to tease Cove a little, but Miranda started talking about the last time she had crepes. Apparently, there'd been a dessert explosion, topped with multiple sauces, powdered sugar, and what Miranda was pretty sure had to be cake icing. I want grapes! That's sweet.
So great.
Literally! It was so good, but I regret it so much. I couldn't finish it, and I really tried. I hate it when you have something and you can't finish it, even though you're really trying hard. You can do it this time, Randy. There were some left. Oh, that's such a cute shop, though. Oh my god. Wait, what's on the menu? Let me have a look. Okay, plain strawberry chocolate, green tea, lemon, fillings and toppings. Oh my gosh, I can't read that. The last one is banana dice. I don't know why, but that's important. Okay, let me have a look. Oh, chocolate chips, chocolate syrup, caramel syrup, powdered sugar, strawberries, mango slice. What is this? Mixed berries. Okay. Oh, whipped cream. Condensed milk. Okay, I guess we've seen everything, kind of. Oh my gosh. To me, it would be chocolate with chocolate chips and chocolate sauce. And whipped cream on top. And bananas too. That would be one expensive one. Oh, what about the drinks? What is this? I don't know what the first one is. Tea, coffee. What is that? Fropped? Wait, what? Well, I don't know. Okay, I don't know what the first one or the last one are. Okay. It's too tiny, I can't read it, sorry. But that looks awesome! Look at that in the thing. It looks like it is in Japan. Oh my god, I love when they do it like this. Okay. I'm gushing so much over the food, but I really do love crepes. I mean, who wouldn't? Like, seriously, who wouldn't? There were some laughs. When you got up to the menu, you realized that there were more than just crepes. There were definitely crepes, many crepes. However, the store also had a lot of different drinks as well. Teas, smoothies, milkshake. Is that what? There's no milkshake on the menu. I don't see that. But yeah, an awesome crepe with chocolate chip, chocolate sauce, whipped cream, bananas, and a milkshake on the side. Oh my god. Jackpot! She grinned and held out her fist for a fist bump. Miranda high-fived it. Yeah, I know the feeling. The two stared at the awkward, vaguely turkey-shaped hand configuration they had made, and they slowly put their hands out. Cove's mouth twitched in a smile. You stepped up to order first. You glanced back at the menu. Gonna drink a little bit more, sorry. Ugh. Trying my best to stay hydrated. You ordered a crepe, you ordered a drink, you ordered a crepe and a drink. Yes! Hello, I'd like to get a crepe and a drink, please. There was a woman who looked a little older than you taking the orders. She smiled back at you, ready to hear the specifics of your purchase. For the crepes itself you wanted, oh my god, chocolate! I can choose my own! For the filling and toppings you picked. Whipped cream! Chocolate chip, chocolate syrup, banana slice! Oh my gosh, I killed my eyes trying to read it and it's all here. That's okay. I think it's enough though. Strawberries too? Should we add strawberries? Yeah, you know what? This is all this is all a fantasy. Let's add strawberries too. Oh, that's cream cheese. Okay. And that was all. Yeah, that's not a lot. That's not too much. That's just right enough. After you picked the size, you were asked what you wanted to drink. You ordered chocolate milkshake. Let's go! You also had a mix-in or toppings for the drink. Whipped cream! Chocolate! And that's it. Yeah, you know what? Let's not be too greedy. You paid and stepped aside to let your friends order. Cove got a lemon crepe with powdered sugar on top and the mixed berries. He also got a plain strawberry smoothie. It's too plain, it's not extravagant enough. Terry went crazy with toppings. Thank God I'm not the only one. Although she ordered a plain crepe. Oh no. She had it smothered with whipped cream, cream cheese, chocolate chips, chocolate syrup and bananas. Wait, I even got more than her. Miranda opted for a frappe with caramel syrup and condensed milk. The four of you stood off to the side as you waited for your treats. I heard that you ordered Orestia. It's Cove talking. I heard what you ordered, Orestia. I'm glad I'm not the only one to go for a drink and a crepe. Yeah! I wouldn't pick just one, and why not? Exactly. It's gonna be good. Orestia, man, your crepe is gonna rock! Yeah, it is. High five for topping appreciation! She held her hand out expectantly. You gave her a high five, you left her hanging, you fist bumped her palm. I'm gonna fist bump her palm. Terry stared at your hand. She blinked. She looked between Miranda and you. Is this just a thing now? I don't know what you mean. Miranda's voice was surprisingly serious, while her face looked like she was seconds away from laughing. Terry shook her head dramatically. Order for Orestia! Oh, I've gotta get that! You grabbed your order. The others didn't take much time after that. With the goods collected, everyone admired their treats. Terry dug right into hers, and Miranda gave hers a tentative sip. Terry nodded acceptingly with her mouth completely full. Miranda tilted the frappe over to her with a grin. Terry sipped it and clearly loved it. Oh, they're sharing! She raised her crepe over to Miranda. You could tell that there was an intent to make it look nice, but with all the assorted toppings piled on it, only so much could be done. Miranda took a huge bite with gusto and sighed happily. Terry seemed satisfied and took another slurp of Miranda's drink. They had both only gotten one thing, probably because they knew they'd end up sharing. Clove went over to you, and there was definite interest in his eyes at your order. But I don't like lemon stuff, so I'm not gonna have his. Although, the strawberry smoothie sounds good. Well, I just want to say you can try mine. It's pretty good and summery. You tasted his and shared yours. You offered to share yours but didn't want to try Cove's. You declined sharing entirely. Oh my god. Yeah, you can have mine, but I don't want your lemon stuff. You shook your head at Cove's offer of his crepes and smoothie. You didn't particularly want them right now. You can try mine. You passed your order over to Cove after he juggled his treats where he could take a sample. He smiled as he tasted it, giving you an approving nod. The thing with this kind of thing, cause I've eaten crepes a lot in the past, right? Cause yeah, it's only natural, right? You can't eat that and look pretty. You gotta have cream all over your face. If you're not, then you're not doing it right. So I guess you gotta be pretty secured in your relationship to be able to do that. I mean, I don't mind doing it around my friends. I don't even wipe my face. I finish it and then I wipe it, because what's the point?
Thanks.
Yours is good, as usual. Of course, I make only good choices. With that, Cove started to eat his treat in earnest. You saw him take a huge gulp of his smoothie, and then, without swallowing, he added a bite of his lemon crepe. Cove? Terry tore off a piece of her crepe and held it out to Cove.
So?
Care to make a trade? Sure. Instead of continuing to loiter in the parking lot, the four of you started to walk down the sidewalk. Oh, we're back at the mall! There was a lot of sharing going on, with crepe bits and toppings being passed around. You wouldn't have been surprised if Terry ended up drinking more frappe than Miranda did. You kept going down the way, eating, drinking, and chatting. Ooh, nice! You hadn't realized just how far the group had wandered until you ended up at the now leaving sign. Apparently, you were about to just walk right out into the middle of nowhere. Terry took her mouth off of Miranda's straw and stopped sipping the frappe. Impossible! Preposterous! How are we already at the end? I always forget how tiny this town really is. Cove chuckled a little and swallowed a chunk of Terry's crepe.
I guess.
It kinda is, huh? It didn't feel that small when we were growing up. It definitely felt bigger then. It's always seemed like there wasn't much there. There are tinier places out there. You guys are lucky to live in decent-sized cities. You quietly nodded along. You shrugged. It always seemed like there wasn't much here. I'm gonna go with the first one. I don't really have an opinion on the matter, but it definitely felt bigger then. Well, we were not allowed to go wandering around on our own when we were younger anyways. There was a time when Sunset Bird had felt huge. It seemed as endless as the ocean. There was always some street you hadn't wandered down, something new for the tourist. But now, You had realized it was just a pond in this big, big world. Seeing this sorry, I don't know why I can't speak anymore. I'm too distracted. I really want a crepe right now. Oh my god, I really want one. What was it, like a month ago? I went out with a friend and we went to a crepe place. It was really good. I mean, it was really basic, really. Just bananas and chocolate. I didn't add anything else because like it wasn't like on the menu or anything. It was really good though. I used to make them at home a lot in the past. Because it's not that hard, you only need 3 ingredients. I can make a killer crepe with my eyes closed. As long as the ingredients are good quality. Anyway, let's focus on the story. Seeing the definite end only reinforced this. Here was the boundary that proved your hometown could be walked out of with ease. I guess this means we should probably head back. One doesn't just walk into nowhere land. Well, that would be nice to walk around like this though. We're not the only one, Terry. There's 4 of us. Terry scrunched up her face, not wanting to acknowledge the bad joke. She decided to ignore it. It stinks having to go all the way back. She wants Scoop to go grab the car for her. Yeah, but it's not like there's anything out that direction. She looks like such a sweet pie, oh my gosh. She's adorable. And if we cough. And if we did keep going forward, it'd be an even longer trip home. How's it going? It's going well, Dorma, it's going well. Oh my gosh. It's really great. So we're just having a fun day at the beach with our friends, and then we were like, let's go eat some dessert. And we went to have some crepes. And we were wandering around, and now we're almost leaving town, so we're like, oh, maybe we should go back. There you go, you're all caught up. He stared off into the stretch of road as Cove agreed that he didn't want to go out any further. Can we take a break here first before we run around? We've been walking for a while and someone finished my drink. Right on cue, Terry loudly sucked air from the straw. It was so good! Miranda looked at her, but Terry remained unrepentant. In the end though, it was agreed to hang around the sign before heading back to the car. It didn't take long to finish the rest of the food and drinks. Everyone gathered up the trash and stuffed it into bags and pockets for now. The group relaxed on the grass, keeping account of all cars that drove past. It was not a high number. Well, it looks like a very small road too. It's not even a highway. 14. The newest passing car drove into town from somewhere outside. But as the vehicle came by, it slowed down and you watched as it ultimately rolled to a complete stop. Ooh, is that someone we know? The black car parked right by the now leaving sign. Everyone exchanged a baffled look. But then, the tinted window rolled down and the driver peered out. As soon as you saw his hair, you recognized him. No one else you knew presented themselves so distinctively. Is it the neighbor? It is the new neighbor! Baxter! Hey neighbors! I don't remember which voice did I give him last time. Gove also jolted with recognition. He pasted on a cordial smile and waved politely. Afterwards, he put his mouth back over his straw for his long, empty drink. As if trying to act cool. Oh, cute. You waved at him. Hi! You just wondered what he was doing here. You wished he hadn't stopped to chat. What? You smiled and were excited to see him. Going to say hi. You inhaled and tried to be loud enough to account for distance and car noises. It's nice to see you again! Somehow, he was able to project his voice in such a way that it still sounded smooth, even though he was definitely speaking loudly. You wondered where he learned to do that. And you thought about the odd picture this made. A fancy black car pulled over A fancy black car pulled over to talk to a group of teens, mostly still in beachwear. Miranda was incredibly confused and shrank back to watch. Terry tilted her head in an unspoken question. Cove made a quick gesture pointing towards Baxter, and the light bulb went off for Terry.
Alright.
Oh, that's a new person in the condo. The B-man, right? The B-man? Is it B for ballet? Because he does ballet. Oh no, Baxter. Yeah, Baxter. Oh, I wasn't sure if I'd ever actually see him. Aww. Her voice was quiet. Miranda usually got shy around new people. Terry was quite the opposite. Incredible! This is perfect! Terry hopped off from the grass and ran to Baxter's car, all full of excitement. Behind her, Miranda picked herself up and dusted imaginary dirt off her clothes. She sent a searching look to you and Cove, to which Cove shrugged. Miranda nodded and, with clenched fist, hesitantly followed Terry. Terry bent down to talk to Baxter through the window. She blasted through introductions, with Miranda putting in a shy wave. Cove looked at you. He still clearly had no intention of going over. I think Cove doesn't like Baxter. I'm not sure why. You stayed with Cove, you went over to Baxter, you encouraged Cove to come. Yeah, let's go! Let's have him drive us back. Come on, let's go and see him. Cove pouted. His cheeks flared out in childish puff. I don't want to. I don't know what to say.
Fine.
You can go. I'll just wait until he's gone. You should come. You can do it. Do you want to be the only person who doesn't go see him? Well, why can't you stay here with me instead? You sighed. He was definitely going to be difficult about this. Some days, he really was that same grouchy 8-year-old you met all those years ago. You stayed with Cove, you went over to Baxter, you physically pushed him towards the car. Do you really hate him that much? Yeah, I kind of want to know what's wrong with him.
No.
No, I don't hate him. I get weird around him. I know his forwardness bothers you, but think of him like Terry. She's super friendly and loves to chat with new people. She's doing it right now. Terry doesn't hit on me. Terry doesn't hit on you. If that's what he's even doing. So he's being jealous! Baxter says serious things when I don't think he's actually very serious. That's what bothers me. It'll be alright. His dad is trying to do less of that with you, and we'll all be there. With an unnecessarily whiny groan, he relented. Fine, let's go. Slowly, progress forward was made, until you two arrived at the driver's sidecar back window. Baxter smiled welcomingly. Hello? Hey. Cove greeted him mildly, his expression cautious. Howdy, Baxter. Baxter gestured to Miranda and Terry. I just wait. What voice gave him? I don't know. He's gonna end up having the same voice as Cove, because I don't know. I just rented this car for my stay here. Oh, I was giving him a British accent last time. Okay, let's go for that. I just rented this car for my stay here, and was nothing wrong with that. Really? Okay, thank you, Doma. I just rented this car for my stay here, and was coming back from a bit of sightseeing when I spotted your crowd. Then, these two were kindly introducing themselves. Yeah, it's only polite. Speaking of polite, Baxter is giving us a ride. I was asking him to. The weather is comfortable for you? Oh, thank you, Doma. I just try to be a little bit more better. But, yeah, probably voice acting is not in my resume. What? Baxter shrugged guilty, seeing Cove's dramatic reaction. The offer is open. And we're taking it. Okay. You were just happy to get a ride. You were kind of annoyed that Terry did this. You felt uncomfortable to be getting a ride from Baxter. No, I'm happy! Regardless of anything else, you didn't have to walk back. That's what counted, and you were grateful for Terry for arranging it. Alright, plan made, let's hop in. You excitedly opened the passenger side door and buckled yourself in. The car was pristine, and you were right near the new car scented air freshener. Baxter had the air conditioner on cold, but low, so it was pleasantly cool inside. A nice relief from the summer sun you had been baking in all day. Your friends clambered on in back. It definitely seemed the slightest bit squishy back there.
Does that sound alright?
Welcome to my vehicle. I hope everyone is comfortable, and if someone could point me in the right direction, we can be on our way. Terry went back to navigator mode and outlined their journey. It was basically a straight line with one turn at the end into the parking lot. Baxter nodded from up in the driver's seat and pulled back into the road. Luckily, the street was still dead empty. It took no time at all for Baxter to park into next to Cove's car. There wasn't even enough time for a proper conversation to start. The occupants didn't seem to mind. There were smiles all around when Baxter parked next to Cove's car. Woo! Miranda clapped quietly as Terry cheered. Cove chuckled nervously. You smiled. Yeah, you clapped as well. You nudged Baxter in a friendly way. You were relieved you had made it. I'm gonna smile. Nothing much is happening either way. You were glad to have reached your destination and pleased at the fanfare of your friends. You didn't say a word, but Terry and Miranda definitely caught your amusement. We've arrived. That was easy. Terry flung open her door and climbed out. Thanks! Everyone else exited the car as well. The group thanked Baxter with varying degrees of enthusiasm. Baxter himself got out too. Everyone congregated again in front of Baxter's and Cove's cars. You looked at the You looked at the back of his and frowned. It finally discovered wash me you'd put on it. I wonder who did that. You snickered along with Miranda, who realized you'd been caught. It's a mystery. Right. Terry bounced over to Baxter and offered her hand for a handshake. You accepted it easily with a charming grin. You're a pal. You're too kind. It was no trouble whatsoever. I'll be keeping this car all summer. If it suits you, you're welcome to take my number and give me a ring whenever you're in need of another ride. And that goes for everyone here. He's such a nice guy! I have a car. Cove is not having it, oh my god. Terry busted into laughter and Miranda fidgeted. She did not know what to do with that. Baxter really went fast, didn't he? He noticed her discomfort and smiled with a soft tilt of his head. I'd be happy to help again, but that's the only reason I offered. If you don't need it, you can pass on it. Can I have your number? I'm gonna stay silent. I don't want to have an argument with... Why is he laughing like that? I thought you wasn't happy. Anyway, I'm gonna stay silent. When her giggles subsided, Terry put a hand to her chin with brows furrowed. I want to see the action. You want to see the fight? Arguments. Oh, sorry, too late. Oh, wait, actually, we can go back. You want me to ask for his number? You want to ruin my relationship with Cove? You know what? Okay, I don't mind. Are you sure you were kidding? I don't mind going for an argument. That would be fun, actually. What should we do here? Should we go for an argument or should we go for a peaceful ending? Okay, let me drink some more water. Ouch, while you think about it. So, you're not sure? You're not sure you want to see them fight? Actually, that would be fun though. The character's name is not Dharma, it's Orestia. Ah, but we're playing it together, Dharma. Alright, if you don't want to pronounce yourself, I'm gonna go ahead and continue with this.
What?
Oh, wait. I wonder, would that option be available right now? You could validate us somewhere cool.
What?
What? Cove was taken aback. He put a hand on the hood of his car. Weren't we going back to the neighborhood? Wasn't Baxter going back to the neighborhood too? Why would we go somewhere else? Because we can. Miranda squirmed nervously and then committed to piping up. Not sure. We could go to the park near my place. It's a really nice place to hang out. You and Cove shared a look. The big park was pretty nice. Let's do it! Baxter tapped the side of his face in thoughts.
It's doable.
Oh, he has a deep voice.
That's doable.
And definitely not British. He glanced at Cove and then switched focus to you. Well, we have 2 cars. No, that's Cove talking. Well, we have 2 cars. If some people want to go to the park, I could still take the others home. But if everyone's going, it wouldn't make sense for me not to. Oh, he's so undecided. He hates Baxter way too much. You decided to go back to the neighborhood with Cole. You wanted to continue to hang out session at the park. Well, yeah, let's all hang out. I mean, it's summer after all. We've got to enjoy it. You weren't ready to tag out yet. You came to a decision and turned to Cove. Let's go to the park. Alright, park time it is. He smiled a little. Terry cheered and Miranda nodded happily. You felt like you made a good decision. Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
To the car, again. Which car? There are multiple. You watched to see if Cove or Baxter had an answer. Cove sighed and ran a hand through his hair. He tapped on his car's head nervously.
I guess.
We can go in Baxter's, I guess. It'll be less of a pain than bringing both. We're all going to the same place. Are you okay with that, Baxter? Certainly. I meant what I said. When you need a lift, I can give it. Oh, he's such a nice guy. Neither you nor Terry brought up any objections, and so the gang climbed back into Baxter's nice ride. This time, Baxter offered to turn on some music. After all, it would be a little bit of a drive to the park. Play what you normally would, don't mind us. Can we see what's on the radio? I'd rather not have any. Oh yeah, let's see what he listens to. Yeah, I would like to see what kind of stuff your Galacute is into. I hope the playlist lives up to your expectations. He plugged his phone into the car with an auxiliary cord and turned on some alternative music. With the music taken care of, Baxter put the car in drive and pulled out of the parking lot. Alternative music? What the hell is that, alternative? I'm not sure. The lot was practically empty, but you noticed that was careful anyway. During the trip, it changed to hard rock, punk, and even screamo. What the hell is that? Despite his personable demeanor, he didn't seem to like upbeat tracks. It took a while to arrive. By the time you got there, the sky was golden with the orange streaks of sunset. Everyone got out of the car and started to stroll along one of the paths. You walked by the basketball court and some picnic tables, taking in the sights. That's a nice park, that's true. Pretty cool. Oh, is that a barbecue thingy? Oh, so you can do barbecue out there. That's nice. Miranda seemed amazingly content, the location helping her relax in the company. She led the way, sometimes stopping here or there to point something out. Baxter turned to her and nodded along.
Not bad.
So they're still wearing that? They didn't bring any change of clothes? Oh my god. I've never been here. Oh no, that's Baxter talking. I've never been here, but I definitely see the appeal. Man, this is Randy's stomping ground. She's been coming here forever. Seriously, Miranda, have you ever had a birthday party that wasn't here? You've missed out, Baxter, cause every year she has a blow-up party at the park. Imagine balloons everywhere. Miranda looked down, suddenly shy again, with the attention on her. She let out an awkward laugh. Yep, every year. The group followed Miranda along to one of the picnic tables. She took a seat and Terry slid in beside her. You spent the evening chatting among each other. Everyone got to know Baxter a little better, although you could tell Cove and him still hadn't fully clicked. At one point, Miranda found an abandoned soccer ball and started tossing it around. To me! Miranda threw the ball to her. Terry caught it with a smile. Think fast! She chucked it at Baxter, who only had enough time to squeak. It bounced off his chest, and he stared at it dazed. He blinked as if he needed time to process what exactly had happened, but then grinned dangerously. Dangerously? Using your hands with a football? Didn't she kick it? I thought she kicked it. Well, you can also throw the ball with your hands, like the goalkeeper. He rushed after the ball and, rather than throwing it back, he surprised Terry and everybody else by lobbing the ball high into the air. You bent your neck back to watch its ascent and inevitable decline. Baxter hooked it with his foot and launched it up again. Ooh, professional football player! There were whoos and ahs from Terry and Miranda. Baxter gave them a very proper ball. When it finally fell to the ground, for real, Cove was the one who picked it up. He was impressed, and he wanted in. With that, everyone was drawn to the game. It was unspoken that whoever did the fanciest trick won. Okay, little competition. Most of the gang was not particularly practiced with throwing a ball, so not many of the tricks were actually good. However, there was a lot of laughter, and you got to see Miranda pull off a round-off where she threw the ball with her feet, so that was cool. You did pretty well yourself and got a fair amount of applause from the crowd with your moves. The sunset eventually darkened. Football, not football. Football. What? Football. Am I not saying it right? Football. No? Football. I don't know what I'm saying wrong. Is it a bad word the other way? Football. 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 Should I be saying it slower? Football. Like this? Like it's a long O? Football. Sorry, oh my god. The sunset eventually darkened into night and the streetlight turned on. Dharma is thinking soccer, football, instead of American football. Oh, it wasn't me! Oh, I was thinking soccer too, actually. I was thinking soccer. I mean football, but like soccer. Yeah, okay. Okay, Dharma and I were both not... We're not quite there. Oh, so it's not a round ball, it's the... it's a weirdly shaped one. Okay. I get it now, thank you, Rose. Your group's chosen picnic table led in a bubble of light. The occasional bug cast a shadow as they flew by. Nightmare. It's a little strange being here so late on a normal night. Usually, that only happens if there was a party, or an important game, or a fireworks show. Firework! Her yell started Baxter, who was throwing a ball nonchalantly from hand to hand. He missed catching it and it sailed sadly back to the ground. He looked at Terry for a loud outburst. I just remembered! There's gonna be a fireworks show tonight. It's in the city! Oh, let's go! At everyone's questioning look, she huffed and tried to explain further. It's some celebration for the opening of something. I don't remember what. I don't think we could get into the actual event anyways.
Oh yeah.
But we should still be able to see the show if we get close. You can't keep explosions in the sky away from the public. Cove raised an eyebrow and drummed his finger on the table below him. You want to change locations again? Wasn't the last 2 times enough? Terry rolled her eyes and then shook her head. To her, it was obvious. Don't be a wet blanket, Cove. What about you, Orestia, Randy, Baxter? Don't you want to see fireworks? It's fireworks, we gotta go. Cove's right, that's too much. I wanna go see the firework! I guess they are fireworks. Alright, whatever. What's one more scene change? Yeah, it's just one more background, that's it. Yes! I knew that was a good idea! In turn, 4 sets of eyes looked at Baxter. As the driver, his answer made a broke the plan. He chuckled softly. In for a penny, in for a pound, I'll go.
Honestly.
Genuinely, there's nothing better to occupy my time tonight. We better hurry, or we might miss it. Gov rolled his eyes, but laughed. Everyone headed back to the car yet again. Terry brought out her phone to navigate to the city and Baxter stepped on the gas. You were on your way. Baxter drove past buildings, aglow in warm yellow light that cut through the navy black night. The office building that had bright red lights that... Oh my gosh, I can't read. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Yeah, we've passed the 3-hour point where I can't focus anymore. Okay, buckle up. We still have a lot to do. Oh my gosh. Those moments are so long. Okay. One office building had bright LED lights that cycled through the whole rainbow of hues. It was difficult to get through all the traffic on the road, let alone find parking this late at night. Luckily, Miranda had eagle eyes when it came to scooping out a spot. She pointed to a sedan pulling out and Baxter parked within seconds. Ooh, that's the place where we saw Cheryl the other day. Not wanting to miss the show, you all raced down the waterfront walkway to find a place within the good view. What about here? Cove peered across the rail into the distance and shot her a thumbs up. It was relatively quiet, isolated, and you could see skyscrapers. It was a good sign based on where Terry thought the event was. Yes, yes! This should work just fine! She stopped and tried to catch her breath, her hands on her knees. Miranda leaned against the wall between establishments as she recovered. Cove took a moment to breathe as well. Stretching his spine back, he looked up at the sky in wonder and let out a relieved sigh. Think we've missed anything?
No way.
Not a chance. Nothing's happening and we can't be so late that we missed everything. Maybe it'll start soon. You felt excited. You thought this was kind of a silly situation. You were nervous about how close the fireworks would be. You felt pretty laid back about the whole thing. Yeah, let's just enjoy, you know? Whatever, it's all good. Sure, the fireworks were something that you'd like to see, but you weren't overly invested in the show. You were with your friends, and that was already something. Fireworks would happen, or they wouldn't. You could accept it either way. Terry led Miranda to sit down on the oval slabs along the path. Miranda took a seat and began tapping her knees together as she waited. Terry meanwhile crouched more than sat. Baxter smiled politely and looked from you to Cove. He seemed to be waiting for one of you to speak first rather than wanting to directly start a conversation. Ooh, he's being sensitive. Something seemed to strike Cove as he tried unsuccessfully to hide a smile. Most of us are in swimsuits. Wearing beachwear in the middle of the city in the dark while waiting for a fireworks show was clearly the joke of the day for him. Cove snorted once and then looked back up at the sky. Well, thank God I went back and changed. A flash lit up the sky with a brilliant green. Your eyes flew off the building in the distance and silently watched with bated breath. You heard a second boom and a red firework lit up the night. Wow, the show's starting! It's so pretty! They came running over to get closer, positively beaming. Terry pressed herself to the waterfront fence, getting as close as physically possible without just going swimming again. More fireworks went off, shooting out hundreds of tiny sparkling lights. The colors stood out starkly against the dark of the night. The biggest ones watched your surroundings with their hue, turning your world blue, then red, then golden. Did I deliver or did I deliver? Miranda's eyes glittered, and she lightly bumped Terry with her hip. Good job! Terry stumbled at the friendly nudge, but was pleased with the compliment. She grinned back. Miranda slightly swung her hips the opposite way to give you a bump as well. It was friendly and soft. We did it! You smiled at her and nodded. You were pleased that you hadn't missed any of the show after all. You were glad that everyone seemed to be having such a good time. You were uncomfortable with how near it was. I'm just happy all the time. Despite how unorthodox the impromptu firework plan had been, you were ecstatic it worked out. Luckily, you arrived in time and it was shaping up to be a particularly colorful fireworks show. The rest of the group huddled around the railing and took in the shows as closely as possible. Miranda stood close by. Terry's hand gripped the top. Cove laid his arms across while leaning forward, and Baxter rested his elbow on the rail, putting the back towards the firework. He seemed to have more fun watching the others than the actual show. Aw, is he a sweetheart? Woo! She pointed out golden firework and beamed. Ah, that's so cool! Terry held up a hand for a high five and Miranda obliged her. Terry whooped and shot you a smile. What color do you think the next one will be? Without giving Baxter a glance, Cove answered immediately. Green. It was orange. Baxter chuckled, but wasn't interested in calling out Cove for being wrong. Is that your favorite color? Green? It's one of them. I think it's nice. It matches you. And is yours black? That's one of them. Cove smirked just a little and left the conversation there. Ah, they're getting closer together. They're gonna be friends. You stood next to the girls. You stood next to Baxter. You stood next to Cove. I'm gonna stand next to Cove. Yeah, the girls are having a moment. Cove looked away from the fireworks and grinned at you. He was glad to be spending time with you and tilted his head at a spectacular multicolored firework above. I think that's been my favorite so far. He shot you another look and nodded, wanting you to move up closer. In front of him, you could see the night's light reflected on the water. You took a moment to watch him and the firework reflected in his eyes. Cove grinned like a kid. You leaned your head against Cove. You held Cove's hand. You wrapped your arms around Cove. You cuddled against Cove's chest. You stood by him. What are we gonna do? You know what? There's people around, so let's not be too openly affectionate. I guess I can hold his hand. Yeah, let's hold his hand. He's blushing. You carefully slipped your hand into his and interlaced your fingers. He squeezed back gently with a warm smile on his face. You both were content to hold on to each other for the rest of the show. Aww. Cove's gaze drifted from the show of dazzling lights straight at you, and he sighted dreamily. You didn't know when you'd last seen him so blissful. Oh, that's so cute. The spectacle continued to up the ante by bringing more firework out at a time. The colors danced across the sky and reflected over the water. I think I understand the meaning of the thing, but I don't know how to read it. But anyway, you reached out a hand and watched as it was tinted green while a big boom sounded. Fireworks were a normal summer tradition, but this was admittedly an unconventional approach. Showing up in the city last minute to watch a display from a technically private event? That's made this feel special in a way that just planning to go to a public fireworks show never would. Terry's idea may not have left you with a lot of time to prepare, but it sure led to a unique situation. It was clear this was an unforgettable night. Oh yeah, it is a special moment. As the final sounded, blazing the sky with unbelievable beauty, you remembered thinking that there might never be a night actually exactly like this one again. Not for the rest of your life. Well, let's make it so. Let's make it happen again. You planned to hold on to the feelings you had in the moment for as long as you could. Aww, that's so cute! Oh my god! Took 3 hours to do 2 moments. Those moments are so long. The step 3 is definitely longer. Oh, but the first part of it was actually shorter, I think. Maybe that's why. Anyway, let's keep going. Let's go with errands. And we'll do talks last. Yes, let's go. From the moment you woke up, you knew that today was going to be busier than usual. There was a list of errands that needed to be finished before the day was done. First up was visiting one of the brightest farmers' market in the area. It was only open 2 weekends a month during certain parts of the year. It was rare that you and your family were able to attend, so your moms liked to make the most out of every minute of it. And you realized it was not just them feeling that way when you heard a whistle from your left side. That is here. Wow, this is a swanky show. Vegetables have never seemed more highbrow. Highbrow? Oh, mommy is so cute. Seriously, they don't mess around with their products.
Isn't that great?
Isn't it exciting? Liz crossed her arms. You could tell she was amused. Oh, Liz is here too. Oh, you cutie pie. We couldn't have picked a more perfect trip. It's been too long since we've had a true family outing. Her teasing tone was more than she actually did. Your next door neighbors had joined you this day, and that's what made it a true family outing. The 3 parents laughed approvingly. Out of the corner of your eye, you caught Cobb looking at you. Sympathetically. Some things never changed, and some jokes never died. You'd long accepted that. You were excited to check things out. You thought this trip might be fun. You shrugged, feeling indifferent. You felt uncomfortable. You were in a bad mood. This trip was a waste of your time. No way. Yeah, I'm excited to go and check things out. I like going to the market. But the thing with the vegetables. I usually buy a couple at a time because I don't want them to go bad. So even though at the market you see so much stuff and you're like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna cook this, and then I'm gonna cook that, and then I'm gonna cook this, and then you buy a lot of stuff. But they're only good for a few days, so by the time you're done cooking a few of them, the rest of it is already bad. But I'm happy to be checking things out. Let's go. Okay, enough with the party. I'm guilty of that. Oh damn, me too. That's why nowadays instead of going grocery shopping like once a week, I go at least 2 or 3 times. I try not to spend too much every time though. But if you want to have vegetable, you can't just buy it and have it for the whole week. It's not gonna work out. There were so many stores, you couldn't even imagine what hidden gems you might find among them. Bubbling with anticipation, you smiled. Well, oh, that's Mr. Holden. Well, I'm ready to get started. We've got plenty. Why the hell am I talking like this? Well, I'm ready to get started. We've got plenty of dishes in mind I could use ingredients for. Before your moms responded to that, they glanced at each other and smiled. Yes, that's a very good idea, Cliff. This place is much larger than it seems. It's difficult to visit each part as a single day.
I got it.
I'm sure we can make a decent dent into together at least. Actually, since there are so many of us this time, we could take different sides of the market.
Sounds good.
Divided to conquer, huh? That sounds brilliant. Everyone watched your mom surprised. No one had considered that an option, but your mom flashed the group a dazzling smile, continuing with the thoughts. Though, it's a little unfair that there are 4 stars family member and only 2 Holdens here, so I'll go with you boys to even the odds.
Okay.
That's fine with me. Cliff scratched the back of his neck and slowly met Cove's stare. They both seemed unconvinced, but weren't sure what to say about it. Don't worry, we'll be apart for only a few hours, and then we'll have something to talk about at the end of it. Father and son ultimately nodded. This wasn't an argument they were going to win. Alright. I don't get the point, but I also don't mind spending the first part of the trip with Orestia and Ma. Ma clapped her hands together at that. Wonderful. Are the teens ready to go? Hey, I didn't agree to anything. Yeah, let's go! Can I be the one who goes with the Oldens instead? Yeah, let's go! I wanna hang out with Liz. I haven't hung out with Liz in a long time. Delighted, Ma honked an arm around you, and little side hug. You grinned.
Thank you.
Thank you, Orestia. Taking the lead, Mom walked over towards Cove and Cliff, who were still eyeing her confusedly.
Let's go.
Come on, boys, we're heading out. Sure. Okay. Cove looked at you softly and found himself pulled forward, stopping in front of you. His expression flickered for a moment, hesitant.
Fine.
Bye. Bye! Cove lightly took one of your hands in his and gave a small squeeze. Aww, he dipped his face forward, wanted to kiss you forward. In front of the parents! When instead he stopped midway, his whole body stiff. He jerked his gaze back to your mom, and you realized that she had grabbed the hem of his shirt. She gave it a small tug before letting go. So the mom would... Mommy stopped him! Oh, that's so funny.
No.
Time's wasting, Cove, and I know you've long enough Time's a wasting, Cove, and I've known you long enough to be aware that you're one to linger. If I don't stop you now, you'll only drag your feet on parting ways more. The two of you can snuggle and make out. Mommy! No, don't talk like this, Mommy. The two of you can snuggle and make out as much as you want later. We have more important things to do now. Cove... Look at him. Cove gasped at what he felt was a truly obscene things to say. What you were about to do it, weren't you? His face burned red, but that was ignored by him. He spoke with an unimpressed roll of the eye.
Seriously?
You don't need to literally pull me away from Orestia. I'm not that clingy. Mom sniggered with a shake of her head. Cove's eyebrows raised over the reaction, and he turned to Ma. She wouldn't meet his eyes as she whistled innocently. Liz smirked ear to ear, and Cove whipped his head towards his dad. Mr. Holden couldn't offer anything more than an apologetic shrug. It was only then that it dawned on Cove that everyone did think that he was that needy. That's adorable! Oh my god! Finally, he dared to face you with wide, pleading eyes. Don't make fun of Cove. Who said you were allowed to say things like that to him? Cove is totally capable of being independent when he wants to be. There's nothing wrong with being attached. It's nice. Oh, come on, Cove, you know it is. Suddenly you stared at him back. Well, it kind of is, kind of, yeah. It's always, yeah. But like, I don't know. What should I say to him? I don't want to be like, don't make fun. Like, I'm not a big mommy. Who said you were allowed? Nah, I don't want to say that. Go be, kinda, I guess. You know what? I'm gonna tease him. I'm gonna go and tease him. Oh, come on, Cove. You know how it is. You adored your boyfriend, but you found it hard to believe that he didn't realize how often he was like that. Apparently, that was the case though. Cove couldn't believe that he was being completely outnumbered. His mouth twisted as he shrugged to come up with something to say in his defense. Yeah, well, so what? That admission had least your mom and dad bursting into laughter. Cove grimaced and walked several steps from the group before stopping. He clearly wanted to move on, so much that he was physically moving away. He smiled softly and waved goodbye. When he noticed, Cove's mouth pulled into a bent smile of his own, and he seemed to feel better a bit.
See you later.
See you in a few hours. Take care of yourselves. At that, Mom picked a direction and set out into the market with Mr. Holden, and Cove following behind her. Grinning, Matt sent them off with a big wave. Liz gave a daintier goodbye. Wave herself. Despite the change in plans, you were still glad to be here. You felt like the change in plans was a good idea. You felt unsure about it. You had been happy. You were not annoyed. You definitely put a damper. Oh, what do you mean? It's not. I mean, what do you mean? Nothing bad happened. Well, wasn't that not the plan for all along? You were supposed to all stay together the whole time? I think it's a good idea. Divided to conquer. Yeah. All together, there were 6 of you. So you could already imagine how long it would have taken to get through even a fraction of the stores. Smiling, you looked forward to spending some quality time with Ma and Liz. When they were gone, Ma cheerily turned towards you and Liz. She put her hands on her hips. Do you think there'll be any nice ginger around here? We'll have to find out. You nodded in agreement, keen to truly get the trip going. Ma led you both into the busy market. Some time passed browsing. There were only a few stalls you stopped at. You had fun chatting and laughing, pointing out various things to Ma and Liz and vice versa. At one point, Ma stopped suddenly. She put a hand on her belly and gave a half-hearted smile. I think I should have used the bathroom before we left home, like the 2 of you responsibly did. Just need to pee?
Yes.
Yes, Liz. I'll have to visit the ladies' room now. Should we wait here? Should Liz and I go without you? Should we all go with you? Let's just wait here. Mark ran forward as she struggled to pinpoint the direction she needed to go. She gently brushed your commentary away. There's no need to worry about me for this, or waste time standing around. Keep on shopping. Though, actually, I might need help finding my way. Can you please come, Lizzie? Well, let's just go together then. You and your sister had to share a look over that. Why do that of all things?
Hey.
Ma, if anyone should go anywhere on their own, shouldn't it be you? You're the one needing a detour, and you're the parent here. Ma giggled, unfazed by the resistance. Liz, meanwhile, tipped the brow of her hat up, matching Ma skeptically. Soon enough, Orestia will have to handle doing these kind of errands on her own. This makes good practice. What? Ma hooked an arm around Liz and pulled her along. Have fun. We'll find each other again later. Just like this? Excuse me? Just like that? Wait! The word burst from your lips, and as Ma and Liz waded into the crowd, but it was in vain. They were out of sight within moments, and what started as a group outing rapidly became you entirely on your own. You were overwhelmed. You thought, screw them. You were were done with this whole trip, you felt great being left on your own. You thought Ma was being ridiculous, but you didn't really mind. You didn't know what to think. Well, I'm okay with being on my own. I do my grocery alone all the time. Ma thoroughly surprised you with this, but it was freeing. This was a good time as any to do things at your own pace. You walked off on your own. You found a place to sit where you were left. You texted Kov to meet up. No, I walked off on my own. Resigned to your fate, you picked up where you left off. Browsing the stalls, one hooked your attention. What is this? Ooh, chocolate! 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 Ah! Chocolate! While most stalls were selling various garden growing foods, this one had an array of homemade fudge. There were even vegan versions of every option. I never had fudge! I never had it! Is it like cookies? Like cookie? It looks like cookie dough. I've only seen what it looks like. I know it's really sweet. It looks like cookie dough though. But like, it looks like something that's not cooked. It's kind of mellow, isn't it? Oh, I wanna try all of them! I wanna try all of them! Cookies and cream, no white chocolate, no. Dark chocolate, milk chocolate, toffee. Is toffee something made with caramel or made with coffee? I always get them confused. Chocolate peanut butter, wow! Caramel, chocolate white peppermint, ugh. Maple walnut, ooh, I wonder. Red velvet? Next told me that red velvet was made with white chocolate. Dark chocolate with mint? No. Mint and chocolate are not supposed to go together. I mean, I just don't like mint. Anyway, let's move on. Anytime we talk about food, I'm gonna stay there forever. Yes, I get closer to the stove. You sidestepped past a few other people and got yourself right in front of the counter for a better look. There was a widespread, dozens and dozens of delicately cut square decadents. Why do you hate white chocolate? 'Cause it doesn't taste good to me. I don't like the taste of white chocolate. Red velvet is chocolate dyed red. Oh, really? So it's just white chocolate. Red white chocolate. Is that red velvet is? Okay. Oh, that's strange. Why was there a need to do that? I mean, why not, I guess. The owner smiled and approached you to explain their shop.
The fudge is solid in boxes of 4 pieces. They either can be all the same, all different, or any mix you like. What are you looking to buy today?
You didn't want to get any. Why, are you kidding? You wanted to get yourself a box. You wanted to get a box to share with everyone. You wanted to get a box just for Kov. No, let's share with everyone. What kind of person? What kind of person would do that? The whole section was too good not to share. Yes. And that was all. And I'm gonna get an extra box for me. Your mind was already filling with thoughts of sinking your teeth into delicious fudge. There was no walking away empty-handed now. And let's get another one! Looking at the treats made you think of Kov. You grinned, hoping you liked what you picked out. I think he has a sweet tooth, so you should be okay. And that was all. Yeah, I could use some fudge.
I'm glad you came to the right place then.
For yourself, you picked. For myself, milk chocolate and dark chocolate and caramel swirl. Oh, I can only have 4 in one box. Chocolate toffee. For the group you picked, milk chocolate. Everyone likes milk chocolate. Cookies and cream. Usually people like it. I'm not a big fan. Maple walnut because I want to try it, but I'm not sure I'm gonna like it. And key lime. Probably Daddy will like key lime. And for Kov, chocolate peanut butter because I want it, milk chocolate because I want it, dark chocolate because I want it, and well, he likes citrus, so let's get this one for him. The shop owner carefully put your order together. You were already looking forward to when you'd eat your fine selection of fudge. You couldn't help but try to imagine how Cove might react when you presented this to him. Everyone else was definitely going to be happy about when you regrouped later. Yeah, they're gonna be so happy! You paired and there was no stopping the large grin going all across your face. Pivoting on your heels, you moved your way back to the center of the path. You pondered for a moment what you should do now. None of the stalls were catching your eyes. What did grab your attention, however, was a head of familiar seafoam hair sticking out above the crowd. You knew instantly it was Cove. He hadn't noticed you yet, but he was walking in your direction. He held a couple bags tightly in his hands. Strangely, you couldn't spot your mom or his dad anywhere. You let him go. What? No, of course I call out for him. Cove, over here! He instantly stopped dead in his tracks. Alert, Cove's head snapped up and his eyes searched the crowd until they landed on you. His old demeanor brightened at the sight. Orestia! He waved through passerby awkwardly in an attempt to get through as fast as reasonably possible, nearly stumbling more than once. You went over to him. You couldn't move from where you were. You bounced in pace, excited for him to reach your spot. You ran to meet him. You ran into his arms. What the hell? I just went over to him. You stepped around a few people to meet Cove partway. It was undeniable that he was shopping by himself. You stared at him confused. Where's the rest of your group? Cove crossed his arms defiantly, the bags twisting in front of him. Your mom took my dad and I ended up alone. Why are you by yourself? Matt and Liz abandoned me too.
What?
What? I can't believe this happened to both of us. Did they do it on purpose? But they were like, no, you will date later. They planned it. They had to. But I don't know why. Are they pranking us? I don't know either. And you meant it. You couldn't fathom what your moms were up to. Cove shook his head, trying to clear his mind.
So...
Well? He's blushing. His change in tone caught your attention. You watched his eyes start to twinkle with mischief as the mouth pulled into a cheeky smile. You know, it is technically later and your mom isn't around this time. You chuckled, knowing exactly what he was implying. That incident was already replaying in your head. You hugged him, you kissed him, bashfully you nodded. Flustered, you told him not right now. I don't really feel like it right now. I'm gonna go for a hug. We're still in a public place though. In seconds, you closed the distance between you both, enveloping Cove in a tight hug. He held you just as tight, his bag of stuff knocked against your back, eliciting a small gasp out of you. But you were content. Cove held you until you were ready to let go. I'm glad it's later. Me too. So, his gaze wandered off, as if one of your parents might simply appear if he kept checking, and you could tell he was still processing the situation. He scratched the back of his head, looking sheepish. Do you want to forget about whatever's happening and go shopping together? Definitely! I believe you nod. Yeah, let's go! It felt good knowing you were going to have company for the rest of the trip. Cove seemed to be thinking the same thing because his body seemed to relax then. Cove's grin twisted into a conspiratorial one. You both knew that you were going against whatever had really been planned for this outing, but luckily, neither of you cared one bit at this point. So, where to first? I don't mind going back the way I came, if it's new to you. It's not hard to miss stuff, even if I've gone past it. What have you gotten? Cove shuffled his bag around and started pulling them open so you could peek inside each one. You recognized the array of things he picked up around the market. I mostly got typical things I can use pretty easily so far. Nothing super exciting. There were a few red onions, some lemons, a sweet potato, among other things, that were wrapped up so you could discern what they were. What Cove brought made sense, but it was far from a complete selection. You glanced around at the nearby stalls. Wanna start over there? Cove followed your eyes as you pointed at one of the largest stalls. It was filled with several kinds of staple fruits and vegetables.
Come on.
Yeah, let's go. Once a few people finished paying and moved, you and Cove got yourselves directly in front of the shop. There were so many things to pick from. What are we looking at? Okay, so he already has the onions, right? I don't think he has the strawberries. He already has lemons. Did he get the potatoes? I want to make homemade French fries. I love lettuce. Let's make a big salad with it, so we need tomatoes and cucumbers. Ooh, peppers. I like it when it's spicy. And we're gonna put some apples and oranges in the salad as well. The peaches would be a little bit over too much. And that was everything. Yeah! The shop owner put your selection together and handed it to you in a couple bags. Happily, you paid and waited for Cove to make his purchase. Ready to go? Cove grinned, satisfied with his new choices. He had added— oh, we're not shopping together. We're shopping separately. Oh, so I should have gotten onions. He had added another bag to his small but growing selection. You nodded. Actually, before moving on and everything, I was wondering if I'd wanna hold hands while we're shopping. Oh my god! Hello, John X. Hello. Hi, how are you? Hello. Oh, let me drink some water. Oh my gosh. Lude, I know! He wants to hold hands in public. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, let's move on. You held onto his hand. Shyly, you lifted your hand. But we're carrying so many things. How can we hold hands? You lifted your hand out for him to take. You took his arm instead. You offered him your arm. You shook your head no. I'm gonna offer him my arm. If he has an empty hand, he can grab on my arm if he wants to. You're buff, remember? Oh yes, true! I forgot, I'm super strong. Well, you can hold on my arm. I don't mind you holding on my arm. I need my hands because we're shopping. Let's go. Cove stared at you in a blushed surprise. Look at him. When you stretched your arm out towards him, slowly, delicately, he held onto your arm. Oh, that's so cute! I'm good. Building a PowerPoint presentation for a psych class. Ooh, you busy. Oh my god. Well, good work. I'm cheering you on with everything that you're doing, you smart-ass bird. Yeah, go work. Thank you, you're welcome. You held his gaze and smiled. Cove blush deepened, and then he nodded his head to the side. Smart as bird. Yeah, he's smart too.
Alright.
Yeah, you got the glasses for it. Well, good luck with your PowerPoint. I'm here for you if you need help. I know everything about psychology, of course. Okay, now let's go. Together, you and Cove wandered the market on the lookout for stalls that caught your attention. Cove was walking around with a spring in his step, talking about the various meals ideas he had in mind. After a while, you had to go greater distances to find something of interest. Sorry, I just burped. Oh my gosh. Too much water, I guess. Anyway, let's go. Several of the stalls were selling the same goods. It was only a matter It was only a matter now of which you wanted to buy from. You continued ambling down the path until Cove stopped suddenly, literally pulling you away from your thoughts. Cove? You followed his eyeline past the crowd. Immediately, you knew what grabbed him. Homemade jams and local honey. Jam! Yeah! That stall was glittering with quaint. Is that how you write quaint? Oh, I would have never guessed. With quaint glass jars stacked high, each encasing gels of varying colors. Cove's eyes were practically sparkling at the sight. Don't forget to add every transition there is. You're giving him advice on PowerPoint? Oh, that's cute. His feet automatically began to take him there, likely without being fully aware he had made an unexplained detour. All of them, of course. That's going to be a badass PowerPoint. When you got closer, you were surprised there were even more varieties than you thought. There were even different honeys based on what type of pollen the bees used. I'll make it feel like dimensional travel. Woo! And lots of Comic Sans. Only Comic Sans, of course. Cove's focus seemed torn between a bottle of blackberry jam and one of clover honey. Want some honey? You asked earnestly. Did you want some honey? You said just to tease him. I wonder, what on earth could you possibly want at this stall? Everything looks really good. You shook your head at him disapprovingly. Wait, what? You quietly left him to his dilemma. You know what? I'm gonna tease him. Yeah, that's gonna be fun. Did you want some honey? Dumbfounded, Cove nodded in response. His face was burning red. You grinned, way too pleased with your own joke. You thought things over for yourself too. Okay, what am I gonna get? I don't like honey, so no honey. Strawberry jam, yes. Rhubarb jam, yes. Blackberry, let's go with blackberry. I like blueberry too. Okay, that's it. I almost dropped my food because of laughing. Why? because of which joke? Oh my god, there were so many. Do you like the jam too? I love jam. You paid and the shop owner started putting together your order. They carefully packed it in a single big bag with paper. And be careful about your phone. Thank you very much. Amused, you watched Cove give in and just buy both the clover honey and the blackberry jam. Ooh, we have the same taste! He also went all in, getting spring wildflower honey and plum jam too. I still bought more stuff than he did. The shop owner thoughtfully wrapped each in brown paper to protect them before putting them away in a bag. He handed the purchase to Cove.
Thank you.
Thank you. You both stepped away from the stall. Cove didn't fail to notice the look you'd been giving him since he agonized over his toasted topaz. Hey, this doesn't go bad for a long time, so why not stock up? I could have chosen one if I wanted to. Sure, and I get it. Why do you think I got so many too? I want to go to the farmer's market. Yeah! Farmer's market. It's been a long time for me too. As you began to stroll, Cove looked up at the sky. He smiled. It was sort of unexpected considering all of this was technically an errand, and unexpected change often upset him. I mean, it's just getting the groceries out. Why would he be upset with anything here? But he was happy, and Cove liked doing this kind of normal things. And you could tell that Cove especially enjoyed doing these kinds of things with you. You blushed thinking about how comfortable doing this with Cove felt. You were feeling the same as him. You were just feeling down about how the street. Why? Cove's pleased attitude annoyed you. Oh my god. So if you want to be a bitch, basically you have the option. not the type to blush, but yeah, you know what? Let's be cute. I wanna be cute. I wanna go and blush. Yeah, I'm gonna blush thinking about how comfortable twisting with cold felt. If we were to go camping, who would cook? Well, not me, because I wouldn't be there. Me camping, are you crazy? It's a place full of bugs. The forest is where the bugs belongs, so I'm not stepping there. But I guess you're a good cook, aren't you? You like fire? Okay, Rose is taking care of making the fire. Geonex, you make the food. Dorma, you FaceTime me. That sounds like a lot of fun. It felt more than normal or mundane. It felt right. I'm glad you're having a good time. We're so domestic. I kinda wonder what the others are doing right now. Let's have a joke. We're so domestic. Gove took a sharp intake of air and started coughing for a moment. Afterwards, he refused to look at you. Are we? I guess we are. Later, when you spotted a less crowded area, you took a break from browsing. Gove started rummaging through one of his bags, just to check on how his goods were going. A smile grew on his face as he went on to the next. You chuckled, knowing that Gove wouldn't let anything go to waste. There wasn't a single doubt. He was going to eat it all. You held a hand in front of you. You held a hand in front of your face as you squinted upwards. The sun had moved quite a bit. You'd been at the market for a good while now. Neither your feet nor your arms were sore right now, and Gove looked to be doing fine too. But there was something that could be coming. There was a price to pay for this much shopping, and it wasn't always just in money. Can you give me a piggyback ride? Are you crazy? Could you carry my thing? No, I'm strong. Want me to carry your bags? Yeah, let's just not be weird. Quietly enjoy the break from walking. There was a breeze you just barely noticed in the air, and you contentedly sighed, happy that the weather was cooperative for the market. It made things even better. Why don't I carry your stuff for a while? I don't mind, and I figure your arms could maybe use a break. I'm strong, don't you remember, Calv? I'm buff. I guess I'm not against it, but anyone is welcome to take the chef hat. No, you're the chef, Geonax, you're the chef. You cook vegetables. Good. Yeah, okay, I'd like that. Thanks, but no thank you. No thanks, I can carry bags for you instead. Could you give me a piggyback ride instead? You know what, is it the joke one? Oh, he's not yellow though. I don't remember if Green is joking or not. No thanks, can I carry your bags for you instead? Seriously? After I just asked to carry yours? Yes. Fine, you win. Fine, you win. Or it's actually kind of a loss you're willing to take. No, it's a win. Thanks, Orestia. So I'm carrying his stuff, he's not even saying no? Oh my god. Gove bundled up his bags into two groups and held them out for you to take. Seriously? You accepted, but I had to temporarily put all the bags down on the ground. He's really giving me his bags to carry? Oh my god. I'm refurbishing a grill and I'll be excited to see what I can make on it. Woo! Yeah, I guess you have a lot of outdoors where you are. Probably when you go fishing at the river, you can probably, or the lake, I don't remember. You can probably install like a little grill next to the shore. See, Cryptid should cook. Well, you don't want to cook, Geonex? What do you want to be doing then, huh? You want to be taking pictures? He chuckled, watching you shuffle the bags around, so each arm wasn't carrying too much. I'll assist. Never said I cook well. Well, you know what? It's okay. Chopping vegetables and eating them raw is delicious. It's actually the best way, I think. So, no need to be good at cooking when you do that. And the meat? I don't know, just put it on the heat and it kind of like becomes meat, right? I don't know. know, depends on what Uncanny decides to do, I guess. Uncanny is not even here. Do you wanna force him to go camping too? Oh my gosh.
Thank you.
Thanks for doing this, really, it's nice of you. No problem at all. Standing up straight with the bags, you were all set to get going again. You grinned happily to do this. He isn't included? I mean, you you have to give him the invitation first. But I'll stay out there close to Jupiter while you guys organize the camping, right? And then just FaceTime me, okay? So I'm carrying all the bags by myself? I mean, I'm buff, but I was joking, you know? Like, jam is really heavy. You have 4 jams, I have 5. Only that, oh my gosh. But I guess if I'm buff, it's not such a problem. But all the veggies are heavy, you know? Oh. Once, okay, a little apartheid. I don't know if you guys know what kimchi is. Kimchi is really delicious. It's a dish made from cabbage, and you're supposed to ferment it. So I was like, I'm gonna make a lot so that I don't have to buy it anymore. And you do awesome. And I decided to make kimchi. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna start. I know, just don't like it all. Oh my gosh, I love it so much, but it's hard to find the vegan type. Camping is fun, you don't notice the bugs. Dorma, dorma, dorma. I had to stop the game because I was looking at one. How do you think it's gonna be if I am there? It would be even worse. I would be having a panic attack. Anyways, back to my kimchi story. So I was like, I'm going to make a lot so at home I prepared the recipe and I was like, okay, if I'm making that much, I'm going to need at least 8 cabbages. So I went to the store and was like, okay, I'm gonna take 8 cabbages, and then bugs a friend. Guys, you're not understanding the situation. And I was at the register and the lady was looking at me and was like, so how do you want to carry those? I was like, oh, can I have a bag please? And they were like, they were really unsure over the situation, so they looked at each other and they doubled the bag. And I was like, oh, okay, they doubled the bag. And then I had all 8 cabbages and I was heading home and I thought I was gonna die. 8 cabbages is crazy heavy. One of the bag cracked even before I got home. That was terrible. I don't know how I made it back, but I somehow made it back with all 8 cabbages, and I was like, never again in my life. It was the big type of cabbages, you know, the one for the kimchi. Anyways, just to tell, I can carry, but like, you know, vegetables are heavy. Ma and Mom had both texted you during the trip, though only to say that they hoped you found some good stuff and that they'd see you later. There were no answers on where they went or why. You and Cove continued to wind your way through the bustling market, the list of outstanding items steadily shrinking while bags grew heavier. Eventually, Cove realized that he hadn't checked his own phone in a while. The two of you came to a stop in the nearest alcove, where you'd be out of the steady stream of people perusing the stalls, and he pulled out his phone. Cove pulled out his phone. You watched his eyes dart over the screen as he read the waiting messages. Not important. I can reply to that later. He mumbled his verdict under his breath. Then Cove's face crunched up with confusion.
Huh?
Wait, I've got a message from my dad. Listen to this. Cove, I wasn't part of the plan. I didn't know what was going on when I left with Orestia's mom. Where are you? Oh my gosh, he's been abducted. He sent that ages ago. I didn't hear it come in. He's sent another one since then. Says he hopes I'm alright and that he's not bothering me. The newest one says everybody's going to the parking lot soon and we can meet up there. He lowered his phone, eyes narrowed. The same conclusion that was settling on you had landed on Cove as well. So this was on purpose. Well, what's wrong with that? We ended up having a date. It's fine. The crowd of people passing by stayed as noisy as ever, a sharp contrast to the silent. That's not. Well, I guess it's not. It doesn't want to disturb. To the silence that had fallen over you and Cove. He was rubbing the screen of his phone against his shirt, wiping away dust and debris. He continued scrubbing the screen along after anything could have remained. The action a poor substitute for pushing away the awkwardness of the moment. You felt alright about it all. This whole mess was so upsetting to you. You were furious. Why though? I don't understand. You didn't care about what your mom had done. You were struggling to comprehend this. The shock was too fresh for you to even know how you felt. What shock are we talking about? I don't get it. I'm alright about everything. There was no malice behind the plot. You were quite sure of that. Your moms must have had their reason for doing this, and it hadn't harmed you in any way. What the hell? Of course not. We're just at the market. What the hell? Everyone's such a drama queen in there. Okay, fine. How are we going to explain this? They can be really weird, huh? You shrugged. You exhaled a tired sigh. Okay, I don't care.
Are you okay?
Are you alright? His voice was gentle. Yeah, really? That's good. Abandoning us without a warning wasn't really a cool idea. Even if they meant well, which they probably did. He looked you straight in the eyes. Not making a big deal out of this is nice. I'm not exactly thrilled personally. So, if you do want to complain to me, you can. Well, I don't have any complaints. Oh, I don't have any complaints! Yeah! Maybe I am kind of mad. Okay, I'm disappointed. You can be kind of annoying to me. Wait, what? You didn't say anything. I don't have anything to complain about. Nothing? Ever? I don't know. His mouth hung open, and then he laughed.
No way.
Come on. You gotta have plenty of stuff to complain about. Just from the stunts I've pulled myself, let alone what's happened today. You cracked a grin at that. Despite yourself, you could certainly be a troublemaker when he wanted to be. But he could also be so kind. He's adorable all the time. After a moment, he stepped away from you, face turned. Cove closed his eyes and took a deep breath, his brows creased, then furrowed deeper into his skull, his arms tightly coiling together. So, they did do something stupid. I knew it. His voice had taken an exaggerated quality, but what truly distinguished it from Cove's typical picking tone was the abundance of rage. This is such a core. Parents are so dumb. Why do people have to go places with family members anyways? I hate them. You got it instantly. It had been years since the boy with the brow... Oh, okay, he's talking about Jeremy. It had been years since the boy with the bowl cut had been in town for the summer, but Cove had never forgotten. To this day, he continued to unleash his impersonation whenever the moment felt right. Sometimes you wondered if the act had grown more exaggerated over the years, or if the kid really was always that ridiculous. You burst out laughing, you shook your head at Cove's silliness, you played along, you smiled quietly. This kid is never gonna leave that down, huh? You quite decided, I'm gonna laugh. And every time it never failed to crack you up. Cove gave you a loop-sided smile, letting the joke rest for now. Come on, we should probably go meet up with the group. Yeah. You didn't dally any longer, slipping back into the crowd and making your way towards the entrance of the farmer's market. It didn't take long to reach the parking lot. Your parents, Mr. Holden and Liz, were already waiting there, and they waved at both of you approached. Your own family seemed to be in pretty good mood, in contrast to Mr. Holden. He stared at Cove with open concern as you got closer. Hey bud, hey Orestia, how you doing? We'd been doing better if we hadn't been abandoned in the farmer's market by our families. You saw Mom's frowning at his response, Ma glancing from Cove to Mom with blinking eyes. Just because Orestia is really laid back doesn't mean that you can just leave her out of your plans and expect her to go with it every time. Aw, it's trying to protect me. I don't need it though. Ma hung her head, ashamed, and Mom, ashamed? No way! And Mom had a hand pressed to her cheek. You could tell that they were quickly regretting their scheme. Well, why? That was fun. I'm so sorry, Orestia. Her words were full of emotion. Mom squeezed Ma's arms. We were trying to make the errand more of a fun trip, less of a chore. Ma nodded. We didn't think you, Cole, and Lizzie wanted to be stuck trudging around the market with your parents all day. Especially not in the summer. But you're always very thoughtful and don't like to leave your moms behind, so we did ourselves. It was only going to be for the market, not other shops, I promise. Still, you're right. We could have just told you and let you make your own call. I'm really sorry. Neither of us meant to upset you.
I'm really sorry.
All gas, no brake. And we should have known better. Sorry. Ma ditched me too after pulling her urgent potty break stunt, if that helps. I went off to do my own shopping, and it seems they planned.
Sorry.
Sorry I didn't check back in with you. I wasn't thinking and just tried to blow it off. You quietly took in their stories of what happened. Over to the side, Cove was talking to his dad. Thanks for telling me something was up, though I feel bad for missing the warning when you sent it.
You're welcome.
It's no trouble, sport. I learned my lesson about making surprise plans. Cove smiled at his dad. Mr. Holden, laughing, clapped Cove on the back.
Not bad.
Wow, we're really being outplayed today. You realized you hadn't been the only onlooker on the Holden's moment. Your moms were exchanging rueful looks. Liz had her arms crossed over her chest, patiently watching it all unfold. Yes, looks like it. We'd better find some way to catch up.
In that case,
Maybe we can do Orestia's course for the next week. Mom jabbed Ma on the shoulder. You might be onto something, Orestia. How do you like the sound of that? They look at you hopefully. Sounds good to me. Make it 2 weeks. You're gonna have to do more than that. I'll think about it. You don't have to do anything. I was never mad. You don't have to do anything. I think we do. Come on. And, at the very least, we can make sure everyone stays together for the rest of the stops we're making today. You all nodded at the suggestions. We won't let you down. We'll be on the best sheepdogs ever, guarding the flock and catching any strays.
fun.
We could at least be shepherds. You chuckled, your mood lifting in spite of bumpy morning. It was going to be alright. You turned to the entrance for the farmer's market for one final glance, pressing it into your memory under this new light. You thought on what you'd picked up at the market and how you were going to enjoy it later. Yes, the fudge! I can't wait for the fudge! Some things you could only get from local suppliers like this. That was another perk about coming along to the market today. Actually, you realized this would be a good time to bring out the fudge. Yeah, you got to share, while everyone was clustered together. Hey, wait, before we go, I got something for everybody. The announcement grabbed everyone's interest, and they looked over at you, each curious about what you had in store. You dug your hand into the bag and pulled out a specially selected treat. I saw this amazing fudge stall, so I got a box for us to share. Ooh! Oh, that's so sweet of you. The Holdens were wearing matching greens at the prospect of free dessert, their family resemblance more notable as they mirrored each other's expressions. Sweet is the right word for this. Thank you so much, Orestia. Yeah, thank you.
You're
Great! Can't wait to bust it open. We should save it for tonight. You can't properly enjoy a treat when there's still chores to be done. Besides, we don't want to make a mess with it melting in this heat. The others murmured their agreement and nodded, reaching a consensus. You stowed the box away safely for now. Cove then sat up next to you, an eager smile on his face. You could tell from his expression that he was up to something. Thanks again for getting Fudge. It was really cool of you. You knew he hadn't come over just to thank you individually, not with that huge smirk. I got something to share too, but, well, only really with you. I guess I'm not as nice. Oh well. You cooked up a scheme of your own? He laughed. Anyway, well, I sort of picked something out with you in mind. He held a hand to you held a hand to your chest, staring at Cove as he explained further. Since your mom decided we should shop separately, I figured I could use the time to get you something. Just a little surprise. He reached into one of his bags and retrieved one of the wrapped up objects. You accepted the unexpected present, and he looked on excitedly as you tore off the paper. It was a glass bottle of cool spring water. You didn't need to taste it to know that it would be nice. It was a boutique product. Oh, it's a glass bottle of water? Wait, what? It's just water? It was heavy in your hand. The container and small metal cap were affirming the quality. Even the label, constructed from coarse paper rather than a flimsy sheet of plastic, was distinctive. You were practically bouncing in anticipation, and he smiled sweetly at your reaction. It's not a big deal, but I just thought you might like it. What? Am I not understanding? Did he just give me water? I mean, fancy water, I guess. I don't know. I'm just gonna smile at him. I don't understand the situation. It just got me water, right? No one ever got me water. I mean, yeah, if I ask for water, I get water, but like, you know. Okay, it's expensive water. Okay, I guess. Well, I'm gonna go with thank you then. Thank you for the expensive water. I can't believe we both got each other something. You weren't the only one who had that idea. Actually... You grinned, ready to unlash your surprise on him. I'm gonna go with this one. Actually... His eyes began to widen. I got something for you too, when you run around. There was a burst of laughter, from first your mom, followed by a chorus of chuckles from the other three. You'd forgotten that they were still hanging around. Unfortunately, they hadn't paid you or Cove the same courtesy, and had been listening in on your conversation. You weren't even apart for a whole day. And you both still used that as a chance to get each other's little gifts. Ma clasped her hands together, eyes bright. That's so lovely. A day? It was less than a whole morning.
Right?
True. I don't even want to think about what happens when you spend real time apart. That's my boy. Oh, that is hilarious. You reached back into the bag where you had first retrieved the box of fudge for everyone, shuffling it aside to take out the other one underneath. You chuckled coolly, aware that the other were still watching you. The first one was for everybody, but it's not all I got. I bought a second bunch of fudge. That's just for you. Cove's face lit up, his grin stretching from ear to ear. The laughter that came from the others, who were fully tuned into your little show, didn't appear to reach him.
Seriously?
Really? That's only for me? Cove took the box of fudge in one hand and claimed one of the hands with his other. He used the hold he had to lead you closer to him, while he lifted the hand to his mouth and peppered kiss over your knuckles. Ah, it's cute! Thank you. It's adorable. He looked at you with shining eyes. At this rate, it wouldn't just be a little group that knew that you'd been treating him, The whole parking lot was going to learn about it. Yeah, Rose. Behind Cove, you could see Mom watching you both with a smile of hilarity. See? This is why he's so attached. You've spoiled him. You shouldn't make fun, Pam. It's clear mutual. Besides, I don't hear you complaining when I'm spoiling you. Ma pinched Mom's cheek, making her laugh as she battled the hand away. Oh, Mommy is still so cute. True, true. Liz clapped her hands together with the air of a teacher calling for attention. Since the other adults aren't acting like grown-ups, the rest of us are going to have to pick up the slack. It's time to get back on schedule and continue with the rest of the errands. Playtime is officially over. Ma laughed while Mr. Holden grinned awkwardly. Mom hung her head in an exaggerated display of mock defeat. Kids are tough, and I can't even call them kids anymore. Liz, what the hell is that? With amusement at her mother, Cove shrugged, staying a neutral observer. But a small smile on his face revealed that he was enjoying the conclusion. You laughed, glad that everyone was getting along. That's right. That's right. We're all grown-ups now. That's true, kinda. With that, your trip to the farmer's market was closed. It was time to move on. There were too many of you for one car, so you and Cove had wound up in Mr. Holden's car on the way over. You figured it made sense to do the same for the next leg of the journey. It's not over! You sat next to Cove in the back. Immediately after the click of the seatbelt in its lock announced that Cove was safely strapped in, he began to unfold the box of fudge it'd been given. You gonna eat it now? Uh-huh. He nodded eagerly, not taking his eyes from the container. He lifted the top off and longingly admired the selection inside. Milk chocolate fudge is a staple. You can never go wrong with that. Of course, it's chocolate! Isn't dark chocolate fudge a real classic? You know it's gonna be good. Is this green fudge lime? Yeah, key lime! That's amazing, cause it's fudge but also fruity somehow. That's peanut butter in there, right? Chocolate with peanut butter mixed. Ooh, that's so good. Once Cove had finished bestowing praise on what you'd picked, you promptly started sampling the selection. Give me some too! I want to try the peanut butter one. He was smiling, licking his lips, and having a grand old time. You could also tell from the way his nibbling was turning into munching that the box wasn't going to survive the trip to the next stop. You're right. Cove had tried to savor the treats, claiming just one more, until there was only one left. And the statement was finally forced to be true. He finished the last one too. He sighed contentedly.
Thank you.
Thanks again, Orestia. Those really were great. You're welcome. He set the picked clean box to the side, then rested his hand on his spoiled tummy. Cove wasn't going to be hungry for a while after that. From there, he sat wordlessly, gaze drifting to the window. You knew Cove well enough to spot the signs of when he was physically present but mentally elsewhere. The way he would fall quiet, staring without seeing, the long blinks, all of which was doing right now as he looked at nothing in particular. He licked his fingers absent-mindedly, getting the last of the melted fudge off his hand. You were pleased you'd enjoyed it so much. Is it too late to ask for a taste? I would have enjoyed the bite too. Yeah, no joking. You looked away, feeling bashful over how well your gift had been received. Well, I'm gonna be happy. Am I teasing him? I'm always teasing him. Let's go with this. Cove straightened up at the sound of your voice, his pose stiff. He turned away, his hand smacking over his mouth instead. You were miles away. You seemed to get a taste. You think so? His dad is just right there. You were miles away for a second. What were you thinking about? Well, I was just thinking about how nice you are. How nice I am? Yeah. His face grew redder. Wait, you got me a present too? Isn't that normal? His face grew redder as his hand clenched around the top of his knees. You stared at him, hoping for an explanation, but Cove simply ducked his head. When he next spoke, his voice was barely more than a whisper. I'm lucky I get to be with you. Aww, that's so sweet! I feel lucky too. You laughed happily, you blushed. His words stunned you. Well, that's so sweet, isn't it? He peeked at you from the corner of his eyes, still too shy to look at you directly. You smiled at him affectionately, eliciting an equally caring smile from Cove in return. You felt content, secure in your relationship with Cove. You decided to enjoy your drink now. You wanted to save the drink for later. I'm gonna try the drink. I mean, you tried the fudge right away. You twisted off the cap and brought it to your mouth. Even before the first sip reached your lips, the scent tickled your nostril. What? So is it water or is it not water? I don't get it. Water doesn't smell. You took a swig. It was refreshing. The perfect way to hit the spot after a long morning, trolling through the market. What do you mean morning? Isn't the whole day over? Look at the sunset outside. This is great. Thanks, Cove. He grinned at you, pleased that his pick had been well received. You're welcome. You spent the rest of the day completing the remaining errands, all together as a group. You had enjoyed your brief independence. You were glad that you'd closed the day with everyone. Yeah, I'm glad that I closed the day with everyone. Ma had been true to her word and ensured that you spend the rest of the time with the Stars family and the Holden family in one place. It had been a wonderful time, a lovely high note to end on. What should we do here? I'm kind of getting tired. It's been 4 hours. I think we've done 3 moments in 4 hours. I'm almost there. I'm afraid that the talks is gonna take another hour, and then it's going to be another hour to finish the thing. Should I continue or should I wait? Or maybe let's just take a little break. Let's just take a little break. Let me stretch around and maybe get a snack or something, and then we can continue. Skip the talks? No! I'm not skipping anything. I wanna keep going for the whole thing. I wanna see everything. Let me just stretch a bit. Wait, do I have anything to munch on? Let's have a look. Okay, I got something. You know what? Yesterday, I think in the middle of the night, I suddenly was craving for something that I've never had before. I don't know how to call that. It's a kind of a vanilla pudding made with rice vanilla pudding or something like that. I don't even remember ever having that before, but I was craving for it yesterday. Tapioca? No, it's not tapioca. It's literally rice in a vanilla pudding. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I never had it before either, but I don't know why. It was in my head right before I went to sleep, so I got that. It's not bad. It's just weird because I thought maybe you wouldn't like feel or taste the rice in it, but you definitely do. Like, it does really feel like you're eating rice in a vanilla pudding. It's so weird. Anyway, so I got that, and that tastes fine. But that's not what I'm going to be munching on right now. Right now, I'm going to be munching on... It's a little snack. I don't know what it's called. Because all I've got here is the brand, so I don't want to be telling the brand. But it's like a bunch of cornflakes. You know, cornflakes, like Special K or whatever. It's like bundled up together with melted chocolate on it. So it's kind of like bite-sized, and it's chocolate covered, and it's good. Oh, you don't like me munching? No, I'm not gonna be crunching the mic. Okay, a little bit of sugar helps. I think I know what you're talking about. Oh, really? It's really nice. It's kind of crunchy, but it's also great because there's a ton of chocolate on it. There's a store who do that, and it's really, really good. But I didn't go to that store today. So I just have the supermarket version of it. And it's good enough, it's good enough. Let me go get more water too. I'm almost out of water. Okay, I don't know how professional it is to just take a break like this in the middle of the game. I should go close the curtain too. Okay, a little sugar boost, and we're all ready to go. I hope everyone is doing fine. Whether you're chilling or working, I hope everything is going okay. And I hope you enjoyed the story so far. I really do. I think maybe it got longer because we're finally girlfriend-boyfriend, so there's more content to be shared. Maybe that's why the other ones were really short. It's the first time that it takes so long to do the moments, I think. Usually in 4 hours I would have finished everything, but last time we did drive, so right now it took me 4 hours to do only 3 of them. Whoa. Maybe it's me, maybe I'm reading too slow. I hope it's not too boring. I'm having a lot of fun though. I really enjoy this story. Next time I do a visual novel though, I might not go for a straight romance thing. There has to be more interesting stories out there. I mean, it's a great story, not kidding, it's really good. Some romantic stuff are usually not my thing, but I'm thoroughly enjoying this one. It's so much fun. Gove is such a sweetheart, and all the characters, they're really adorable. It's kind of like, yeah, it is a feel-good story. It's just a feel-good moment. It's really nice. That's really fun. Okay. Alright. Let's continue then. Let's continue. We can finish this today. Let's go. Alright. Talks. Another placid summer day was drifting by. Your daydreams were chasing each other, none sticking around long enough to become a firm plan. But you really didn't mind any of that, right now. A tapping worked its way onto those dreams. Focusing more, you realized it was coming from your window. A grin popped on your face, as though it had been waiting all day for this moment. Can't you just text me? Heading to the window, you could see Cove outside. His habit of climbing his way really was a true Cove-ism. Boy, it's freaking Spider-Man. Yeah, he is. He'd rather scale your house than wait a couple extra minutes for you to come down. You stood aside to give him space. You held a hand out to him. I'm gonna help him in. You offered Cove a hand to help him. Once he was mostly inside, he took it to help steady the last bit of the entrance. Of his entrance. He needed the help, despite how many times he'd done this.
Hey.
Hey, Orestia. Hey to you. You think my mom should invest in some bigger windows? Cove laughed at that, and that took... Cove laughed at that and took one last look at his exclusive entrance. He hummed with a teasing look on his face. It'd make my life easier, that's for sure. Cove's voice came out quietly, with a strangely pleased smile on his face. Did something happen? Cove opened his mouth to answer, only to have your phone vibrating cut him off. You both turned to where it rested, a little further up on your bed. It was still face down, so you couldn't tell who was calling. It's okay. Your attention shot back to Cove. He smiled at you awkwardly.
Don't worry about it.
Go check. It could be important. I'll wait. Thanks. You shuffled forward and scooped the little noisemaker into your hand. You flipped it over and checked the caller ID. It's Miranda! Oh, you should answer it. I want to say hi too. Okay. With a nod, you accepted the call and set it to speaker. Hi, Miranda. Hi. There was something off about her tone. Cove met your gaze, and you saw the same confusion in his expression. What's happening?
Have you heard from Terry?
Have you heard from Terry at all? Or did you hear about her from Cove? Huh? No, she hasn't called me, but Cove is with me right now. Hey. Oh, hi, Cove. Is that what you were going to say? He shook his head no, before realizing that it wasn't good enough answer when the person couldn't actually see it. No, Terry hasn't called me today either. Is something wrong? At that, Miranda couldn't hold herself together any longer. The muffled sobs from "Oh, what's happening?" from the other side of the line were unmistakable. Terry doesn't like me anymore, if she ever did. What? That doesn't sound right. You're probably her best friend out of all of us. Yeah, why do you think that? She sniffled. She sniffled, and there was a pause, as you could hear her shift the phone to the other hand. Terry was here the other night watching movies with me. We were up super late. She realized her parents probably went to bed, so they couldn't pick her up. My mom and dad were definitely asleep then. That works illy. I tried telling her it was okay to just spend the night and she could text her parents what happened, but Terry didn't want to. You glanced at Cole. He looked equally unsure as you about where this story was going. It didn't sound like a friendship ending situation. I suggested, got to go see you later. Okay, Next, have a good day. Bye. I suggested things to make it easier if she was nervous, like she could sleep by herself in my room while I stayed somewhere else. Yeah? And I said we didn't have to sleep at all. We could keep watching movies until one of our parents woke up. I wouldn't have mind. I know not everyone can do sleepovers, but Terry wouldn't even tell me what was really going on, or what I could do to help. I thought we could tell each other anything. I guess I was wrong. Did she stay in the end?
No.
No! We got too loud in the kitchen. My dad woke up. He offered to drive her home, and when he heard what was wrong, she likes her? You think so? Don't you think she went with Baxter? She texted me apologizing for my dad. Apologizing for my dad having to do that when he needed rest, but that was it. She isn't talking to me anymore. You could hear every beat of the tears and heartbreak in Miranda's voice. This continued to be a shock for your neighbor, but Cove recovered and spoke gently. I'm really sorry. There's no way Terry wanted to make you feel this bad, or that's just done with your friendship because of this. Miranda's sniffing continued. You hoped she had plenty of tissue handy. Yeah, I do hope she has tissues. It'll be okay. I hope Terry's alright. It's really weird that she reacted like this. It's not a big deal, honestly. You weren't sure what to say. I don't know what to say. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what to say. It'll be okay? Should I just go with it'll be okay? You know, when you don't know, yeah, it'll be okay. It had to be. You couldn't imagine any alternative. Miranda's voice sounded a little bit more collected after finishing her story, but you knew she was crying was far from being done. I thought she'd have reached out to one of you by now. Maybe she's not talking to anyone. Yeah. Sorry for bothering you and Cove about this. Hey, we're here for you. Right, you can tell us anything. Thank you. Her shaking voice finally conveyed a little optimism, or at least relief that she wasn't dealing with it entirely on her own.
Is that alright?
If you do hear from her or anything, could you let me know if she's alright? Yeah, we can. Thanks. Let's talk later, okay? Bye. 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 That didn't really seem like an especially productive point to end the call, though you also weren't sure where to go from there. Looking to Cove, his face seemed as lost as yours. With no alternative, you hung up and put your phone back on your bed. I have to go. Have a great rest of your week. Thank you, Dorma! You too! Have a lovely evening, day, night, and morning, and all of the week. And see you next time! Thank you for being here! Bye-bye! With no alternative, you hung up and put the phone back on your bed. Cove crossed his arms, a frown creasing his face. He began to pace the length of your room. Thank you for streaming. No! Thank you for being here. Cove crossed his arms, a frown creasing his face. He began to pace the length of your room, clearly trying to put the pieces together in his head in a way that made sense. You were worried. You felt pretty confident about this working out well. You sounded like trouble. It sounded like trouble to you. You weren't sure how to react. I'm sure it's gonna be fine. We're gonna force them to be friends again. It was no fun hearing Miranda so sad, and you could definitely empathize. But right now, there was no reason to get too worked up. It was only a matter of time until Terry reached out to someone, and you were sure hearing her side of things would clear it up. The empty state of your head before learning this was not helping you now. You couldn't put two thoughts together, and flopping back on your bed, you stared into space. We should probably try calling Terry. Cove's voice managed to drag you back to some grounding. He'd stopped pacing, but you still saw a perturbed look on his face. Is it really something we should get involved with right now? Cove's mouth pressed into a hard line. At the moment, it seemed like the two of you were on very different wavelengths as to how to deal with this. Uh-oh.
Come on.
I want to talk to Terry. She's my friend too. Fine, let's call her. Cove looked away and pulled his phone out. He went over and stood at his side as he was dialing. Cove let it ring and ring and ring and ring. Terry didn't answer. There wasn't even an option to leave a voice message. Your shoulders slumped, and Cove looked even more troubled. If that was possible. He turned to you as if for some lifeline. Could you try calling? I'm gonna send a text, just like, hey, I was rushing to reach you, call me, or something. Yeah. You took up your phone once more. Unfortunately, after another set of interminable rings, the line went dead, no answer, no voicemail. Hanging up, you saw Cole visibly deflate. He rubbed his arm, eyes distanced, openly struggling with the whole affair. I don't like this at all. They are fighting, we barely know anything, and we're supposed to just wait and see? Despite it only being a minute since he texted Terry, Cove checked his phone again. He was desperate for progress, for something, and you frowned as you watched him. You need to try to relax. You're making me anxious. There's no way Terry has answered you. They're gonna get over it, you know? You stayed silent. I'm gonna try and coax him into being cool about it. I mean, it's gonna be okay. It is gonna be okay. Cove stared hard at the screen as though he was trying to will a new message to appear. As your words sank in, his gaze slid over towards you. Just a little bit? Come on, you're working yourself up. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath and released it slowly. It wasn't much, but you could see him ease up slightly. Yeah, you're probably right. Cove was still gripping his phone with both hands, as though it might fly away if he let go. He looked to you with almost painful earnestness. We should... What do we even say if we do hear from one of them? His pacing resumed, as he attempted to answer his own question. We should probably tell them to talk to each other instead of only us, maybe? He slowly came to another halt, like a gear winding down. We should find out Terry's side of the story. We should just confront Miranda and let up with Terry. I don't know. We should only tell them to work it out between themselves, that's it. You wondered why you always had to come up with these things. You didn't say anything. I'm sure there's a story. Well, if we're gonna be nosy about it, let's go and try and find out what Terry's side of the story is. Nothing could be done until you knew what she thought of this. That much was certain. Cove nodded slightly in agreement. For several minutes, you both remained there in silence, drowning in your thoughts. Eventually, Cove turned around. I'm gonna text Terry that we already know what's going on. Maybe she'll have an easier time talking to us because she won't have to pretend or explain. Yeah, that might be the only way to get her attention. You can't do that. Miranda didn't say it was alright to admit she talked to us. You felt way too overwhelmed to know what to say next. I think you're pushing too much. That's not a good idea, Cove. Not at all. Why are you so fixated on this? I think so too. Miranda didn't say it was okay to bring it up. She just wanted us to let her know if we got in touch with Terry. But she probably wants to fix this issue on her own. Yeah, that's a little too much. We've already tried contacting her. Isn't it good enough already? I think it's too much. Yeah, you can't do that. Miranda called you asking if Terry had opened up about it. And then she told us about what happened in private. She didn't know if Terry would be okay with any of that. Because that's her side of the story. That doesn't make it fine to do that to her. Terry isn't talking to Miranda at all. If you want to tell Terry, we could still talk to Miranda about it first.
I get it.
We could, but if Miranda wanted it to be a big secret, then she should have just said that. And if she does want to hide it, I don't think we should. You're being really mean right now. You need to just stop already. Oh, we should still call Miranda. You felt way too overwhelmed to know what to say next. Being tense doesn't mean it's okay to act like this. He's pushing too much, but I don't think we're already arguing. This is just a discussion right now. Let's call Miranda and see what she thinks of it. It's only fair. For a moment, Cove thought about what you said. Calmly, you added, I'm not saying we can't tell Terry ever, but we just have to talk to her about it so she understands. A small noise escaped his lips. All the frustration at the situation crumbled away from his face, and he spoke softly. Thanks, Orestia. I'm glad it's not just me with all this happening. Oh my gosh, he gets overwhelmed so easily. Cove took one last look at his phone and then put it away. His effort at a smile was meager but earnest. Aww.
It's okay.
We can just forget about this for a while. Terry will talk to us when she wants to. Exactly! Aww! You smiled just a little bit. Finally! That sounds good to me. I'd like to be alone for a while. Could you leave? Oh my gosh. You simply nodded back. That sounds good to me. And you meant it. I've learned from experience that trying to interfere in these things without permission doesn't go well. Exactly! It's their issue. Let's not mingle too much. Totally agree. And you meant it, exiling some of your own concern away. The last thing you wanted was to fight with Cove. A silence stretched on in what felt like hours, but it likely wasn't that long before there was a knock at your bedroom door, and Mom peeked in. Just wanted to check in on you. Oh, Cole, when did you get here? When she saw you were there, she opened the door all the way. Ma was standing there as well. She slipped past her wife to come inside your space. What's going on? We're okay. It's just, Miranda called earlier. She and Terry are fighting, but none of us know what's going on with Terry. Your parents exchanged a meaningful look, though its meaning was lost on you.
I'm so sorry.
That's too bad. I'm sorry there's trouble with your friend, sweetie. Is there anything we can do to help? Out of the corner of your eye, you saw Cove rub his arm awkwardly, unable to add anything. No, we're just waiting to see if Terry calls or texts, or if Miranda does. Well, we can at least help you take your mind off of things while you're waiting.
Yeah.
Another great idea, Lani. Well, we can get the whole gang together for some quality time. Mom gave you a soft smile and added, Deals will be good, especially since it might help make up for what happened at the farmer market. Yes, it'll be wonderful. I'll go see what Liz is up to right now. Excited, she fluttered a few steps away, and then stopped. She pivoted on her heels and raised a single finger, flashing a big smile at Cove.
It's no trouble.
And of course, Cliff will be welcome too. And knowing your family was always there for you, that couldn't be underestimated. In fact, it meant everything to you that your mom cared so much. I really appreciate this. Thank you. Yeah, thanks. That's nice of you.
You're welcome.
You're both very welcome. Don't sweat it, not so kiddos. Leave things to us. Just relax, and we'll call you when it's all together. Oh, let's have another family day then. You nodded, and your moms dispersed from now, springing into action for their impromptu get-together. You flopped down on your bed, feeling like you could sink into it, and disappeared. Cove, meanwhile, took a spot on a chair off to the side. You sighted at the same time, and Cove's mouth pulled into a bent smile at that. He gave his phone another quick check, and his eyebrows furrowed. Still nothing? Yep. This is crap, huh? Yep. Cove chewed the inside of his cheek as to mimic the stress that was clearly eating away at him. Cove, what's wrong? What's really wrong? One disagreement doesn't make you act like this. There was a pointed pause in his movement. Cove was carefully trying to put his thoughts together. He spoke in a fragile voice. Or maybe he knows more than we do. When people you care about, when they're unhappy with each other, there's nothing you can do. At least, when you're in a fight yourself, you have some responsibility, some control over it. Oh, it's about divorce issues. Okay, I got it. I wish it didn't have to happen, but this isn't possible, so... Oh, well, I guess. His attempt at giving a nonchalant shrug after that was pitiable. Yeah, it makes me feel horrible too, true. But you're right that it can't be helped. It's whatever, other people can do what they want, right? You stayed silent. No, it's true, it can't be helped. People are gonna have to fight at some point. It's okay. I know. He replied like he could barely muster the strength to speak. Well, we just have to focus on the things we can impact, or at least try. You turned to Cove, hoping your eyes conveyed the message you were feeling better than your words. His gentle nod told you that they did. There was a question you had to ask. Is it because of what happened with your parents? Cove ran a hand through his hair, a strange smile spreading across his lips. For him, this pain struck close to his heart. Just as quickly as it had come, his smile was gone, lost amidst his faraway gaze. Yeah, you got it. It's like my parents. I knew it. Despite knowing him for so many years, Cove had never spoken of the years before he moved to Sunset Bird, before his parents separated, in any detail. He whispered his thoughts distantly, almost unconcerned with whether you could hear them or not. They used to fight all the time. I think they got along when I was a baby. I mean, they had to have wanted to be with each other at some point. But when I was old enough to remember anything, it was already bad. There was always something wrong, and I could never help. I just wanted them to be happy. Well, that's so weird because they're so friendly with each other now. You tried to imagine your moms breaking up, and the very idea scared you. But Cove had endured that for real. I'm sorry, Orestia.
Don't worry about it.
It's okay. Despite that revelation, Cove gazed reassuringly at you. It's not like that anymore. Things are so different now. I don't even really think about it. Again, the sorrow reasserted itself. And when he continued, you could barely hear him. Though, I guess it's pretty obvious I haven't forgotten either. You tried to smile for him. You crossed the room and took his hand. You went over and placed a hand on his shoulder. You hugged him. You kissed him. I'm gonna hug! You crossed the room, picking up a little bit of speed, and Cove's eyes widened. He shot out of the chair and stood waiting for you with a nonplussed look. When you collided into him, wrapping your arms around his middle and knocking the hair out of his lung, all mystery was gone. Cove squeaked. Oh! He returned the gesture longingly. Exhaling, you leaned down and pressed your cheek into the warmth of his neck. The tension stuck in your chest, released like a river flowing into the ocean that was Cove. Oh, that's pretty! That's well said. The firmness of his tug told you Cove didn't plan on letting go anytime soon. You both needed to comfort the closeness just for a little bit longer. When he finally did, he kept hold of your hand. The two of you took a seat again, this time side by side on your bed. Today was a lot, huh? Yeah, it was. I mean, it still is, technically. You sat there contentedly. You leaned against him. You caressed his hand. I'm gonna lean. Resting the side of his head onto his shoulder, you glanced up at his face. Cove watched you affectionately. In that gentle gaze, you finally felt like everything was going to be okay. No matter what happens, we can make it work. His mouth pulled into a bent smile at that. You chuckled, resting her head comfortably back on his shoulder.
Me too.
I think so too. He couldn't sit still anymore. Cove leaned in, delicately pressing his lips to your forehead, and raised one free hand to lightly touch your jaw. The breath got caught in your throat. He's kissing me. When you remembered to breathe, blood rushed on your face, turning your skin a deep red. You tried not to think about how hot you were feeling, because after everything that had happened today, you were just grateful for the moment. Everything that had happened, it was just one phone call. I mean, they're easily overwhelmed in this story, I feel, but it's okay. And for a while you stayed like that. A comfortable quiet fell between you, and the sun fell with it. The warming calm ended when Cove gasped sharply. You spun, half expecting to find him nursing an injury, but instead found him staring straight ahead. What?
Oh my god.
I think my phone just vibrated. Check it out. Right. He patted his pocket, fumbling in his panic, and yanked his phone out. The force of the action nearly catapulted the device out of his grip entirely, but he caught it just in time. His eyes honed on the screen. It's Terry! Thank God. She said she's sorry. He looked back at you, eyes wide as his nerves started to fray once more. Oh, what should I say? I don't know. Give it a second, I need to think. Tell her to call us. Ask what's going on. Ask if she's talking to Miranda. You clammed up. Tell her to call us. Okay. He flashed you a shaky smile as he began to type. You suspected that it had similar thoughts himself, but wanted the reassurance of a second opinion. Cove's phone buzzed nearly as soon as the message was sent. Ah, it's Terry again. She's talking to us. You leaned in, watching the conversation unfold on Cove's screen.
Right.
She's gonna actually call. Cove held her breath as you waited. Though he was good with people, he'd never been at ease managing conflict. His phone rang out. Cove jammed the answer button. He switched the phone into speaker mode, allowing you to participate in the conversation. But despite his immediate reaction, his voice lacked the same resolve when he spoke. Hey. He was tentative, a white flag fluttering in the wind. Orestia is here too. Hi, we've been worried about you.
Hey.
Hey, buddies. Terry's voice was barely recognizable without her usual quick padded and energy.
Are you okay?
Are things okay? I don't know. Probably not. Cove tensed, his free hand curling into an anxious fist. Can you talk to us about what happened? You heard Terry sigh over the phone as she unburdened herself. Pretty much. I was at Randy's house. We decided to watch some movies. She super liked that had never even seen before. Turned out there's a lot of those. We watched one, then another, and another. We were having so much fun. Each time one finished, she had another one to share with me. I didn't really think about the time. I only wanted to say yes to Randy and watch her movies. She spoke wistfully, but her words were full of affection. It was Randy, you know. I wasn't thinking about my schedule or what time it was. I get it. Then, I finally saw the time, and oh no, it was really too late. I already knew I couldn't stay. She took a deep breath, her voice becoming softer when she resumed talking. I was so stressed out. I couldn't deal with it. Miranda wanted to help. She kept coming up with ways to make it better and trying to figure out why I was so upset about stuff. I was trying to answer her question, and there were so many, but I couldn't really answer all of them. I didn't even know why some of her ideas didn't work with me. It made my head ache. I still had the first problem, and Randy there, trying to help, blasting all these questions and suggestions at me faster than I could even think. She gulped audibly, sniffing. Gulping? I got frustrated and told her just leave me alone. But then she wanted to talk about why I wanted that, and we started having a fight in the kitchen. It woke Randy's dad up. We told him about how I wanted to go home, but my parents couldn't get me, so Mr. Eckert offered to do it. Oh, that's nice of him, Terry groaned. I know. I accepted, because I definitely couldn't stay then, not after throwing a racket and turning it into a big deal. But I feel awful and embarrassed. Why did I yell at Randy and hurt her feelings? And I made her dad lose sleep by waking him up and having to drive me home. What do you say after that? I have no idea. I don't know where to start, and I don't want to make it worse by saying the wrong thing after fighting again. So, I'm not talking. Terry, Randy isn't mad at you. Randy isn't mad that you didn't want to stay or that you fought. She just wants to feel like you can talk to her. I mean, you can say whatever you want, she'll listen. Not talking to her at all is pretty much the only wrong way to go about it. Terry lamented mournfully on the other end of the line, but he had a point. Unless she faced Miranda again, there would be no resolution. You looked at Cove, hunched over the phone, staring pensively into it and searching for a solution. This couldn't be resolved. This couldn't be solved with the other key party missing. But what if you brought them in? Your phone was still free. You suggested calling Miranda up. You rang Miranda without saying a word. Oh my gosh, that would be the worst thing ever. Okay, let's tell her that we should call Miranda. But maybe they could do that without us, actually? What if we called Miranda? That way, you could talk to her, but wouldn't have to do it alone. Cove brightened up, the concerned furrow in his brow, which had taken root when Miranda first called Ease.
Well,
That could work. Terry, are you up for it? She made a noise that wasn't a word, but nevertheless conveyed her hesitation and worry. But she brought it to a close with a decisive exhalation, as if purging all negative thoughts from her body. Alright, I'll do it. Cove nodded. Now that you'd received approval from everyone, you pulled out your phone and called Miranda. You set it to speaker and waited for her to pick up. Luckily, she did.
Hi.
Hi, Orestia. Her voice was still hesitant, as if her thoughts were elsewhere, but it was loud enough for your needs. Hi, you're on speaker. Terry is on speaker too, on Cove's phone. Oh. She paused while she digested this information. You watched the phone screen, hoping that she wouldn't hang up as a result. Really? Yep, it's really me. Can you hear my voice all the way from your house to theirs and then mine? I can. You and Cove exchanged a look, waiting for the wall between them to break and wondering who would be the one to do it. As the quiet dragged on, you caught Cove chewing his cheek. He must have weighted up the same question as you, whether to encourage the conversation along or leave Miranda and Terry to resolve it themselves. The answer came in from off one sniff, followed by another, from Cove's phone.
Sorry.
Sorry, Randy. I hope you still like me. What? You are the one acting as if you didn't like me? Her tone was defensive, no doubt a result of her wounds from last night still being raw.
What?
No way! Everyone likes Randy! You're wonderful! Your eyes met Cove's. His phone was tilted towards you, capturing the call indirectly. You moved your phone closer to his, hoping that the signal was strong enough to convey every nuance of tone. Cove did likewise, bringing his cell right next to yours, even bumping against it as he shifted his grip. I didn't know what to say. That's the only reason I wouldn't talk to you. If I had known the answer, I'd have told you right away. Miranda murmured on the other line of the phone. You didn't want to stay. Anything I tried to do bothered you. And you could have told me you didn't know. Yeah, I think I was angry at myself. I did a dumb thing and didn't want help with it. I wanted to be mad and just deal with it myself. It made me keep doing dumb things. Oh. When she spoke again, her voice was quiet, as tender and vulnerable as her words.
I'm sorry.
Staying up late watching stuff was all my fault. I had to find a way to fix it. That's what I thought anyways. But I should have given you space. I'm sorry for being so pushy and sensitive. Hardly. Miranda Heckert, having a flaw. I've never heard of such a crazy thing. Miranda let out a ghost of a giggle. Cove cleared his throat. Maybe you should call each other now? Yeah, good idea. Sorry. Can do. Thanks for giving me the kick in the butt to do this already. Mandy, I'm gonna call you right now. Bye, Orestia. Cove. She hung up after squeezing another quick bye. Thought not giving you or Cove another room to respond in sorry, I'm messing up this one. Okay, let's start over. She hung up after squeezing in another quick bye, though not giving you or Cove room to respond in kind. Miranda laughed. The noise tinkling gently, like wind chimes in a summer breeze.
You're really nice.
Thank you for listening and helping. I'm gonna hang up now so I can answer Terry's call. Bye. Bye, and good luck. Bye, talk to you soon. Miranda hung up, still chuckling softly as you cold-handed. The room felt emptier without the other voices in it. Cove expelled a sigh that crashed through the newly fallen silence. He dropped his arms to his sides, letting his head hang down like a puppet at rest. Thank God. They shouldn't have involved us in that. I'm so relieved it's okay. You were simply happy your friend had made up. Your day's events had joined you. Oh my God. You were content now that Cove seemed at ease again. I'm so relieved it's okay. Cove scratched at his face, his expression cloudy. I think I need to find better ways for dealing with conflict because that was awful. We could all probably do better at that. I think you did okay given the circumstances. Yeah, I think that would help. You didn't comment? Maybe I shouldn't comment. Maybe I shouldn't say anything. Cove meekly smiled as he rubbed at his eyes, weariness creeping over him, and mumbled his next words. We can talk about it another day. Conflict resolution methods?
Huh?
Oh no, forget it. Your eyebrows rose, and then a light bulb went off in your head. Before Miranda called, didn't you say that there was something you wanted to say? Cove's original visit had been thrown so off kilter. Kilter? So what? That it was a struggle to win your memory back to when he'd first turned up. Now you did, though. You remembered that he had been perky when he'd arrived this afternoon. Was it good news? Cove brushed his hand against his now folded arms shyly. Well, yeah, maybe. I'm not exactly sure it counts as news or even good. It just is what it is. I'm happy about it though. You were curious, but you didn't want to push Cove if he didn't want to speak about it. You don't have to say anything, but if it makes you feel good, I think it is good news. Cove chuckled awkwardly, and a hand creeping up to ruffle the hair on the back of his head. It's fine. If you want to hear it, I can tell you. Ooh, hello, Scarf! Hi, hello. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Hope you're having a good day. He shifted on his feet, as if a different posture might give him the support he needed for the conversation. I didn't want to make it a big deal, but I not kind of. I just know my sexuality is now. Wait, what? I just know what my sexuality is now. Well, good for him. Wait, he wasn't sure when he was kissing me? I'm good, having food. What's this game? It's a visual novel. It's a visual novel that talks about the whole life story. And right now, in the life story, we are 18 years old. This dashing young man right here is my neighbor that has been my best friend since we were 8 years old, and that we are girlfriend boyfriend now. The face is making yeah, his face is so cute. So yeah, it's a really feel good story. Really, nothing bad happens. It's only good vibes, and it's pretty cute. But it's really romantic, well, romance based. So yeah, stick around if you like these kind of things. Anyways, continue. So he knows where his sexuality is. Awesome. Oh, a real subject change, huh? I mean, I'm here now, so okay. Well, getting for a ride. Let me know if you have questions. He chuckled. True, it was unexpected, but you were excited that Cove had come to understand himself more, and glad he wanted to share that with you. That's great. Tell me more. Cove drew a breath, straightening up. I'm demisexual, so, you know, most of the time, I don't really have those kinds of feelings. Physical wants and stuff. Demisexual, I've got no idea, so, what? Is it like me? Is it like you? Oh, what is it like? It does have the kind of feelings, like physical wants and stuff? Like, he doesn't want to do sex and stuff like this? I don't know how to say these kind of things. I don't know much about that. Well, you demisexual. Maybe I should Google it. You know what? I'm gonna Google it. I'm gonna Google that quickly. Let me Google it. Demisexual. The last search I did was about Minecraft, okay? Demisexual. Okay. Demisexuality is a sexual orientation in which an individual does not experience primary sexual attraction. The type of attraction that is based on immediately observable characteristics, such as appearance or smell, and is experienced immediately after a first encounter. No physical attraction until connection is formed. Ooh, okay. What is sapiosexual? Oh my gosh, there's a lot of stuff coming up. Okay, maybe later, okay. Okay, so that means he can only feel attracted to someone that he has a mental connection with. Yeah, I need to know the what? I mean, I thought that was the normal thing to do. The person. You need to know the person first. Yeah, of course. Isn't that obvious? Wait, what? I thought that was obvious. You need to know the person before. Well, okay. Well, good to know. I guess. I'm a little perplexed, but we're gonna go past that. Okay, let's continue. It's only in some situations when I'm already really emotionally and romantically connected to someone that I start to ever think about anything sexual, and it's only with them. I hadn't heard the term until pretty recently, and it just made a lot of sense once I knew what it meant. I had a word that fit how I felt.
Yeah.
And I'm pan-romantic. Damn it, I don't know that one either. And I'm pan-romantic, because I've never had a preference for a specific gender or anything, so yeah. Oh, pan-romantic! Is not... I thought that was bisexual. Is that a difference between pan-romantic and bisexual? You know what? I'll Google it later. Don't worry about it. I'll Google it later. Okay, well, okay. Unless anyone else in the room wants to know more, I'm gonna Google it later. Think pan anything good. Pan anything. I love bread. Okay, that's a bad pun. That's a bad pun. Okay, let's move forward. I think I'll have some Googling to do later on. Sex ed for Orestia. I mean, it's just I don't know the words. I don't know most of the words. But I kind of guess maybe like feeling that. I know nothing about human feelings, you know. Anyway, let's move on. That makes sense. Cove looked down at the floor, being so open and direct about a matter that personal, which you were sure he'd spent a long time trying to figure out, seemed to be kind of weird for him. When a mommy likes a daddy... Well, what happens after that? How a mommy becomes a mommy, how a daddy becomes a daddy. Okay, just kidding, let's move on. Okay. Despite that, there was a small, proud smile on his face. I don't know, it normally fades to black. Okay, I get it. Yeah, I've seen it on movies too, fading to black. Yeah, I see what you mean. Despite that, there was a small, proud smile on his face, and when he looked up again, his gaze was steadfast. That's really nice to know. Have I ever pushed you or made you feel uncomfortable? So, does that mean you're thinking sexual things about me? You felt proud of your boyfriend too. I'm proud of him, but like, have I done anything to make you uncomfortable? Cove shook his head easily. No. I overthink things and I get embarrassed about stuff. But you know how I am. When I actually don't want to do something, it's really hard to make me. Oh, he's being embarrassed again. This was definitely true of Cove. He had proven many times over the years that he wasn't afraid to dig in his heels. I like what we do together, and so, you know, I'd be glad if that didn't stop. But we've only kissed up till this point, right? There, Cove went getting bashful about things again, but you felt good, and you could feel that way because he was feeling good too. Okay, thanks for answering. All this talk about Cove's sexuality made you reflect about your own. I'm gonna have to reflect now. Your things on yours hadn't wavered. Oh yeah, I've already answered those questions. Your view had evolved since you were younger. No, I'm gonna say it didn't change. Cove had known for years now. It was heartwarming that you had reached a point where he felt similarly capable of discussing his own. You felt even closer. You could tell that Cove felt like it had been an emotionally draining day that had now come to a close. Everything wrapped up neatly with a bow on the top. You'd had some good talks with your friends and with each other. A lot had been brought out into the light, and you'd come out of it, not only knowing each other better, but yourself too. But there was still something that Cove didn't know, something that had gnawn at you many times over the years. You'd never told Cove about about how you first met his dad. I don't want to tell him, this is too awkward, I'll never tell that. You'd always held it back from him, unsure of how he would take the revelation. His dad seemed to have done the same, as Cove didn't seem to have heard of it from Mr. Holden either. You decided that the secret had hung over you long enough. Maybe you'd tell him someday, but not today. You felt it didn't matter anymore. There was no need to rack up the whole drama. Exactly, let's just forget about this whole affair. It wasn't as though Mr. Holden had kept you on his payroll to be friends with his son. It was a strange action, probably out of desperation, taken years ago. At this point, you thought you might simply keep this entire event in your past where it belonged. You felt some relief at deciding it wasn't your responsibility to keep carrying. Hey, we could probably head downstairs soon, if your moms are still wanting everyone to get together. Yeah, that's right. With a renewed spring in your step, you let the weight off your room. You got downstairs to find the others already assembled and waiting.
Hi.
Ah, the whole family, everyone's so pretty. Hello. Hey. Good to see you both.
Hey!
Hi. Here we were, trying to corral everyone into a group, but the two of you were already upstairs this whole time. Hey Dad, we had some stuff to talk about. Yeah. But we made it, so what's the plan? How about cards? There was a murmur of interest from others. You were keen to play, that was fine with you. You'd play along with the others, you didn't really want to play cards. No, let's go ahead and let's have a family day. It was really nearly, but not quite. Anonymous. Damn it. Mr. Holden demurred. Okay, too many difficult words, what the hell? I thought I knew English.
Nah.
I think I'll sit this one out. Oh, why not? Where's the fun in that? Join in. Yes, and I know there's a lot of people, but we can make it work. Mr. Holden shrugged into himself, embarrassed by their attention. Dad, you love playing cards. We do it at our house all the time. Anonymous. Oh, that helps. Thank you. Yeah, remember the time I played over there? Those were serious games. We made bets with real money and everything. Dad. Mr. Holden broke under the combined force of everyone's attention. Cove and Orestia, we're adults now. You deserve to know the truth. I used to throw card games, so you could win. What? He was faking it? I put up a good fight, but I always made sure to lose a lot more rounds than I won. He toyed with the end of his ponytail, clearly distressed at revealing this bit of info. And he did have a history of bad surprises, but so that oh my gosh, okay. He did have a history of bad surprises, so that may have been why. I know people want to be taken seriously, and fake wins don't mean as much, but I couldn't help myself. It's so much better when everyone else got the chance to be victorious. Kara knew and went along with it. Gove laughed in disbelief that this was the thing his dad stressed about hiding, after the other stunts he's pulled over the years. So what? Lots of parents do that. I hadn't guessed it, sure, though looking back it makes sense. That's right. What's the big deal, Cliff? You can finally take the kids' gloves off and give them a run for their money. Mr. Holden smiled coyly and gazed lower. I'm not sure it's a good idea.
Hi.
Why not? He waved his hands expansively, the movement fluid and vague. It's just actually, I'm something of a card shark. I used to make lots of fast cash-out games. Casual players don't have shot unless it's a game of pure luck. Cove's jaw hung open, his eyes fixed on his father. Oh my gosh! So the father used to be like, what, a casino shark or whatever, I don't know how we call that. He had a wild past, that's for sure. That's why he always have cash on him. Maybe? Really? There was a touch of amazement, even admiration, listed among the shock. The other members of the Stars family exchanged looks, ranging from Liz's disbelief to Mom's intrigued, with Ma somewhere in the middle between the two. You can't simply make a claim like that and expect us to go along with it. Let's see what you back it up, Shark Man. Mr. Holden gave her a crooked smile, his demureness quickly being replaced with the confidence of someone very skilled in very misguided. You're sure about that? Definitely. We've got to see this so-called non-casual player in action. Well, I might be able, so who knows, maybe I've gotten rusty. His coyness continued to rile the gang up, and he was getting the kick out of it now.
Please?
Come on, please.
Alright.
Alright. I can dust off the whole tricks. Great! Cove beamed at his father while Mom clapped Mr. Holden on the back. Liz darted off to get a deck of cards while the rest of you settled in for the game. Hands were dealt. Mr. Holden wasted no time proving his words true. Wiping the floor with all of you, you played several rounds, even switching games, but none of you were a match for him. That was how the alliance came to be forged. The rest of you joined forces against Mr. Holden only just to try increasing the odds of beating him. With your combined efforts, you pulled out a few victories, yet it was still a challenge. He was clearly a professional. If these were his skills now, Rusty was disuse, you couldn't even imagine what a deadly opponent he had been in the past. Despite that, you still had fun. Working cooperatively actually fostered a sense of camaraderie with the others. Mr. Holden didn't appear fazed by his strategy. You actually wondered whether the increased challenge made it more interesting for him. You spent the rest of the afternoon together with your family and the Holdens, having fun. It was an interesting event for sure, with many discoveries for everyone. It was freeing, and yet simultaneously you felt more tied together than you had been before. Aww! Ah, that's so cute! Okay, well, this all fight thing was kind of like, I don't know, it's like way too much worry for nothing much happening. I don't know, if your friend calls you being like, oh my gosh, she doesn't talk to me anymore, you're like, you know what, I'm gonna call her, we'll see what happens. But you don't like ruin your whole day. I don't know. I mean, it was obvious that they were going to make up. There's no way they would have, like, stayed like this forever. I don't know. That was a little overboard, but a lot of the emotions in these games are a little overboard. I mean, I think... Oh, am I wrong? I'm not sure. Anyway, that was fun anyway. So now I know what demisexual is. I had to read chat to remember the words. I know what demisexual is and what pansexual... actually, no, I haven't. I have to Google that one. Okay, moving on. And then the summer ended. We completed all the moments. Woohoo! Summer ending. Are you sure? Yes. Okay, back to the story. Moth bounced against your window, attracted by the light of your room. A siren called in the slowly darkening sky, just as the day was coming to an end. So too would summer. Liz would be moving back into the dorms before long. Luckily, Lee had been able to come stay for a short trip before her own journey began. Awesome! Lee is my cousin, by the way, for anyone who had forgotten. She'd officially been accepted to her first choice college a few weeks ago. This was her last chance to see all you in person. You flicked through the plans for the new few months, realizing that you didn't even know when you'd next have the opportunity for everyone to be in the same place again. It was hard to think that you'd likely be seeing even less of your cousin going forward, but you were delighted that she was pursuing her dreams. It's a drama. It's always overboard. Is it a drama? I thought it was a comedy. I guess it's drama. I don't know actually, but yeah, it's pretty overboard. You know what? It has this telenovela feel to it. Everyone is always stomping their foot or whatever. While you were still with each other, your family was going to have dinner together. As ever, the Oldens were tagging along too. You were going to the Chinese restaurant. Your destination was that tropical place. The tropical place is the one that we have particular memories of, right? Yeah, this is the place that the family always goes to. Let's go to the tropical place again. You hadn't really discovered the tropical restaurant until you were a bit older. Oh, so that's not the one. That's okay. But everyone's enthusiasm had resulted in so many visits that you'd more than made up for lost time. Liz and Lee were excited to squeeze in another trip before setting off again. Technically, you were getting ready to go out, though your mind was only half on the task. It was a pleasantly warm evening, the kind that epitomized the vacation feeling, and you were in no mood to spoil it by rushing around. While idly gazing at your room, you spotted a small cluster of unopened envelope that must have been left for you by a parent earlier. You headed over to the table to flick through for anything of interest. As a child, any correspondence felt exciting due to its rarity. You recognized now that most of it was mundane, but you were checking any mail you got more regularly of late. There was something you were expecting. Ooh, entrance acceptance letter or something like that? You stopped at the crisp, white envelope. The logo proudly proclaimed the sender. A school you'd applied to, yeah! You took a deep breath and read it. You opened it instantly. You hesitated. I'm opening it! You had to see what it was going to say, regardless of whether it was good or bad, as soon as you could. You put apart the glued flap on the front of the envelope and extracted the letter. Your eyes darted over the message, rushing past the pleasantries to get to the heart of the matter. The blood pounding in your ears deafened you to the world outside that was contained within these letters. Your heart skidded to a halt as you read your verdict. You'd been accepted! Yeah! You were ecstatic, relieved. You could hardly believe it. I'm relieved! The tension flooded out of your body with such intensity that you needed to slump against the wall for support. Oh, that much? Oh my god. You had to tell your family right away. You'd make an announcement at dinner. You wanted to keep this news to yourself for now. You wanted Cove to be the first to know. I'm gonna tell the family right away! You tore down the stair, your feet barely touching the ground as you leaped from one step to the next. Your arrival, which compensated for excessive speed by creating a riot of noise, caught Mom's attention. Someone's hungry. Her eyes were twinkling, amused as she let you catch your breath. So, what's the rush for? I got into college! Mom whooped, holding out a hand for a high five. Nice, Orestia! The commotion had summoned the other women from various corners of the house. Liz looked up from her book, grinning, as Lee hurried over. Ma swept in from the side, wrapping an arm around your shoulders and squeezing you close.
Good job.
That's wonderful, sweetie. Hey, let me in on the hug. She wrapped her arms around you both, without waiting for an invitation. Liz, her book neatly abandoned on the floor, tapped her hand in applause as she walked up to you. Good job, Orestia! Lee didn't hide her excitement, openly jumping for joy as she treated you to thunderous applause. It's amazing! You're gonna be amazing! That's nice, but you shouldn't just stand there. Yeah, there's room for everyone. Your moms opened up the hug, both keeping an arm around you as they each held out another to invite Liz and me in. Giggling, Lee dove into the hug. Liz rolled her eyes, but sorry, everything's fine. Liz rolled her eyes, but allowed herself to be beckoned into the group hug. Your mom squeezed everyone together tightly. Mom's long hair brushed against your face as she turned to check the clock.
Let's go.
We can't take this party on the road. We gotta head out for dinner soon. Nodding, you were aware that your attempts to finish getting ready had been cast aside in favor of congratulating you. I have to do a couple more things fast. I won't take long. You hurried back upstairs. Though getting ready to go out was the issue at hand, you couldn't stop your thoughts from drifting back to the future. Your mind was buzzing over the news you'd received, and everything that would soon unfurl. Everyone piled into the car. While it was marketed as being suitable to hold 5 people, in practice it made for a very tight fit. Your mom sitting in the front were fine. You, Liz, and Lee were squished into the back, Lee in the middle, wedged between you and your sister. But Mom was an excellent timekeeper. Thanks to her effort, you pulled up near the restaurant on time. The process of getting out of the car was slightly easier than squeezing into it, with much less coordination required to release seatbelts than to secure them. You gave Lee a hand as she clambered out from the middle seats, then headed into the building as a group. Sorry, I'm gonna drink some more water. Okay. A waiter greeted you as you entered. Ma let him know how many of you there would be in total, and he went to arrange a table that met your needs. He returned promptly to guide you to your seats. You perched comfortably in your chair, your head held aloft as it... that word again? Buoyed. I still don't know that word. Buoyed by today's good fortune, your family settled down around you, all cheerful and looking forward to the evening ahead. Your drink order had just been taken into the Holden's camp. Sorry. I'm getting caught up on all my words right now, I'm sorry. Buoyed. That's a funny word. Thank you. Bubbled. Wait, what? Bubbled? Buoyed? Huh? Oh! You mean buoyed means to bob a little bit? Is that what it is? Your drink's order had just been taken when the Holdens came through the door. They were pointed in your direction, though with Mom waving an arm in the air, it was hardly necessary. Cove and Mr. Holden came to join you at the table. It's those floaty thing in water that stop ship crashing. The orange thingies? The orange stuff that's on the side of the boat? Okay, that's a weird analogy, I guess. Thank you! Thank you guys for the English lesson. Cove and Mr. Holden came to join you at the table. As greetings were being exchanged, Cove took a seat opposite to you. It had been left empty but by unspoken acknowledgement that you and Cove could be wanting to sit together. Mr. Holden sat beside him. It's great to see you! Glad you could make it. Hello everyone! You wouldn't believe how angry I am.
I see.
You came to the right place then. There was some laughter, though Liz groaned playfully, shaking her head at Mom's sense of humor. I googled it and got nothing but crab. Crab! Family? Crab family? Okay. That's weird. Okay. Growing up, she'd have complained, and Mom would have responded by making another comment. Liz had mellowed over the years, but she still made a show of despairing at Mom's joke. Her reaction to them had become a joke in its own right. Menus were soon passed around, and a temporary hush fell over the table as everyone read. It didn't last long, punctured by comments about what people had eaten here before and light chatter about what people were considering tonight. Once the waiter had disappeared with your orders, Cliff piped up.
Okay.
So, I've got some good news. Kara's making a trip here tomorrow. Ooh, awesome! Cove nodded, turning from his father to the rest of the table. Yeah, we've talked about it and figured it was a good time for everyone.
Very nice.
That's great! Everyone reacted positively to the news, though Matt looked wistful.
It's a shame.
If only we'd known. Here we are, having a big meal without her. If we'd waited a day, she could have joined us. Mom patted Ma on the back, gently nudging her from the realm of possibilities and what if, and back to the evening that was going so well. Chin up. Lee and Liz will still be here tomorrow. We'll just have to throw another get-together and keep the fun train chugging along. Ma smiled warmly when taking Mom's hand in hers. That's true. There's plenty to celebrate right now, but there will be more good news and good times on the horizon. Right, and speaking of, there's not all we've got either. Mr. Holden's eyes were alight as he sat up straight in his chair, face angled toward his son. He barely let a beat go by before nudging Cove with his elbow, pushing him to follow up on the announcement. He was the very picture of a proud papa. Cove shied from the limelight. Is it shy, right? Yeah. Cove shied from the limelight, ducking his head down and staring at his lap as he spoke. Well, it's just I've switched over to working full time instead of only part time. Plus, I've been looking at apartments. There's a few I can choose from. Oh, that's amazing! So he's already what is he working at? Do we know? I don't think he's ever mentioned. He flicked his gaze up at everyone around the table, a smile creeping over his face. I'll be pretty busy going forward. Apartments. He was moving. Cove was going to move out of his dad's house after 10 years. He wasn't going to be your neighbor anymore. Mr. Holden gripped one of Cove's shoulder and gave it a loving shake. His excitement couldn't be contained. Incredible! Cove's actually going to make it to adulthood. It's a miracle. Mr. Holden leaned back in his chair, staring up at the ceiling in mock wonder.
I'm so glad.
I wasn't convinced I'd be able to rear a kid all the way to this point, but thankfully I lucked out and got the best boy a dad could have asked for. Oh, that's adorable! Dad. Cove blinkered his vision with his hands on the side of his face, temporarily blocking his father from sight. Despite his genuine bashfulness, which left him unable to meet anyone's eyes after all the attention thrust his way, he was happy. Thanks. I was really lucky too. You're a good dad. Oh, come here. Mr. Holden threw an arm around Cove's neck, pulling him into a close as a hug as a sitting allowed. He rubbed his cheek on top of his son's head while Cove chuckled, accepting the affection with good humor. Ma leaned over and whispered in your ear, her fingertip brushing against your cheeks. Would you like to tell Cove and Mr. Holden what you've told us earlier? Yeah, let's tell them! Let them know! As the spotlight thread on Cove dimmed, you decided that was a good time as any to make your own announcement. Can I share some news too? Of course! I got my acceptance letter today. I'll be going to college soon. Mr. Holden gave you a thumbs up.
Good.
Impressive, you're a good kid, the world's your oyster. Cove grinned at you from across the table.
Seriously?
That's amazing, it's incredible, you did it. Congratulations, Orestia. Thanks. No, seriously, this is really, really big, and you deserve it so much. Aww. You looked around at the faces of the company here. You'd been on this journey with everyone here for years, seen them falter and grow, and they had watched you go through the same. Now you were striking out on a new path. Cove was leaving his family home. Liz was heading back to college, while Lee was starting at hers. You were all heading different directions, 2 different directions. Some near, some far, but it wouldn't be long until you were all going your own way. Your heart swelled with pride for everyone. It was bittersweet. The thought troubled you. Is it bittersweet? It could be bittersweet, but... You know what? Let's be happy. It's just a good moment. It's a feel-good story. Let's just be happy. It's fine. You held your head aloft as you looked forward, literally and metaphorically. It was amazing how far you'd all come. You were sure that you would face each day that came head-on, knowing that you had people who cared about you, backing you up, even if it was from a distance. You couldn't wait to see what happened next. Cove brought some attention to himself, with a clearing of his throat and a small interjection. I'm gonna stretch my leg while we're waiting for the food and everything.
Sure.
Sure thing, bud. With a tiny smile, he nodded at his dad, but the lightness in his expression faded when he moved to face you. Wanna come? He was attempting to be subtle, but there was very obviously something on his mind, something he wanted to talk to you about alone. You watched him with concern as you rose from your seat. Yeah, I'll go. Take care. With those parting words, the two of you walked out of the place. He was trying to get as far away from everyone else as possible without actually exiting the building. What did you need to say? He had admitted that this was about, but he didn't need to. Cove started pulling on the hem of his shirt. He turned his head back to face you, but it was an awkward movement. Well, I wanted to talk to you one-on-one about all of this. You know, my work, moving. I mean, it was coming before, but now it's pretty much here. Yeah, it's exciting. Cove stopped picking at his shirt, and he seemed to respond well to that response. He was relieved you weren't upset about it. I'm glad you think so. But then he looked down and his brows furrowed. You saw his hand shift away from his clothes to instead rub at his arm. Are you looking forward to it? I am. Well, I'm trying to be. He ducked his head further, and you saw his face start to redden. But it's scary. I don't want things to end. Come on, you don't need to worry. You're going to be great. You're going to do great things. So, you're saying you're going to dress up at the future for Halloween? Oh my god. He's always so afraid of the future. Oh my god, it's so funny. Do we break the tension, or do we reassure him? Or do we give him confidence? You know what? Let's just give him confidence. You're going to do great things. You're so nice to me. Cove then turned his hand away and wrapped his arms around himself. You felt a sudden chill that definitely wasn't caused by the air conditioner. I was just thinking, are we really gonna stay a couple? We're not gonna break up. His words came out hesitantly. He didn't want to ask this. He didn't want a no. I'm not just talking about today, but forever. Always. Even if things change later. Right now, do you feel we can make it? Is he trying to ask me? Is he trying to ask me to marry him? I don't want to get married. Or do you think we can't last? That one day we'll have to move on? I don't know. You were as worried as he was. You got mad at him for this. You kept calm. But you know what? I don't know. I just don't know. So let's say that I'm worried. What if you grew apart? What if one day he just didn't want to keep up with his old neighbor? What if you both changed? Why did you have to bring this up now? You began to tear up. I don't know, Cove. I don't know anything. You should already know the answer to that. You just glared furiously at him. I just don't know. How could I know? Do I look like I can see the future? I'm just as lost as you.
I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry. I didn't want to make you feel bad by bringing this up. Just, I don't know what I wanted. But I felt like I had to say something about this. If not now, then when? No, he's right. You gotta have the talk. Out of the corner of your eye, you noticed a nearby table of people were staring. Cove's outburst at... Oh, it's an outburst. I didn't feel like it. Okay, so I didn't gather the right emotions for that. I'm sorry. Cove's outburst had attracted attention. The eyes on you just made things worse. You felt overwhelmed, smothered by everything going on. You couldn't handle this. I need some air, alone. Oh really? Oh my gosh, we're fighting? I didn't know. Oh my god. I didn't know. Cove seemed pained, but he didn't protest when you brushed past him and left the restaurant. There was nowhere else to go but out. You stepped onto the sidewalk. A couple of cars drove by on the main street, and the breeze hit your face. You took a few deep breaths now that conversation was no longer suffocating you. You weren't quite sure what to do next. Gaining space had been the only plan. You patted your sides on reflex and pulled out the spare key for your mom's car. Walking fast, you went down the sidewalk to the part of the street where your parents had parked. You remembered going past a particular building on the way to the restaurant and managed to backtrack your way to the car without incident. You unlocked the car with a shaky push on the button. The headlights flashed. You pulled open one of the back doors and tucked yourselves inside. You shut the door and the car beeped when you locked it again. While putting the key away, you switched it out for your phone. There were concerned messages from your family. Were you okay? Was something happening? Another text came in from your sister at that moment. You didn't respond to any of it and held down the power button. Oh my gosh, are we getting a bad ending? Oh my god, is there even a bad ending? They said there would not be any bad ending. Okay, let's stop fighting. Let's go back with everyone. You looked back at your phone and stared at the black blank screen. You could see part of your face reflecting back at you. Then you dropped your phone on the seat. You cried. You groaned lonely. You sat completely still. I'm gonna groan. You couldn't help but feel frustrated. This was not how you wanted tonight to go. This was supposed to be a fun dinner, celebratory even. But maybe that was a part of the problem. You didn't know if the future was actually something to celebrate. Then you tried to relax, empty your mind of worry, distract yourself, work through your emotions. What is the healthy thing to do? We need to do the healthy thing so that we steer up from all the dilemma. Maybe working through the emotion is the healthy thing to do. Maybe I'm gonna fail at that though. You know what? Let's try that. You did your best to reflect on work through emotions. Okay, I'm happy, Rose, you're working with me. You did your best to reflect on the situation and sort yourself out. A few minutes passed by. You breathed in the quiet. The car started to get warm, but you didn't feel like turning on to get the AC going or roll down the windows. You wanted to text Cole where you went so he didn't worry. You wanted to text your family where you went so they didn't worry. You wanted to ask Cove to come see you. You just wanted to sit there. I mean, I should do that, but I also should do that, right? Nah, be a man and bottle your emotion. But I don't want a bad ending though. I don't want to be a man with a bad ending. I want to be a man with a good ending. Okay, I'm gonna text everyone to tell them not to worry. You picked up your phone from the cushion and pushed the power button. It took a minute to boot up. There were plenty of additional messages. You sent out some quick messages so that they knew you were alright. That was that. After a few minutes, you heard a tapping sound. You lifted your head up and met your eyes with your big sister's. Oh, Liz! Yeah! Liz stared right back at you and raised an eyebrow. You didn't expect her. She smushed her forehead to the window, mouthing something and pointing down into the car. She wanted in. I'm sure you won't detonate randomly in 10-15 years. Yeah, no, yeah, well, yeah. Yeah, it's gonna take a while, it's true. And the ending is not gonna take place in 15 years in this story, so maybe we're safe. This wasn't exactly what you had in mind when you told them where you were. But whether or not you wanted her in was made a moot point when she then jiggled the set of keys on the other side of the glass. Liz wasn't asking, she was informing. You slumped lower in the back seats. Liz walked around the car to the driver's side. Of course, she thought to bring those. Slowly, deliberately, Liz took the spot at the head of the car and shut herself inside with you. She put both hands on the steering wheel. You could see part of her expression in the rearview mirror. She was thinking. Eventually, she twisted around so she could actually face you. She smiled thinly and leaned forward. What's going on? She didn't leave you time to answer. A smile turned teasing. Is Cove clinginess starting to wear thin on you? You cannot joke about that. Can you not joke about that? No way, I'd never get tired of him. You scoffed. You only shook your head at her antics. You stared back at her without a word. No way, I'd never get tired of him. I'm sorry. Oh, I thought I was joking. I made her sad. Oh my god, I'm so bad at reading the situation. I'm sorry. She waved her hand and appeared actually apologetic. You suddenly noticed how awkward she was. It was a different look on her sister. She schooled her face into a more neutral expression. I'll be serious. Since we know that's not it, are you going to tell me what it is? Or should I keep guessing? She said those words as if they were in threats. And you can't say it's nothing either. We wouldn't be out here in a hot car if you were fine. You drummed your fingers on the cushion below you. From the determination on your sister's face, you knew there was no getting out of this. Well, it was easier to ask what wasn't bothering you. Everything was changing and you couldn't stop it. It's not just Cove who's leaving. This isn't ending. My life is changing and I can't help but freak out a little. It's hard to deal with, and it's just a reminder that I don't know if I will still be okay after that. Liz hummed and gave a nod. She smiled with understanding. Well, that was my second guess. You snorted at that reaction to your distress. Hey, it makes sense. I felt like that too a couple years ago. It wasn't been that long since I was in your shoes. She absent-mindedly brushed some hair out of her face with a thoughtful expression. Sometimes I feel like that. It's not like I've forgotten what it was like living at home with you and our moms, spending days with high school friends. I miss what we had then. She laughed a sharp. Oh, Bilbos, hello! Yeah, I'm still alive. This is taking forever. I was just about to go to sleep. Oh, well, go to sleep then. Have a good night. It's story time. Yeah, it's story time, by the way. And you started streaming in the middle of dinner. Oh, sorry, Rose. Okay. Sorry I disturbed your evening, Bilbobs. It's time to go to sleep now. Listen to the story and close your eyes. She laughed a short, sharp bark. I know I didn't always show my appreciation, but still, it wasn't that bad. You don't have to forget this time either. But knowing you've lost the way things were doesn't mean you can't be happy again. Life can still be just as good as it is now. In fact, it can be even better. Go to sleep, Billy, you sweet summer child. That's adorable. That's the best quote of the whole evening, I think. Go to sleep, Billy, you sweet summer child. Okay, let's continue. In fact, it can even be better. Wow, I'm amazed you feel that way with how much you whined. You sound like a creepy role player on Reddit. What the? I don't even know what that reference is. Oh my god. Anyway, how can it get better? Thanks for coming out here. You know it quietly. Let's go with this one. Unbelievable.
Hey.
Oh, shut up. You weren't the flawless one either. She stuck out her tongue jokingly, and the sunken feeling in your chest felt lighter. But you still hadn't been convinced. Orestia, do you wish you were 8 years old right now? Is that the ideal life for you? Worth giving up everything that came after? Not really.
Good.
Exactly. And later on, you'll feel the same way about being 18. It's great that it's happened, but being like that forever wouldn't be. Is a biter. Keep fighting, I like it. I mean, shush, it's story time. Liz turned away and started to fidget with her hair. She picked at the ends, detangling a small knot. She kept her eyes on her hands. You know, you can do things on your own when you want to, but you've still got a family to fall back on. Oh, you didn't get your switch back? Oh, that sucks. She looked up to meet your gaze again. You saw not only her seriousness, but also a rare softness. You were touched at her sincerity. And I didn't elect to make that statement on my own. You raised an eyebrow, and she shrugged. The crowd thought a sibling talk would be for the best, but it's not like I'm the only one who cared about you, about how you were doing. Okay, good night, Bill Bobs, good night. See you next time. Bye bye. She tipped her head to the right, and you switched position so that you could see what she meant. At the window, you saw both of your moms standing outside. Ma smiled at you and Mom waved. They started to head closer to the car. Ma opened the door and they both squeezed into the back with you. You had to scoop up your phone and sit up so that they could fit. You ended up with your back to the car door. Ma sandwiched in the middle and Mom on the other side. Ma reached over to pat you on the head, and Mom tilted forward so she could see you clearly from around Ma.
You alright with that?
Is there room for one more? You searched around, but didn't see anybody. You stared at them in confusion, and Liz cackled. Mom threw you a bone and gave a significant glance behind you. You twisted your head around and jumped. Lee had her face pressed to the window directly behind you. She smirked and then giggled at your shocked reaction. You were taken aback, but managed to grin at her. You scooted further down the seat, almost sitting on Ma's lap to give Lee some space. She flung the door open wide and then attacked you with a squishing hug. You laughed when Ma hugged you from the other side. You were trapped in the warmest hug you could ever remember. Aww, isn't that adorable? Orestia, you are my wonderful child, and will always have a home no matter what you decide to do or where you might end up going. You became hyper-aware of a feeling in your chest. It wasn't just from being crushed in a hug either.
Hey.
Also, if you always stay with your cousin, you can always stay with your cousin if you don't want to have to crash with your parents. I take no offense to that. Mom joked, her eyes sparked as she continued. What's wrong with visiting the old folks? Orestia, at least, has to come home for the holidays. What would we do without her? Liz snorted, and you stayed caught in the hug. Lee squeezed you tighter. I have to check my schedule. I'll definitely still see you all. You teared up. You quietly felt reassured. I could be quiet about that. But let's go ahead. I'll definitely still see you all. You made a promise. There was no way you were going to willingly let this go. I never realized how cramped the backseat was. Everyone laughed. This model really was not built for 4 people. As comforting as the embrace was, you were completely crushed. See? This is why I was smart and took the front. I bet you were wondering why I did that before. Now it's crystal clear. Liz stretched her arm out, showing all of her free space. Mom scoffed. You could feel her bounce in her seat. Hardly. You're just missing out all the fun. You look lonely up there. Ha! Ma chuckled and stretched through the small opening between the front and back and made a grab for Liz, who dodged and shrieked. Ma! I didn't want you to be left out, sweetheart. Liz crossed her arms and met her with an unimpressed stare. Lee was snickering. Liz ignored her and then reached out a hand to very deliberately pat you on the knee.
Jeez.
There, jeez. Mom let out a glowing smile and patted Lee's arm back. Now the hug truly was a whole family's affair. There. Finally you felt better, and you let them know you were ready to go back to the restaurant. You were released from the hug sandwich, and everyone piled out of the car. That's a lot of people in a tiny car. Back towards the restaurant, the two Holden stood together. Cove looked particularly awkward, as he fiddled with something in his hands. Lee whispered into your ear. Cove was there the whole time. I think he just didn't want to interrupt us. Now his dad came too.
How sweet.
Aren't they polite? Such gentlemen. True, but they better not have lost our table. Ma reached around and poked her on the side. Liz jumped even though she knew Ma's pokes were pretty mild.
Gosh.
Don't say that. Whether we have the table or not doesn't really matter. What matters is that we're all together and safe and happy. Hear, hear, Lani. Mom cheered her on and waved her fist with enthusiasm. Liz sighed and rolled her eyes. The girls still gotta eat. Liz kept up and hooked an arm around you. Your cousin offered you a beaming smile.
Alright.
We're not gonna know until we get there. Let's get going. Yeah, let's go. Your full group headed back to the restaurant. Luckily, your table was still reserved for you. You weren't exactly sure what Cove's dad had told the staff. Definitely, he had to sleep something. But whatever his explanation had been, everything had worked out. You sat back down and were able to pick up this meal from where you left off, now with much lighter spirits. Night fell soon after everyone finished their meals, and before you knew it, you were standing in the parking lot, saying your goodbyes and packing up the cars to go home. After the last of the chorus were done, your family spent some more time together. The rest of the night felt like it was going to be a blink of an eye. Was going by in a blink of an eye, and somehow the time came to retire to your room to sleep. You pulled your covers up under your chin and settled down for the night, getting warm and cozy. As your head sunk into the pillow and you closed your eyes, your mind drifted back to everything that had happened that day. You could see it all now, behind your eyelids, as though you were experiencing it all over again. And then the image of Cove popped into your head, and you smiled softly to yourself. You decided to send him a text to chat. You texted him to come over. You wanted to sneak out to his room. Ooh! We've never done that. You were feeling tired, you snuggled deeper into your bed. We've never gone to his room. Maybe we can try climbing down the window for once. If Cove could do it, then you didn't see why you shouldn't be allowed to. You made up your mind. As quietly as you could manage. Yeah, you pulled a Cove for once. Yeah, I'm gonna pull Cove. As quietly as you could manage, you put on your shoes and slipped out of the room, closing the door behind you softly. Heading slowly down, you took care not to make the floor creak, especially the boards right by the bathroom. Those definitely squeaked. The stillness of the night made even the slightest sound seem so much louder than to your ears, and you were very aware of your mom sleeping nearby. Upon reaching the bottom, you tiptoed toward the front door. Okay, so we didn't climb out of the window, so it's not a complete cove. Slipping out into the crisp night air, you shut the door and took a relieving breath. Excitement rising, you dashed across the street toward Cove's house. The road too was surreal at this hour, familiar yet strange. It might have been eerie at another time, but with how eager you were, you hardly cared. You attempted to find your way from the normal footpath to the side of the condo, but the limited light was making it difficult. You knew for sure which window was Cove's, and lucky for you, it was on the first floor. Unlike Cove, you wouldn't have to do any building sculling. All you needed to do now was make it safely over the fence and past the bushes without being caught or injured. Sneaking closer, you glanced over the edges towards Cove's bedroom window, finding it cracked open. Perfect. You wouldn't have to knock and worry about him not entering. Hoisting yourself up with ease, you cleared the fence and avoided the shrub, then darted over to the window. You buzzed with a nervous excitement as you approached it in the dark, having successfully made it all the way here unseen. Lifting the window up so it was fully open, you pushed yourself halfway through, your legs dangling into the underbrush below. It was a little awkward, as a small shelf was right in the way. You had to take care not to knock over a couple of plants, but you made it through with minimal noise. Oh, so I'm in, okay. Once safely inside, you dusted yourself off and turned back to close the window gently, with only the soft glow of the moonlight and Cove's fish tank there to see the way. You gave a small wave to the special fish you got to name Shrimpy. Then, straining your eyes through the dark, you crept towards Cove's bed, barely making out the sleeping figure beneath the covers. By the sound of his soft breathing, you could tell that he hadn't heard you come in, and a small smile tugged at your lips. You startled him with a loud noise. You poked him until he woke up. You nudged him gently, you whispered his name, you sat down on top of him, you left him to sleep and sat beside him. No, I've gotta wake him up. I'm gonna nudge him gently. Yeah, I'm gonna nudge him. After a couple nudges, he sleepily blinked his eyes and mumbled something in Korean beneath his breath. Cove, I wanted to come over. Is that alright? He let out a yawn and rolled towards you, waking up just enough to understand the question, but not the full context. A faint smile appeared on his face. What? Yeah, I want you here. That's cute. He reached for you, his arms wrapping around your neck as he pulled you towards him. When your forehead touched, he gave a satisfied sigh. Then, as if totally unaware of what he had done, he started dozing off again. Oh man, he's gonna sleep? Nah, man, the guy's fully awake. I don't think he is. You snickered quietly to yourself as you sat there. You could figure it out on his own, and after a few more seconds he did. Wait, Orestia? Yes, I'm here. He shuffled under the covers and sat up to stare at you in alarm.
What?
Why are you in my room? What happened? A smile slipped into your face as he finally registered your presence for real. You said nothing. I didn't want to be alone. I was bored. You hugged him. You put him for a kiss. What are we doing? I didn't want to be alone. I just wanted to talk. Arm around the neck is for when you ask him stuff again and can silence you and keep sleeping. Oh, is that what it means? When someone puts an arm around your neck, is to silence you. That's why in the movies they say, go to sleep. I just wanted to talk with him though. Oh. Okay. Okay, I didn't want to be alone. I think this is the one that will open up a conversation. He frowned, his eyebrows pinching together in concern.
Are you okay?
Is everything okay? Putting a hand on your shoulder, he locked eyes with you. Yeah, I'm feeling better. He sat back a little, giving you a fond smile. I should've known you'd do this one of these days. It's only fair. You let out a breath, feeling relieved that he didn't seem bothered by it. In fact, it felt kind of good. You thought maybe this enthusiasm was why Cove did it so often. He pushed himself up fully, swinging his legs over the side of the bed and leaving a spot for you beside him. His hands shook where he held them in his lap. He was nervous. You can stay as long as you want. Really? Yeah, really. Aw, I'll go home soon. I don't have to stay. How long do you want me to stay? Can I stay the whole night? Ooh! But I just want to talk. Don't we have to talk? Like weren't we arguing about something like an hour ago or so? Is the fight over? Are we not fighting? Were we actually not I felt like we were fighting, but I wasn't sure. Now I don't know, apparently we're not, because there's nothing to talk about. I mean, shouldn't we address the future and this kind of stuff, or are we just not going to talk about it anymore? How long do you want me to stay? Well, to be honest, there aren't a lot of situations where leaving you is ever what I want. Aww, adorable. I guess only when I know you and you need space. Adorable. You chuckled softly, doubting that you would happen. Well, that just happened a bit before, so maybe it's not gonna happen anytime soon again. Okay, I won't go anywhere. His face lit up as he settled in even more. I've secretly slept in your room before. It's fair you get to do it too. You snickered, feeling pleased with your decision to do this. Well, looks like you might be getting the floor yet again. Yeah, but there's no way I'm letting you take the floor this time. Well, I already know what Rose wants, so he's not sleeping on the floor, Rose. He's gonna sleep in the bed, and apparently so will I. I got you, girl. Here we go again. You rolled your eyes and let out a soft laugh, which Cove returned as he rubbed at the back of his neck. No, seriously, you can have the bed. We should just share the bed. I'll take the floor, I insist. I wouldn't mind if you took the bed. I appreciate if you take the floor. You know what? Let's just share the bed. Let's just go for it. I mean, yeah? I guess we could do that. Nothing is stopping us. Holding back your amusement, you tried not to grin at his bashfulness. He obviously hadn't thought it through completely, but at least he was up for it. We're gonna share the bed. Why are you blushing now? We've done it before. I thought it was a normal thing to do. You could hear the tremble in Cove's voice as he held his hand together to keep them from shaking. Actually, maybe not. Wait, what? Your eyebrows rose at how quickly he changed his mind, but when you saw he was serious, you let out a sigh. I'm sorry. I'll do it. I can do it. I want to do it. Wait, what? Wait, we're just gonna sleep, right? It's just about sleeping. We've done it before. Wait, what? I just need a second. What's happening? It's not that serious. You felt nervous about yourself. You were glad he was making the effort. You still had calm. I don't understand the situation. I don't understand. What's happening? What? So, are we fighting? Are we talking about the fight? Are we sleeping? It's not that serious, you know what? Chill! Just relax. It's only me and you. Nothing bad is gonna happen. It only took a couple of moments longer before he turned to you, attempting a weak smile. Ready? Wait, no! Ready for what? What's happening? Yes, let's get in there. Yeah, let's just sleep, right? He took another deep breath and you slipped under the covers, making room for him to get in after you. Laying as straight as a steel rod, Cove tensed up beside you, so still he was barely breathing at all. You rested on your side and faced him, your eyebrows pinched in the middle as you watched him. He looked back at you deeply. Orestia. All of a sudden, he started trembling and shaking more than ever. What's happening? And then he scrambled out of the bed. What? You bolted upright, leaning back on your hands as you stared at him in shock. Are you alright? Yeah, I'll be back. I just need more time. What's happening? You guys gonna practice making babies? No, of course not! This is not baby time. This is not... it's just sleeping. We've slept together before, just sleeping in the sense of like closing your eyes and you open them and it's morning. What the hell? What does he need time for? He ran a hand through his hair in exasperation and paced around the room, breathing heavily. You were worried for him, but completely at a loss for what to do, as though he could really read your mind. He spoke again.
Don't worry about it.
It's fine, don't worry. I don't want to worry, but like, you're making me worry. He assured you between heavy, gasping breath. Okay, that doesn't sound reassuring. But you were having trouble believing him. No kidding, right? When he bent over with his hands on his knees, like he had just run a marathon, you were even more concerned. What? You think so? You think so? What's happening? This isn't a problem, just a process. A process of what? He held up a hand to reassure you, and with nothing left to do, you sank back down into the bed and let him have the space he obviously needed. Okay, take all the time you need. Stonking? Stonking, I don't know that word. And it did take some time for him to finish working out his nervous energy and steady his breathing to an even rhythm. But eventually, he collected himself enough to relax. You tentatively glanced over at him, watching as he let out one last deep sigh before turning back to you. Can I come back still? Of course. You smiled reassuringly and shuffled over to make space for him. He immediately perked up as he slipped back into the bed beside you, though he was still careful not to get too close. Thank you for waiting again, as always. He laughed shyly, his soft eyes meeting yours through the dim light.
Are you okay?
Are you okay? Well, yeah, I am now that you are. I'll always wait for you. Wait for what? It took you long enough, it's fine now. What's happening? Well, I'm okay now that he is. You'll need to pee now. Oh, you need to go to the bathroom? You think so? Well, I'm okay now that you are. You look like you are having a panic attack. He let out a deep breath, relief written on his face. Yeah, I am. He shuffled closer, an inch at a time, before nuzzling into your neck and wrapping his arm around your side. You let him hold you. You stayed like that. You grasped his shirt. You wrapped your arms around him. I'm gonna let him hold me. The safety and warmth of his arms enveloped you, and you exhaled a contented sigh of your own. The room grew quiet around you. The only sounds to be heard were the faraway crash of the ocean waves and your breath mingling in the small space between you. Cove's heart was pounding, the thump of it rumbling through as he spoke again softly.
That's...
You know, I'm not scared of you, right? It's just so many other things that scares me. I'm afraid of what if hypotheticals that aren't actually real, but I think about anyways, and of nebulous concepts that of what things mean that I can barely explain even to myself. I've got no idea what he's talking about. I've got no idea what he's talking about. Huh? I'm scared of my own feelings and how much I feel them. And I'm afraid because tomorrow things will be different between us, but I'll be alone again. I'm not going to college right away. Wait, is he moving out? He's not moving out yet, he's just looking at houses, right? Am I missing something? He held onto you tighter, his breath stuttering ever so slightly. It's normal right now to see you during the day and part of ways at night, especially for special exceptions. A little laugh escaped him before his tone became serious once more. It's easier to stay where I am than it is to make myself move, to not make a risk, and to not know what I might be missing, but... He hesitated, and you reached up to brush a few strands of hair from his face gently, his eyes slowly fixing on yours. When did doing the easy thing get so hard? When it comes to you, I don't know how to stay still. I want to keep taking steps forward. Honestly, when I see your face, or even imagine it, I want to start sprinting. But when I try, I hit a wall. What? I don't get it. It's just... Like, I physically can't do it on one side of my mind. There's something blocking me. Uh-huh, what's happening? And then, on the other side, I absolutely can't stop myself from doing it. It never ends well. What's happening?
Like this.
I hate it. God, it's the most frustrating thing. Why do I do it every time? I'm annoyed with the way I am, so I have no idea how you stand it. Because I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry I had to split when it comes to romantic things. I do not want you to think you're rushing me when I know I'm giving mixed signals. What? I don't know what to say. I thought he was happy with the way things were. He's the one who kisses me and hugs me from time to time. What, right? So, is that mixed signal? Is that the mixed signal he's talking about? Like, sometimes he wants to kiss, but I don't know. And I don't want to miss out on being happy by being like this, but sometimes I still can't help it. So basically, what I'm trying to say is that I'm glad you've never given up on me. It means a lot. It means everything to me. I don't know what he's talking about. You don't give up on me either. You've been there wherever I really needed it. It's who you are and I accept you. You smile in understanding. Let's go with that one, it's cute. You don't give up on me either. His eyes closed over a little as he squeezed you closer to him and smiled. His heart rate finally relaxing to a normal rhythm.
Good night.
Good night, Orestia. Good night. So we're just sleeping, right? What the hell was that about? He leaned forward and kissed you tenderly, his hand gently moving to cradle the back of your head. Aww. You were still smiling as you snuggled into him, getting as close as you could. Cocooned in his warmth, you easily grew comfortable next to him, feeling him ease into you as well. Before long, your eyes were growing heavy, and you drifted off in a restful sleep side by side. The next morning, you woke slowly from a comfortable dream. With a small stretch, you opened your eyes fully to the sun shining in through the window. Shuffling on your side, you noticed Cove was still beside you in the bed, sleeping soundly. His arms continued to be wrapped around you loosely as he snoozed. You must have fallen asleep that way. You smiled, remembering the prior night. It had been nice to spend the night together, getting to be with him in a whole different way. You could definitely get used to it. You quietly watched him sleep. You stroked his cheek gently. You ran a hand through his hair. You kissed his forehead softly. I just want to get out. I don't understand. I want to get out. Okay, I'm gonna wake him up. Yeah, I'm gonna run a hand through his hair. The familiar scent of his shampoo drifted towards you as you gently racked his soft strands between your fingers. He stirred a little in response, a small sleepy smile curving his lips. Then a loud noise suddenly startled you, and you snapped towards the source of the sound. It was a door opening abruptly, and in the frame stood Mr. Holden, smiling brightly. He hadn't seemed to have noticed you straight away. "Get your butt out of bed, sport, Mom's here!" Oh! All of a sudden, the two of you made eye contact, and he froze where he stood, the smile slowly slipping from his face. Well, that's not what I usually walk into. I clearly should have knocked this morning. Your mouth wordlessly fell open. Yeah, you should have knocked. Of course, Cove would get away with sneaking into my room, and I'm the one who gets caught. Good morning, Mr. Holden. You pulled the blanket up over your head. You screamed. I'm gonna say good morning. Hello. Morning, Orestia. He thinks you two were doing the dirty. I don't think so. We're still wearing clothes. Cove blinked his eyes tirelessly and mumbled something incoherent before turning towards the door. Both you and Mr. Holden stared at him for a few moments, neither knowing what to say or do. Cove, who continued looking at his dad docilely, was obviously having a hard time trying to process the situation. Then his eyes widened. Dad! Cove scrambled on the bed in an attempt to get to his feet, pushing the covers back off the both of you. Forgetting there was an overhanging ceiling above him, he shot upwards and felt his head on the wood. Ow! He flopped back down on the pillow, pressing a hand to his head and groaning loudly. You laughed at the scene, he gasped in horror. Cove, you could only stare in shock. I'm gonna laugh, you know what? Let's just laugh. You couldn't help the sound from breaking out. Though when Cove shot you an appreciative look, you clamped your mouth shut. Cove, but are you alright over there? Mr. Holden stepped further into the room, his eyebrows furrowed in concern, and he bent down towards his son. Yes, please just go. Okay, I'll leave. Cliff held his hand in front of him in a calming gesture, even though Cove couldn't see it. He turned to make his exit, but stopped abruptly in the doorway, obviously deciding he had something more to say. Can't tell if I'm hearing police sirens or a tornado warning. Oh, if it's a tornado warning, that means you get to go home early, no? Go inquire. I'm worried about you. Go inquire, Rose. Make sure that everything's okay. I know we've talked about this before, but I feel like now is one of those times to mention that I was barely older than you when I found out I was gonna be a daddy, so... That's funny. Otherwise, it sounds fun, Rose. No, it doesn't sound fun. Oh my god. Just, if there's anything you need to say or ask about, we're not having kids! I know, I was only saying, at that age things can move fast, and he let out a heavy sigh, running a hand over his face before stopping himself and saying calmly, you know what, it's fine, we'll chat about this later. Kara's waiting. With that, he stepped back out of the room, giving the two of you one last look before pulling the door shut behind him. I'll be fine. Okay, I hope you're fine. Cove rubbed at his face before dropping his head into his hands and mumbling between his fingers. Oh my god. You patted him on the leg. Well, it was fun. You covered your face with your hands. That was so awkward. You groaned. Well, that was fun. He said nothing, and you got the impression he didn't appreciate your comments. Oh no! With a heavy sigh, Cove forced himself to sit up again. He frowned hard, staring over at the closed door. Sorry. I guess we can't just hide in here now. He gave you a sidelong glance, and despite his displeasure of the situation, a small smile quirked his lips.
It's nice.
It's too bad. It had been really nice. Too bad is right. I hope we'll get the chance to do this again soon. Woo! You found yourself smiling along with him. The two of you took a few minutes to get up properly and get yourself as ready as possible. Cove put his glasses back on before heading out to see Kara. Kara was waiting patiently in the living room. She was in high spirits, with her eyes set on the hallway. Her amused smile only widened when you and Cove froze. It didn't take long for the realization to sink in that the scene must have been loud enough for her to hear went over from her. Fight the tornado, show God who's the boss. Yeah, go for it, Rose. Go for it. I'll help you from here. Oh, maybe I did cause the tornado when I was coughing earlier. Sorry about that. Cove tried to look unimpressed, eyes narrowing over Kara's smug delight, though his face was already turning red and his mom hadn't even said anything yet. He squared his shoulders, lifting his head, and strode forward.
Hey.
Hi, Mom. Hi, baby. And hello to you too, Orestia. Her tone cracked in her greetings, and then she just gave in and laughed, unable to keep any of it in. Cove frowned at that and his eyebrows furrowed. Sorry for the interruption. I didn't know you already had guests. In the Midwest, we fear Nado. Ooh, what about Sharknado? You've watched too many movies. His frown rolled as he became even more embarrassed by his moment. He couldn't muster up any words to defend himself. Well, it's not like anyone's surprised by this. I'm sorry. Hi. You don't have to laugh. Well, it's not like anyone's surprised by this. Kara laughed even harder this time. As it slowed, she brought a hand up to cover her mouth, but you both could still see her shoulder shake. Any Nado. Any of them. She's the boss. Cove still looked mortified, but he shot you a stern look. All you could do was smile. Cove was still unable to say anything, other than his teeth biting into the inside of his cheek. He stood there frozen. Kara studied you both for a moment.
It's alright.
It's okay. I'm not so little, Mister is spreading his wings. I can't complain about that. She slightly tapped the tip of his nose. That got a tiny smile out of Cove. Despite being much taller than Kara at this point, he still seemed a little kid in front of her. You released the air you were holding in your lungs, and then Kara's gaze locked onto you. You know, we were just about to go over to Pam and Noel. Are you two coming? I'll go. He stretched his arms for a moment and yawned, trying to physically shake off what happened.
Sounds good.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Great.
Great, let's do this. Oh god, are you a dragonborn? Rose is not a dragon, Rose is a kitten. It was then that you noticed Mr. Holden standing on the other side of the room. You figured he must have been trying to create some more space for everyone during the last conversation. You could tell he felt a bit awkward, but he tried smiling reassuringly as he scratched the back of his neck. His attention went to Cove. But you want to get changed first? Cove looked down at his pajamas for a moment. He shook his head. No, we don't have to wait for that. What? Are you sure? It's only a trip across the street.
Don't worry about it.
I'm alright, besides, Orestia is going in pajamas too. Fair point. Cove then leaned in closer to you. He grumbled quietly. And your moms are gonna figure out what happened anyway, so... yeah.
Come on.
Away we go! With that decided, the four of you headed out across the street to your house. It felt strange waiting there while Mr. Holden knocked on the door.
Hello.
Hi there! Mom answered the door and her expression brightened even more seeing Kara there. She moved to pull Kara into a hug when her gaze fell on you. Orestia? Hi, Mom.
Huh?
How? When did you get out there? Why are you still in your pajamas? Mom's eyebrows raised as she gave you a deep, examining stare. Meanwhile, you and Cove shared a slow side glance at each other. Before you could answer, more heads popped into view around the doorway. Ma, Liz, and Lee were all chuckling. Just a couple of teenagers doing across the street in pitches. Sure, your neighbors. I don't know exactly what's going on. Yeah, the whole neighborhood will know. To be honest, I always assumed Cove had been the one sneaking around. Aww, she knew. Her eyes sparkled with amusement, and you had to look away. You noticed Cove's face was burning red again. It was a solid theory, Lani. Most likely, they've both been breaking and entering. I wouldn't put it past my baby. He takes after his parents. You're right. I can't believe my Orestia has been getting up to all that mischief too. Mortified, Cove looked like he wanted to disappear, while the adults chuckled and discussed with you and him may or may not have done. Fortunately, they left the conversation there. Enough of standing around and there. Come on in. Mom moved aside to usher the group in and guided them to the living room. Before anyone could get settled in, Mom spoke up. You're all welcome to stay for breakfast. We still have some great spices and stuff from the farmer's market.
Of course.
Yes, we'd be thrilled to host you. There were eager nods from Mr. Holden and Kara, but Cove looked around the room, filled with familiar faces before speaking up. Maybe, instead of staying here, why don't we go to the beach? Oh, such a good idea! A scenic picnic, huh? Mr. Holden crossed his arms and contemplated that idea happily. Excited Kara clapped her hands together. Your red-haired mother looks psycho. What are you talking about? They are both adorable! Both my mommies are awesome! You're jealous.
Yeah.
Oh, we could really make a day out of it. Might as well enjoy the ocean while we can. That sounds lovely, Cole. Oh, for once he's participating in the conversation. Everyone else put in their own agreements with Cove's suggestion. Before long, both families dispersed, getting everything ready. Sandwiches had to be made. Water, sunscreen, towels, and more needed to be gathered and packed. Plus, you and Cove both took some time to get dressed for the day. An hour later, both your families and Cove's were walking down the old path to the beach. The morning was already turning into a bright and beautiful day. You honestly couldn't ask for better weather for a beach trip. Oh yeah, that's the end of the summer, that's true. The moment you laid your eyes on the full view of the ocean, you stopped and stood there mesmerized. It didn't matter that you grew up there. The sight always filled you with wonder. I love the sea too every time I see it. Hey, Orestia?
So?
I was thinking about calling Terry and Miranda. See if they can come too. Everyone else is pretty much already here, so... About your family, would your family mind? That'd be cool, I'll ask them. You were already so excited at the prospect of seeing your friends today that you immediately darted away to the direction your moms went. Behind you, you could hear the familiar sound of Coast laughing. I have a question. Would it be alright if Terry and Miranda came by? I don't see why not. Ma looked to Mom to see what she thought, and she nodded in agreement. Mom then shot a glance over at Mr. Holden and Kara, knowing that they had likely heard everything.
You alright with that?
Cliff, Kara, what do you two think? The more the merrier.
Okay.
Of course, they're welcome with me. Thanks. Delighted, you nodded and turned to your heels. Cove was still several feet away, talking to Lee and Liz, likely about the same topic. With a beaming smile, you gave him a thumbs up, and the two of them must also approved, as Cove quickly got his phone out and started making a call. At that, you turned your attention to helping with the picnic setup. Unexpectedly, your phone started vibrating. You dug it out, curious to see the caller ID, feeling your heart jump with excitement. You answered the video call request. It was Derek. Ooh, Derek, it's been a while. Hey, it's been a while. Derek, oh my god, I haven't seen him since he was a kid. Seriously, but what's up? His voice that came through was much deeper than it had been when you first met, but it still had the exact same amount of enthusiasm of a kid. Aww.
Have you been enjoying these crazy summer days?
That's as deep as I can go. Yeah, I have. It's been amazing. There's been ups and downs. It's been memorable to say the least. I would enjoy them more if you'd been here. It's been memorable, that's for sure. Sounds interesting. You'll have to catch me up on that. But what about you? How's your summer been? You were beyond curious to know what Derek had been up to since the last time you spoke. He chuckled, noticing your invested tone. Honestly, I've just been slammed with stuff lately. College applications and scholarship inquiries. What else is new? I bet you're even more toned than last time I saw you. What? No, I've got a boyfriend already. Your only real struggle will be choosing which place to go. They'll all be desperate to have you. Oh, that's nice. I wish you nothing but good luck. Let's go with this one. Totally. His chuckle turned into a sigh. You could hear a small smile when he spoke. I really hope so anyway. That would be amazing. What about your family? Are your brothers being good? My little brothers are little punks, but I guess they're doing alright. You both laughed at that. Mom and Dad are fine. That's great. My moms are too. Turning your attention back to your surroundings, you smiled warmly at your family buzzing around. Towels were laid out, and chairs and umbrellas were being set up. Actually, I'm out with my moms right now. Liz and Lee are here visiting too. Oh, that's fun. But if that's the deal, I'll let you get back to it. Are you sure? I don't mind. Uh-huh, I'm sure. I'm not about to lose your number. Okay, bye. Bye, Orestia. Have a heck of a day. Hanging up, the conversation left you energized and in good spirits. It was exactly what you needed to make this day even better. You hurried over to your mom's and helped put the rest of the food out. In moments, you noticed Cove at your side. So, what did they say? They're gonna come. Oh, they're gonna come. Cool! Thanks for calling them.
No problem.
No problem. I'm glad I thought of it. They'll meet us here later today. Shouldn't be too long. I can't wait. Once the setup was done, everyone got comfortable and dug into the food. You couldn't remember the last time breakfast tasted this good, but you attributed it to the gorgeous ocean view and the soothing sea breeze. Morning swiftly gave way to afternoon, and every recognizable face came walking down the shore. Baxter seemed momentarily surprised to see you all there. He pleasantly approached with a wave.
Hello, folks.
Hello there. I didn't mean to intrude on the party. I was coming down to get some fresh air. Oh, you didn't intrude on anything. You're welcome to join us. We brought plenty of towels and food and sunscreen. Yeah, you're one of the neighbors. Kick back and relax with us.
Thank you.
Well, I can't possibly say no to that. Thank you. Baxter's gaze moved over to you and Cove. He smiled. Orestia, Cove, long time no see. Hi! You waved from where you were literally sat, and Cove nodded. It was then that Baxter noticed the faces he didn't immediately recognize from around the neighborhood. He turned his charm even more for the introduction. Excuse me. I'm Baxter Ward. I'm sorry we haven't met before. It's gonna hit on Kara? Oh my god! Well, we're not typically from around the area, just visiting. I'm Cove's mom. A few giggles escaped Lee as she watched Baxter carefully. Ooh, they actually look good together! When his attention turned to her now, she held out a hand.
Hi.
Hi, I'm Lee, Orestia and Lee's cousin. Baxter shook it and then took a step back. Lee's smile grew. I remember that. It's very nice to meet you both. After that, Baxter spent some time getting better acquainted with everyone, and Terry and Miranda arrived excitedly. The conversation shifted to what you all would do next.
In that case,
We could do a few rounds of volleyball. There's plenty for us now.
is that all right?
Could I play? Of course. Miranda brightened, delighted with the plan. Matt looked around to see if there were any other takers. I don't feel like playing. I'd have to change, but it'd be fun to watch. I could be the ref. My eyes won't miss a thing. Volleyball's a good idea, but should probably be something happening for those who aren't a fan. Oh, I have some crafting supplies we could use to make jewelry. We can even use stuff we find around the beach to accentuate them.
Really?
What, really? Wanna make a necklace?
That's great.
I'd be interested in trying my hand at that too. Oh, there's too many voices. Everyone's gonna have the same voice now. Okay, forget about changing voices. I could do that. Nice.
Absolutely.
Impromptu crafting is my kind of party. I'd like to join too, please. Aw, it's cute! I'll play volleyball. I play volleyball. We're on the beach. I'm volleyballing. Yes! You looked at Ma, ready to jump into competitive mode. She looked thrilled to have you on board. Kyra got up from the towel she was sitting on. She brushed some sand off her leg and then stretched her arms over her head.
Can do.
I'm up for a few rounds. Now that plans were settled, the group temporarily split into two.
Anyway,
Alright, sports stars, we're gonna have to pick partners, and it's game on. Mr. Holden left the rest of you to deliberate and turned his attention to drawing a makeshift court on the sand.
Well,
Well? She walked over to you and hooked her arms around yours. You laughed. I want to be on Horestia's team. Alright, I'll be Ma and me. You'll be Ma and me. That left Miranda to partner up with Kara. She nodded firmly. Let's have fun! When Mr. Holden finished drawing the court, he went and fetched the volleyball from the various other supplies that you all brought here. Sounds like we have all our teams all set, right?
yes.
Yes. Good, good. Now get to your sides. The four of you situated yourselves on one side or the other of the court. With your partner, Mr. Holden tossed the ball to Ma.
Do you mind?
Since this was all Noelani's idea, I think it's fair she gets to serve first. Thank you, Cliff.
Yeah.
Ooh, Ma! Show him who's boss. Go, Orestia! Make them hit sand. You kicked a small heap of sand out of your way on the simple court, making her laugh. You turned back towards Ma. Don't hold back. You're going down. Good luck, Ma. You quietly got serious. You're going down. For emphasis, you even pointed at the others. Miranda teasingly stuck her tongue out at you. With that, Ma got into position and delivered the practice first serve. The game began. In the battle over the volleyball, both teams scored points. There wasn't a set amount to reach to end things, so it went back and forth for as long as everyone wanted to play. And the game went on for quite a while as everyone got into it, especially with the cheers and added commentary. Liz and Mr. Holden made the whole game better with their humor and wits. From a distance, the jewelry-making group would also cheer when they heard shouts coming out of the courts. On top of that, they would hold up each newly made piece in the air, and the player would take a breather to applaud their creation. It wasn't until all of you were exhausted from running, spiking, and diving that the truce was called. You enjoyed every moment of it. The afternoon continued to drift by, but the fun was still going strong. Occasionally, someone would head back to the houses to use the bathroom, rest away from the sun for a while, or to retrieve something that they needed, but they always came back. The beach was never empty, and there was always a new conversation to take part in, or another game to join. At one point, Mr. Holden even brought out his pack of cards. He roped the whole group into a few rounds of good old goldfish. There was only one thing that could bring this beach day to an end, and that's for the day itself to end. Before anyone realized it, the sun began to set over the sea. As that happened, you were taking a break, sitting on a towel, with your legs stretched out past it and your feet buried in the warm sand. Shortly, you looked up to see your moms approaching. They stopped in front of you, and you smiled. Hey there, kiddo.
How are you?
How are you doing? I'm doing really good. How about you? We're wonderful. They both sat down, squishing you between them. Ma leaned her head against yours, and Mom started rubbing your back soothingly. Nothing more was said at first, but Ma sighed contentedly. Mom looked at you wistfully. We're both really proud of you, Orestia. You grew up to be more than we ever could have hoped. Thank you. It's only thanks to you too. Your eyes started tearing up. I'm not sure I deserved any of the glowing praise. Well, it's only thanks to you too. Ma wrapped an arm around your middle and squeezed you tightly in a side hug. Mom continued lightly scratching your back.
Thank you.
That means a lot. But I still think you're selling yourself short. You've always been a lovely person, and I'm so thrilled to know you. Your voice faltered, and you honestly couldn't imagine your life any other way. Ma lightly brushed some of your hair back and left a small kiss there. I'm so happy I got to have you both at my mom's. After that, all three of you were sitting there together, getting all sentimental. I don't know how we got so lucky with you and Liz. Matt reached out in front of you for Mom's hand. She gave it to her, and Matt squeezed it.
Of course.
Orestia has a point. We must have done something right. You stayed there quietly and contentedly, watching the sunset with your parents for a while. Until Mr. Holden called out to you. He was still walking in your direction. We were talking and think we're gonna take a walk down the shore. Any of you want to come? Automatically, you looked at your moms for what they were thinking. Mom glanced from you to Ma and smiled. That sounds good to me.
That's fantastic.
Yes, that'd be very nice. My legs need some stretching. Let's go. Thrilled, Mr. Holden threw out a thumb up and began heading back to the way he came in a light jog. Hey, don't leave us in the dust. Cliff kept going forward but flipped around, walking backwards across the sand so he could face you again.
No worries.
Don't worry, we wouldn't leave without you. Alright, we'll catch up. Ready to go? Uh-huh. Both of your moms held a hand out to you. Chuckling, you gave them each one, and you all strolled back to the rest of the group. When Liz was in reach, Ma used her free hand to pull her into it too. Liz shook her head, but her mouth quirked into a smirk, and she didn't resist. Together, as a family, you followed behind the others, hand in hand. Your feet squished into the wet sand as the waves rolled over them, and you didn't have a single care in the world, as more and more stars began to dot the skies. Once the sun had long been out of sight, it was finally time to pack up. The closing of the day and the ever-approaching end of summer seemed to intertwine. It caused a quiet, reflective mood to blanket over the group. On the beach, Terry and Miranda took turns compressing, Cove in a hug before moving on to do the same to you. You chuckled, still overjoyed that you got to see them today. I'm sorry we have to go already. My parents are here. It's okay. But still, I wish we could help clear this all up. Don't worry about it. Just thanks for coming out today. It was cool having everyone here. Oh yeah, I'm super glad we came. Hopefully we can do it again sometime. Nodding, you turned your attention to Terry. She wore a large grin on her face and held a hand out for a low five. You pressed a fist into it, which made her laugh.
See you later.
Take care of yourself, buddies. After that, they walked away, waving to you and Cove as they went down the shore. Cove waved quietly back with a small smile on his face. You waved too. Bye, have a safe trip back. I'm happy I got to see them. Have a safe trip back. We will. Bye. Taking you by surprise, Terry jumped and twisted around. She kept up with Miranda by walking backwards. She kept the mood for your farewell, light by shooting fingers guns at you and Cove. Miranda bumped her with her hip. It left everyone with a laugh just before they disappeared down the bench. Orestia?
Come on.
Hey Cove, could you come here? Both of your parents were motioning for you. The two of you went to them. Tons of things ended up in the beach over the course of the day, so there was still so much to pack up, and the parents needed help. With a nod, you got to it, stuffing various things into bags and bundling them up in towels. Once things were ready to go, everyone filled their arms with as much as they could carry. Obviously, no one wanted this to be the back and forth kind of task. The walk back home ended up being mostly quiet. Each person seemed to be feeling the effect of the day. A cool breeze carried you across the sand and onto the road. There was a sigh of relief from what felt like a group as a whole when they arrived back at the neighborhood. Baxter carefully placed what he had been carrying on the ground. Oh, he was helping too! Such a sweetie. Thank you so much for helping with that.
Thanks.
No, thank you for allowing me to join today. You all share with me. Helping to carry back is the least I can do. Man nodded, and the others started collecting their things from this pile. Baxter, meanwhile, stepped over to you and Cove. It really was a pleasure getting to know you both this summer. He head tilted towards you, and he smiled warmly. Baxter offered you his hand. You used your freer hand to shake his. You waved goodbye instead. You patted his shoulder. You sighed to hug him. You raised your hand for a high five. Yeah, I'm gonna shake his hand. It was tough with what you were carrying, but you were able to extend one of your hands a bit. Baxter chuckled and shook it. I think we did end up as good friends. I really enjoyed meeting you. Good luck on your next semester at school. You didn't say anything. I really enjoyed meeting you.
Glad to hear it.
I'm delighted to hear that. I enjoyed this vacation immensely, thanks to you. Baxter turned to shake Cove's hand this time. He was a little incredulous for a moment, but then Cove eventually shifted what he was carrying and took Baxter's hands. Oh, finally he's warming up to him! It wasn't long, but it was a solid handshake. Baxter was clearly pleased. I wish we had more time together, but it was still a nice ride, but it lasted. Would happily do it all over again. Bye, Baxter. Yeah, bye. Baxter nodded and walked a few steps towards his condo. He then stopped and waved. Goodbye. Baxter sauntered away completely and disappeared inside the condo to return to his own things. This time with you and your family and friends ending. You paused for a moment, staring at where he went. But afterwards, you looked back over at the rest of the group. Lee and Liz were just going inside your house. You couldn't spot Kara or Mr. Holden anywhere, but the door to the house was wide open. Mom approached you with an amused look on her face. Seems like you're holding up some holding things. That's cute. I like it. Surprised, you glanced down to take a quick inventory at what you were holding. Mom was right, some of it belonged to the neighbors. Would you mind rubbing it off now? Can do, it's not a problem. Thank you very much. Cove took a few steps towards his house and stopped, waiting for you. Good night, Cove. I'll see you inside, Orestia. Night. You got up to Cove together. You went over to his house. Walking in the front door, you saw Kara and Mr. Holden busily unpacking already. Things were scattered on counters, and they were moving around each other, putting the items away. They both lifted their heads when Cove closed the front door. Hey. It's nice seeing you again, Orestia. Her teasing tone brought a smile to your face. You hefted the stuff in your arms a little closer. I ended up with things of yours from the beach. Oh, thanks for getting that to us. You can put it, here on that coffee table. Mr. Holden pointed at the surface. Mr. Holden pointed at the surface he was referring to, and you immediately left what didn't belong to your family here. Cove put his own things down on the floor, just as his feet wading through everything threw about to reach his parents. Putting your family's stuff on the ground for a moment, you dusted your hands off and straightened up. You needed a second of rest and a minute to resituate it all. Yeah, that works. You went over to where the other were too. Kara opened her arms wide, wanting to hug you. Oh, yeah! I accepted the hug from Kara. Happily, you went to her. She held on tightly. Over the years, you were able to form a good rapport with her, and you were grateful for that. You could feel in her hug how much Kara had grown to care about you. It brought an affectionate smile to your face. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. It was a blast. It's no problem. I had fun too. Kara eventually released you, but patted the top of your shoulders as a final gesture. Every time I've gotten to come by, it's been an absolute joy. Things really couldn't have worked out better. Mr. Holden took a step closer to you. Kara moved aside to let him say goodbye too. He grinned. Thanks for always being such a friendly neighbor. And not just right now, but for as long as I've known you. I didn't always make it easy, but you and your family are good people. I really truly appreciate it.
Thanks very much.
Thanks again, Orestia. So much. At that, Mr. Holden reached over and gave you a soft pat on the top of your head. I'm really glad that you're my neighbor. You're really good people too. You hugged him. Goodbye, Mr. Holden. You're good people too in the end. You were pretty good. I was doubtful in the beginning, but I made up my mind. You smiled softly. Mr. Holden looked away for a moment and sniffled. When he met your gaze once more, his mouth pulled into a wide, happy grin. That means a lot to me. Oh, is he a crybaby too? Mr. Holden was staring at you, but his gaze seemed far away. Maybe he was looking back at who you used to be. The 8-year-old he has to be his son's new friend.
See you.
Bye, Orestia. You smiled softly. Then Gove took a step forward. He gestured to his pile of things he had carried into the house.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about all that. I'll put stuff away in a few minutes. Right, I need to go do the same with my family, I figured. Gove walked you to the door and held it open, taking one last check around to make sure you had all your things to bring home. You went into the road. He leaned his body against the doorframe, not following you out. So, this is it, huh? Actually, that's not what I meant. His expression twisted and he shook his head a bit, like he was trying to banish the pensive thoughts.
Bye.
I'll just say bye. Bye, I'll see you soon. Your mouth pulled into a soft smile, and you weren't sure who you were trying to reassure anymore. Cove reached forward and gently cupped your face with one hand. His thumb trailed across your cheek for several heartbeats. Mesmerized by his blue eyes, you stepped forward, delighted to oblige the request he was silently asking. He met you halfway as you smiled into the kiss. It was soft with longing, and your chest ached, and you said you wouldn't do another 7-hour stream. I know, Rose, it's kind of your fault though. But that's okay. I mean, I'm trying not to laugh too much because I need to pee really bad. Oh, it's almost the end though. I can hold it in. Let's continue. It was a soft longing, and your chest ached knowing that there couldn't be anything more than this, at least for now. One of his hands grabbed onto the door handle and firmly held it. He was stopping himself from coming along with you. Aww. As you walked over to your own front door, you stopped. Turning around, you spotted Cove right where you left him. You laughed quietly to yourself. For a small pause, you both stared at each other from across the street. Good night. You blew him a kiss. You waved. You ran back to hug him goodbye. I'm not clingy though. Good night. Night. You shouted across the way to one another. You moved one of his arms into a big wave so you couldn't miss it. Things couldn't be dragged out any longer. After one more shared smile, you opened the door and went inside, shutting it behind you. A few steps in, you saw your family gathered in the living room. They were still busy unpacking and cleaning. You added the things you brought to the pile on the kitchen counter. Mom stood up, rubbing her eyes a bit. She yawned loudly. I'm bushed. How about we finish the rest of the course tomorrow? Yes, honestly. It's too late for this.
Thanks.
Please and thank you. Ma put her hand on her hips and turned to assess the room. Ma was not one who liked to leave a mess about, but she sighed.
All right.
I suppose we can make an exception for the usual rule. It has been a really long day. Liz grinned contentedly. Lee wasted no time in skipping over to you and hooked you into a side hug. Oh, she's so adorable though. She's such a Disney princess. Good night. I hope you have the loveliest of dreams of you know who. Look at her face, I love it. Lee ended the sentence with a wink and a hearty laugh. She let you go. I hope you have good dreams too. You hugged her back. You shook your head. You blushed. You laughed. I'm gonna hug. You put her clothes in a bear hug. Lee giggled until you released her. I hope you sleep well too. Oh, I totally will. The moment my head hits the pillow, I'll be out. Here's to us, Orestia. Tonight, tomorrow, and forever. Oh, you smirked at that. Yeah, family forever. Thanks, Lee. You're really lucky. You know it quietly. Yeah, family forever. Lee leaned in close to whisper in your ear. You didn't fail to catch the teasing look on her face. Exactly. There's no escape. That got a laugh out of you. You slightly pushed her shoulder. Lee stretched her arm high over her head. She yawned loudly and looked at you with tired eyes. I think that's my cue to head to bed. Bye. I think so too. Have fun sharing your room with Liz. She laughed at that and Lee shuffled off toward the guest bedroom. Before you had a chance to do anything else, you could feel the top of your head being tapped. You spun around to see Lee smirking. Why does it feel so much like it's the last episode? There's still step 4. There's still step 4 though. Or maybe step 4 is not so much a thing? I don't know. It really feels like it's an end. We're saying goodbye to everyone as if we're not gonna see anyone ever again. But I'm not going to college tomorrow. I don't know what's happening. Night night. I'm heading to bed too. It's been a long day and I have a lot to prepare for tomorrow. Oh, she's probably leaving tomorrow though. Exhaling, you automatically start fixing the back of your hair. When Liz didn't immediately walk away, you smiled softly at her. Everything okay? Her gaze moved away, and you knew she had more to say. You waited patiently for Liz to compose her thoughts. It's been a good summer. It was nice to come back home. You nodded, and Liz gave you a teasing nudge as she went by. Amused, you turned and watched her go. Love you, baby sister. Good night, Liz. Love you too. Bye, old sister. 7 hours, let's go. Damn, I'm exhausted. I'm gonna say, love you too. Liz stopped walking and stared at you for a moment. She smiled softly at you. Get some sleep soon. Morning will be here faster than you know it. I will. When Liz was out of sight, Mom started up the next conversation over her shoulder. Are you heading up to bed too? I want to relax first. I want to finish getting everything skinned up. I want to relax first. I'm not gonna clean up now, it's too late. I'm obviously tired. Desperately, you needed some time to decompress and clear your mind. You worried if you went off to bed now that you would end up staring at the ceiling all night. Okay. Ma came over too, smiling understandingly. She pulled you into a big hug.
Love you.
Alright. You do what you need to do. I love you. When you were done hugging Ma, Mom pulled you into another hug. Their actions basically handing you off to the other. Had you laughing jovially. I love you so much. Night. Love you too. You're the best parents. Love you too. It's always the best answer. Aww. They both couldn't resist taking turns hugging you again. Your smile widened. It felt good to be so loved. Good night, kiddo. Sleep tight. Good night, sweetie. Night. After that, your moms headed off towards their bedroom, down the hall. You were about to turn the other direction when you heard Mom's voice. And don't let the bed bugs bite. You heard Ma chuckling as you watched them go with a smile. Time had passed, but you weren't entirely sure how much. Sighing, you sat up on the couch. It was a good rest, and all of your tired muscles felt quite relaxed. You got up, planning on going to bed, when something out of the window caught your eye. Of course! Oh, the fireflies! Your feet brought you right in front of the large window, spanning the length of the back wall. You stared out into the hills behind the house. As if on cue, your phone came on, alerting you of a new notification. It was Cove. Wanna hang out on the hill tonight? Oh my god. Oh my god! Something inside told you that this was the right kind of night. It was the right kind of night to take a trip out there. You sent him back a very quick message. Yeah. Cute Mark. You went over to the front door and, stepping over the threshold, you gave the living room one last glance over your shoulder. Yeah, hide. Then you shut the door behind you. Silently, you made your way to the poppy hill. With light steps in the dark, you walked across the hills behind your house. Up ahead, at the very top, silhouetted beneath the night sky, was a familiar figure already waiting there. Smiling, you wondered just how he always got there first. You even had the advantage of living closer. Then again, and maybe it was only in your mind, but somehow, Ghost was intrinsically linked with this place. After all these years, it would be weird to scan the horizon and not find him there, as surreal as the shore without the sea. The distance between you was growing shorter by the second. Hearing the grass and the hearth crunch under your feet, Cove turned, a grin spread over his face as he saw you. You took your place, standing behind him on the crest of the poppy hill, looking out over the ocean. Same as you'd done countless times since it first arrived, when you'd found him on the very same spot. Orestia. This is so weird saying my home name like this, by the way. I mean, I don't think I've said that, but every time I've got to say my name like this, it feels so weird. Anyway. He had officially broken the silence, the spell that had held you both in place. You looked at him expectantly. There's something I've always kind of wondered about. He cocked his head, giving you a sidelong glance. What did you think about when we met? I was just a kid you've never seen before, bawling his eyes out on the hill next to your house. He chuckled, his eyes drifting towards the sea beyond, before flicking back to you. The way his gaze pulled back to you made it clear that he was genuinely invested in the topic. Luckily for him, you remembered what initially struck you in that moment. It was as if it had only happened yesterday. Well, for us it happened 4 weeks ago. 4 weeks ago? 3 weeks ago? No, it was 4 weeks ago. Wow. Well, I remember noticing your very bright green hair. Cove burst into genuine laughter at your reply. I guess that's fair. It did kind of stand out. Smiling, you continued to reminisce about the first meeting. I also remember trying to cheer you up. I remember that too. He ran a hand through his hair, and you knew his line of questioning wasn't at an end, even before he spoke again. Do you remember what you thought about me? You know, as a person. Was I annoying or mean or... I wanted to get to know you. I didn't know what the feelings were at the time, but I thought you were cute right away. I thought you were special somehow. I just worried about you because you were so sad. I didn't know what to make at you at first. I don't really remember anymore. I just worried about you because you were so sad. He was crying, so of course. His eyes widened dolefully. Then he hung his head like a guilty puppy. I'm sorry for upsetting you. I'm not upset, just worried. Cove's hand drifted to the scar on his arm, his fingers unconsciously gliding over the mark. Are we finally going to know what happened to that? It was much less noticeable than it had been when the neon peak cast had first come off, shrunken gradually over the years as his body healed, then dwarfed into comparison with his growing body. Still, his fingers came back to it without thinking. He gave a half smile, not meeting your eyes. I feel bad now. The thoughts I had were, well, considering what you were thinking, I come across as a lot worse of a kid. You didn't like me?
No.
No, it definitely wasn't that. Cove lifted his head up, finally committing to meet your eyes fully once more. I remember you that day. I remember it really well. I don't think I'd ever be able to forget. I can picture the way you looked back then, when I first saw you standing right here. I still know the expression on your face when you chose to sit with me in the grass. He chuckled self-derisively, interrupting his own monologue. You scared me at first. I figured I'd be alone out here until I had to face my dad again. And then suddenly another kid appeared out of nowhere. It was startling, but I got over that fast. You were a strange person in a strange place, but in that moment, you were exactly what I needed. Somebody I could talk to freely about what was happening and how it made me feel. And you listened to me. You stayed with me. He sighed, then bit his lip as he gave a small smile. It was a little bit spoiled growing up. Let him continue. Yeah, let him continue. I don't want to interrupt that. He looked off again, seeking clarity for his thoughts in the expanse of this night sky. What I'm trying to say is, when I was younger, I viewed myself basically as the center of the universe. I didn't even imagine it wasn't like that. Things didn't simply happen. That would be weird. According to my little kid brain, it made far more sense that everything in my life had a specific connection to me somehow, right? I guess all kids think like that. He thought affirmation in you, wavy brows raised as he tried to explain his childlike logic. So, at the time, you felt almost unreal, like you weren't just anyone, some other kid who happened to live in that neighborhood with your own whole life that wasn't connected to Cove Holden. No, to me, you were there so that you could find me when I was lost. I kind of expected it all to vanish, like a dream when that night was over. I would wake up and everything would be the same again. I'd be back in my bed at home, my real home, with both my parents. The future was something I couldn't picture anymore. I didn't know what school would be like when I went back, or the table where I'd eat breakfast the next morning, or anything. And if I couldn't imagine it, how could I think it was something actually happening? I couldn't grasp my new reality. It was too big for me to hold all at once. So I never thought I'd see you again. When Cove beamed at you, his eyes shining bright, and I never ever would have been able to guess that 10 years later, when I was a grown-up, the two of us would still be together. I'm so glad I met you. It's hard to believe it's been so long. Guess that makes me your dream come true. Aww. Mere words can't compass to joy you felt. You smiled. I like this one. Guess that makes me your dream come true. You'd been joking, but Cove nodded in agreement. You are. You exactly are. Oh, that's so cringe. That's so cringe now. You shouldn't laugh at that, not go with it. Oh my god. But the smile faded from his face, and his eyebrows drew together. That was the worst day of my life at the time. The day my family broke apart. It was too heavy for me to even think about. I felt that way for I don't know how long. He held a hand over his heart, connecting with the pain it felt as a child, and looked at you earnestly.
It's okay.
But that was never really true. Things have only gotten better with me, and with Dad and Mom, it was a change we all needed. His eyes were growing misty. So, when I remember that time right now, it's not the point that my life was over. It was only the moment that I met the woman I was going to be with. Aww. When I was crying to a stranger over what I thought I'd lost, I didn't have any idea that she would be the one thing in the whole world that I actually wouldn't be able to live without. I never want to lose you. You're so wonderful. Thank you for all of this. You can reply to that. I'm gonna be thank you, because thank you for telling all of the nice things that's making me cringe. No, thank you. Don't return it to me. You hugged him. You gripped his shoulders. Then you ruffled his hair. You kissed him. You teared up. You grinned back at him. I guess I'm gonna hug him. This is a good hugging place. You reached out to wrap your hand. Kiss him. Oh, sorry. I can go back. I can go back. I know how to go back now. You want me to kiss him? Okay, here we go. He leaned into the kiss. His lips soft against yours. Cove sighed contently. His voice was as delicate as the petal on the poppies which crowned his heels. Hey, Orestia. I'm so grateful you always took care of me. You didn't even know what to say back at that. His heartfelt appreciation left you speechless. He tilted his head up, thought lost in the sparse clouds above. I wonder how late it is. I guess it doesn't really matter. My dad is fine with me being out here whenever. You could just use your phone to check the time. You could still text your dad about what you're doing. You could still text your dad about what you're doing. I'm gonna message my moms. My moms might care, but I don't feel like telling them. You wanted to make sure you messaged your mom about what you were doing. You quietly nodded. Yeah, I don't need to text anyone. No one knows I'm here anyways. They're all sleeping probably. Mr. Holden was content giving Cove all the freedom he could. Are you going to lay in the grass now? Whoa, how'd you know? Lucky guess, Cove. He always does that. With a chuckle, Cove plopped down onto the ground and laid on his back, his usual way of spending time here. You stayed standing, you sat down, you sat on Cove's chest. Wanna go for cardiac arrest? You also laid on your back. You laid down and snuggled against him. Hey, you two should kiss. We already did! Which one should I do? I'm obviously not gonna standing. I could sit down. I usually don't like snuggle. Okay. I hate snuggling on the floor though. This is gross and dirty and full of bugs. You lowered yourself against Cove's side in the grass and wrapped an arm over his chest. Cove smiled at you and used his free hand to cuddle your face. That too. There you go, you got it. What? Is it morning? The both of you fully settled in to relax on the hill. It felt like just the beginning of one of your nighty outings. But then you realized the sun was peeking out over the horizon. Cove spoke up with a disbelieving tone. Oh, it really was late. Your neighbor wasn't a stranger to being awake at dawn. However, not like this. He was normally an early sleeper, early riser. This unexpected sunrise particularly awed him. The two of you watched on silently as the sun began to light the world. Cove then propped himself up on the backs of his arms and looked at you with a soft expression on his face. Do you want to go back home? I could carry you if you're too tired. I'd rather stay a little longer. You couldn't resist a yawn, but you were serious. It couldn't be time to go already. Cove chuckled affectionately and gripped you a little more.
I get it.
Okay, but it's been a long day. We've done a lot of things. Like, really a lot. It has to end sometime. I know you're right. Since when were you okay with things ending? Does it already have to end? I'm gonna go with this one. Since when were you okay with things ending? That made him laugh again. It was a fair question, since you made me feel better about it. Aww. And you can still stay if you want to. Cove smiled brightly at you, as warm as the new rays of sun that were tickling your skin. In that moment, you couldn't have appreciated him being there more. You situated yourself to be comfortable. You leaned into Cove. You kissed him. I'm not even gonna ask. Okay guys, I'm gonna kiss him. Let's go ahead. Mwah! You moved your face forward and gave Cove a small kiss. He tilted his head against yours. Good night, Cove. Good morning, Cove. You're my favorite neighbor. Neighbor? You didn't say anything more. I'm gonna say good morning. Good morning, Cove. He gave you a bent smile and went for the opposite sentiment.
Good night.
Good night, Orestia. Oh, that's cute! The two of you remained together on that familiar poppy hill where you first met until the world began to fade and blur. You were falling asleep. Outdoors? Really? A few more gentle words drifted into your consciousness.
See you tomorrow.
I'll see you tomorrow. Your eyelids dipped, but you felt good. You were safe and relaxed. Everything that had come before that had reassured you of that. You kissed twice? Isn't that how new people get pregnant? There have been so many pregnancy jokes in this stuff. It's so funny. You were confident that when you opened them again, things would be okay. Save. I think it's time to save, isn't it? Or is it still step 3? Oh my, I need to end this stream, oh my god. You opened your eyes. Instead of the walls of your room, you were surrounded by open sky. It was not soft pillows and sheets underneath you, but the bed of earth and grass that you'd taken last night. You're universe, Orestia. You're literally outside. But is she touching grass? I wouldn't be touching that. I wouldn't be touching that. It's full of pee. The day welcomed you with a shining sun, a refreshing breeze, and the chirping song of birds. You know what? I think it's okay to stop here. And you mean what? Of course it's full of pee. People pee, animal pee, bug pee. You know, everything pee in this world. It's gotta be somewhere. And it's probably into the grass. Okay, I think it's time to stop here. This is a perfect place to stop. It was cute, it was romantic, and there's still step 4, but I think step 4 is going to be really short. So we're gonna skip the rest of that for next time. Uh-oh. Well, we've already saved. Menu. Are you sure? You good. Stop and go pee. Yes, thank you. I need to pee. I really do. Oh my god. Okay. Guys, thank you so much for staying with me for so long. Oh my gosh. 7.5 hours. We almost broke the record. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed the story. And, well, we'll finish it for good next week. I don't know if I'm gonna do any DLCs. I think I want to go do something different next time. You know what? I'll talk about it another day. I've got to go. I'm not waiting for the end of the song. I gotta go. Have a good one? Okay, I really gotta go. I can't wonder what that means. But thank you guys for being here this whole time. Have a lovely rest of your day, evening, night, morning, and afternoon. And I'll see you next time. Bye 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 bye.